The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
I think you need to brace yourself. I got some news. What? What is it? We're out of Abbott and Costello shows. Oh, but they've been here since the beginning of the show. Yep, I know, but I can't find any more online. Alright, so what do you have to go in their place? Oh, I have the show Calling All Cars, so we'll be starting with a touch of adventure from now on. Alright, then let's get on with this day in history. It's September the 13th, 2024, and in 509 BC, Temple of Jupiter on Rome's Capitoline Hill is dedicated on the Ides of September. In 335 AD, Church of the Holy Sepulchre consecrated in Jerusalem. In 1224, Francis of Assisi is afflicted with stigmata after a vision praying on Mount Verna. In 1501, Michelangelo begins work on his Statue of David, a masterpiece of Renaissance sculpture. In 1782, the grand assault on Gibraltar by the Allied French-Spanish fleets, including 10 floating batteries and land forces, is heavily defeated by British garrison, with all of the floating batteries destroyed and Allied casualties of 1,473 compared to only 83 for the British. In 1845, English chemist Michael Faraday discovers the Faraday effect, the influence of a magnetic field on a polarized light. In 1847, American forces capture Chapultepec Castle during the Mexican-American War, allowing U.S. General Winfield Scott to go on to take Mexico City. In 1993, public unveiling of the Oslo Accord, an Israeli-Palestine peace agreement initiated by Norway, signed by Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs Shimon Peres and PLO official Muhammad Abbas. In 1969, Scooby-Doo, Where Are You? By Hanna-Barbera debuts on CBS. Scooby-Doo, where are you? I love that one. In 1965, Beatles released song Yesterday, Just Paul with strings arrangement by George Martin. In 2015, Avalian Championship Women's Golf, Avalian Resort GC, Linda Coe of New Zealand wins by 6 from Lex E. Thompson to become youngest major winner, 18 years old, 142 days. Famous birthdays on September the 13th are Daniel Defoe, Laura Scored, Milton S. Hershey, John J. Pershing, Ronald Roald Dahl, Cynthia Rabuka, Claudette Colbert, Shane Warnes, Clara Schumann, Arnold Schonenberg, Gorning Ivansinvek, Thomas Mueller, and famous deaths today are Roman Emperor Titus, Philip II of Spain, Ambrose Burnside, Amen Goff, Tupac Shakur, and George Wallace. And that was This Day in History, and I hope you enjoy Calling All Cars, which first episode comes up next. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling All Cars, the copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 8. Call your stations regarding a possible kidnapping. That's all. Roll control.
It is 5:30 in the evening, the rush hour in the big city, the peak hour for accidents. At the Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, we listen in on one of the constant series of emergency calls.
A man's been run over by a streetcar at the corner of 8th and Hill Street. He'll die unless help gets here quick. How fast can you get a doctor here?
8th and Hill Street? The ambulance is on its way now and be here in 2 minutes or less.
And so it happens hundreds of times a day in the many cities and counties where Rio Grande cracked gasoline powers the ambulances and emergency cars. As the call for help is coming over the phone, the ambulance driver is signaled and steps on his starter. The engine roars instantly into full power. No choking, no delay. With clutch out, the driver awaits the address. And even as the location is given him over the loudspeaker, he is rounding the corner with Rio Grande cracked gasoline pouring power into the rear wheels. More power, more speed, more acceleration than ordinary gasoline can give. That's the reason more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, motorcycles, and all other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked than any other gasoline everywhere it is sold. Because it is manufactured in America's newest, finest cracking plant by the most advanced process and most costly equipment known to the petroleum industry. Rio Grande cracked has the advantage over all other gasoline. It costs more to make Rio Grande cracked, but it costs you no more. And if you will use it in your car, you too will enjoy police car performance. And now it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. When the bootlegging racket was abolished by repeal, The organized gangs of criminals in this country turn to the snatch racket as the next easiest way of making a dishonest livelihood. We had an epidemic of kidnapping. Wealthy people were in constant fear. Many employed bodyguards. Then the law enforcement agencies of the country arose in mass to crush out this new threat to law-abiding citizens. They succeeded so well that practically every kidnapping mystery has been solved and the culprits placed behind the bars with good stiff sentences to serve. I am proud to point out that every major kidnapping case originating in Los Angeles has been promptly broken by the police. The infamous Hickman case, the ghetto kidnapping, all were sensations for a few days. And then the detectives closed in, and it was all over. I cannot conceive of any criminal mind being stupid enough to try again in view of the failures of these other carefully planned attempts. But if anyone listening tonight thinks he is smart enough to get away with a kidnapping, I ask him to listen now and learn how we cracked the Steele kidnapping.
Tonight's dramatization is based on the famous Steele kidnapping case. The kidnapping of Mrs. Mary Steele outraged the citizenry of Los Angeles as no crime had since the infamous Hickman case. On a Sunday evening several years ago, Walter Fisher Steele, dean of the music school at the University of Southern California, as was his custom, left for the church where he played the organ. Shortly after his departure, Mrs. Steele, all alone in the house, was summoned to the telephone.
Hello?
Is that Mrs. Steele?
Yes?
Are you alone?
Yes?
I don't want to frighten you, Mrs. Steele.
Why, what's the matter?
This is the emergency hospital.
Yes? What is it? My husband?
Yes.
Is he?
He's been injured in a traffic accident, Mrs. Steele.
Oh.
He's not in danger.
Oh, thank heaven.
But the doctor thinks it's best for you to come over here.
Yes, of course.
We'll send a car for you.
Very well. I'll get ready right away.
Thank you, Mrs. Steele. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, poor Walter. I should have asked her how it happened. Now, where did I leave my hat? Oh, yes. And my coat. Oh, there it is. I must call Franklin. Oh, why don't I put that coat doesn't slip out. I must mend that lining. Now, let's see. What is Franklin's number? Oh, yes, I remember. Oh, dear, poor Walter. Oh. Hello, Franklin.
Hello, Mother.
Franklin, something terrible's happened.
What's the matter, Mother?
Oh, Franklin, your father's been hurt.
Hurt? How? What happened?
I don't know. They just called me from the hospital. They said it was a traffic accident.
What hospital, Mother?
The emergency hospital. They're sending someone over for me.
Well, I'll leave here right away and meet you at the emergency hospital.
All right, Franklin.
And don't worry, Mother.
No, I'll try not to, son. There's the bell. That must be the man from the hospital. Hurry over there, Franklin.
I will, Mother. Goodbye.
Goodbye, son. Is he? Oh. Is he all right?
Yes, ma'am. He's resting very well.
Is it serious?
Well, I really don't know much about it. I'm just an orderly. Are you ready, ma'am?
Yes, I think I've got everything. Let's see. Oh, yes, my glasses. All right, now. You can go now.
This is the nurse, Miss Wells, ma'am. Maybe she knows more about it.
How do you do, Mrs. Steele?
Tell me, is he badly hurt?
We don't think so, Mrs. Steele, but we wanted you to be with him.
Where did the accident happen?
We don't know. He was unconscious when they brought him in.
Unconscious?
Yes, but there are no serious fractures.
Oh, that's a relief. Look here. Where are you taking me? This isn't the way to the hospital.
It's the way we're going.
Let me out of here. You're not taking me to the hospital? Help! 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 Let me out!
Shut up. Now listen, Mrs. Steele. You're going for a ride with us. And if you know what's good for you, you won't make any noise or cause any trouble. father's emergency hospital, Franklin Steele rushes to the church. There he discovers his father at the organ. Fearfully, they return together to the Steele home.
Why, I can't understand it, Franklin.
Well, somebody must be playing a joke on you. One of the students, perhaps.
It's rather a grisly joke. It doesn't look as though Mother's home.
Here, Father. Let me open the door. Your hand's shaking so.
Oh, the house is dark. Oh, Mary? Mary?
Let me switch on the light. There. That's better.
Franklin, she's not here.
Oh, don't get excited, Father. Oh, hello. What's this?
What?
A letter. Here, stuck under the door. It's addressed to you. It says on the envelope, Walter Fisher Steele. If ever there was a time to be careful, it is now.
Oh, here. Let me have it. Oh, Franklin, this is terrible.
What?
Why, they want $10,000, or they won't bring Mother back.
Gee.
Franklin, I haven't $10,000 or anywhere near that much money. What are you going to do?
I'm going to call the police.
A short while later, Mr. Steele and his son are explaining the circumstances of Mrs. Steele's disappearance to Detective Lieutenant Paul D. Pittman and E.D. Kopytek and Chief of Detectives Joe Taylor.
That's all we know about it.
Well, let me see that letter, please, Mr. Steele. Thank you. Read it aloud, Pittman. It says, each move of yours will be watched closely. If you make one false move, it'll be just too bad for yourself and wife. You know, others have tried to be slick and let the officers know, but they've always paid off in flowers afterwards. $10,000 in cash or the wife pays the bill. This money must be of the denominations of $5, $10, $20 bills. None of these bills to be new. Place this money in paper sack and put inside a pasteboard box. Be sure this money is in the box for delivery. No dummy packages go. It will hold her until we know that you have followed these instructions. Your wife will not be returned if you have the money marked or the serial taken. You have new bills instead of used ones. You have any other denominations of bills instead of $5, $10, or $20. You have anyone with you or around you or following you. You talk of this to anyone. You notify the police or anyone else.
Oh, do you think I did wrong and the wrong thing in coming to you?
Absolutely not, Mr. Steele. That's what we're here for.
Oh, I hope they don't do her any harm.
Well, we had to come to the police, Father. You certainly couldn't have paid the ransom.
This appears to be the work of amateurs. The ransom letter is not worded as it would be if written by experienced kidnappers. I think you may expect Mrs. Steele back safely.
Well, I leave it all to you. We've given you all the information we have. We can only wait and hope.
Let me ask you, Mr. Steele, can you think of any enemies who may have done this out of vengeance?
No, I have no enemies.
How about students? Is there anyone who has a grudge against you, perhaps because you failed him?
Oh, but that's so silly.
No, Mr. Steele. People do strange things for very strange reasons, as we quickly find out in this business. Now, could you think of any students who may have cause to hate you?
Why, no, I really can't.
Well, Father's always had the respect of his students.
Let's see that letter, Pittman. Yes, sir. You'll notice, Chief, that although the letter is typewritten, the word wife, whenever it appears, has been cut out of a newspaper or magazine and pasted into the letter. Yeah, so it has. Hand me that magnifying glass over there, will you? Yes, here you are, sir. Thanks. The word daughter seems to have been originally typed into this letter. Have you any daughters, Mr. Steele?
Yes, one.
Does she live with you?
No.
Well, then, this letter must have been intended originally for the family of another victim. We haven't had any attempt kidnappings recently, have we, Kopytek?
No, sir, not for some weeks.
That's mighty strange.
Hey, look here, sir. The envelope this letter came in. The name Walter Fisher Steele has also been clipped from some printed matter and pasted on the envelope. That may be a lead.
Yes, that's right. Mr. Steele.
Yes, Mr. Taylor.
Do you recognize the printing here? Have you any idea where your name may have been printed? That the kidnappers could have found it?
Well, now I don't know. Of course, they print my name sometimes in the church bulletin.
I see.
And occasionally it's mentioned in the papers.
But this isn't newsprint.
Then
various notices at the university.
I see. Well, I'll bet that's the source. Somebody at the university. Copytick, you and Pittman get out there first thing in the morning and see if you can run down this printing.
At the university, Detectives Copytek and Pittman are given the utmost cooperation by the sympathetic colleagues of Mr. Steele. They interview Mr. Cleo Foster, Assistant Superintendent of Buildings.
Mr. Foster, you can be of great assistance to us.
I'll do anything I can.
Well, look closely at this printing here. Can you tell us whether it's similar to any type you use here in the university?
Let me hold this closer to the light here. Why, yes. That was clipped from one of our university bulletins. It's the only publication we print in which that particular typeface is used.
Now we're getting someplace.
Maybe.
Here, I'll show you what I mean. Here's the pamphlet, and here on page 11, see? Walter Fisher Steele, A.B., Dean of the College of Music, Professor of Piano and Pipe Organ. See, the type is identical.
Yeah, it sure is.
Well, that much is plain. Somebody connected with the university wrote that ransom note.
Yeah, and all we have to do is to find out the guilty person among 7,000 students.
Scores of Mrs. Steele's relatives and friends are questioned by investigating officers. Inquiry is made among Dr. Steele's students at the university. And nowhere can a possible enemy of either husband or wife be found. Early Monday afternoon, Chief Taylor lays out the only plan of action open to the officers.
Well, we'll have to appear to meet the demands of the kidnappers. We'll take them their ransom as the note directs.
But, Chief, I haven't that much money.
That's all right, Mr. Steele, I know. We'll make a dummy package. And at 5:30, you'll take it in full view on the seat of your car to the spot they indicate on Montecito Drive.
But they expressly said in the note that dummy packages would do no good.
Yes, I know, that's all right. But we will have officers with high-powered field glasses staked out around the place watching whoever picks up the money. Then we can follow him.
Oh, I see.
Pardon, Chief. Yes, Lieutenant Romero? One of the reporters beat us to it.
What do you mean?
He's been up on Montecito Drive and he picked up the plan.
What? Bring him in here.
Hey, Eddie. Come on in here. The chief wants to see you.
Hello, Chief. Well, I made a great...
Look here, Eddie. I gave orders to stay away from that place.
Yeah, but I'm not under orders for you. I got a chance for a scoop, and I took it.
Yes, and probably upset our whole stakeout. What did you find?
Steve, this box was in the bank where the letter said it would be, but it had this note in it. It says, walk to the left across street to bank. Here will be final instructions. We like tricks, but prefer to keep them out of business. Then across the street, I found this note attached to this cord. This note says, tie package salary to this end of string and go on. There's about 250 yards of string.
Well, you sure are a great help, Eddie. You lunkhead, you. You probably scared them away now and spoiled our whole plan. Romero?
Yes, sir?
Take these things back up there on Montecito.
Yes, sir.
And you go with him, Eddie, and show him exactly how you found them.
Okay, Chief.
At the appointed time, Mr. Steele drives to the top of Montecito Drive with Detective Copytek clamped into the rumble seat of his car. He deposits the dummy ransom bundle and drives on. Early that evening, Copytek reports to his chief.
Well, Copytek, what luck? None. Mr. Steele delivered the package. There wasn't anyone around. The men stayed on the stakeout until it was too dark to see through their binoculars, and they pulled the stake.
Didn't see a thing, eh?
No. Looks like we're up a blind alley until the kidnappers make the next move.
Yes, it does look that way. We've done all we possibly can. And look at these papers. Howling for action from the police. As though we haven't been doing anything else but acting for the last 24 hours.
Well, I know. Haven't been to bed yet.
Well, most of the other boys. If I could only get my hands on the rat that snatched that harmless, frail little woman, I'd ring. Detective Bureau. Chief Taylor speaking. Yeah. What? All right. We'll be right out.
What's that, Chief?
That was Skeel. Mrs. Skeel just came home. Come on, Ed. We're going to get someplace now.
Exhausted and upset as she is, Mrs. Skeel pluckily recites the story of her experiences at the hands of the kidnappers to an interested audience of detectives.
And when I screamed, he put his hand over my mouth and shut off my breath. I'd almost gotten the door open. Then the woman stopped the car, and they tied a cloth over my eyes so I couldn't see. I fought them until my strength was exhausted.
Is that where you got your face scratched, Mrs. Skeel?
Yes. And that's the only time they were rough with me. They told me that if I didn't cry out or make trouble, that they wouldn't harm me. So I agreed. We sort of made a bargain.
Could you describe the man and woman who kidnapped you?
Well, I didn't get a very good look at the girl, but the man was stockily built. He was of medium height, shorter than Mr. Skeel, and he had a ruddy complexion. He really was a nice young man, and he treated me very well.
What, Mrs. Skeel?
Well, I told him I wouldn't double-cross him. But I feel somehow that in telling you gentlemen about him, that perhaps I'm doing just that.
You can't double-cross a criminal, ma'am. You owe this man nothing. It's your duty to help us put him in the penitentiary, if possible.
Well, if what I can tell you will do any good in saving other innocent people from such an experience, I guess then it is for the best.
Of course it is, Mrs. Skeel.
Tell us, Mrs. Skeel, did they feed you at all while you were in the house?
Oh, yes. This morning I had some coffee and prunes for breakfast, and this afternoon they gave me a bowl of tomato soup. They wanted me to eat more, but I wasn't hungry. I was so excited.
No, naturally. You haven't told us how you managed to get away.
Oh, well, that was very strange. This afternoon my guard announced that he would take me home tonight. And so we left that house about 7 o'clock, and he drove me within 2 blocks of my own house. I walked home from there. Oh, yes, and then he told me that he needed money badly, and that I should try to raise $5,000 for him. He said he'd call in a few days and say that it was Mr. Smith, so I'd know who was calling.
That's a strange way of raising money.
They must be amateurs, Chief.
That's my opinion. No, Mrs. Skeel.
Oh, please, if you don't mind. I'm very tired. Perhaps tomorrow I can remember some more details.
Yes, of course, Mrs. Skeel. Please forgive us for keeping you so long tonight after all you've been through.
Further questioning of Mrs. Skeel the next day brings to light a little information regarding the layout of the house in which she was held captive. Although blindfolded, she remembers the position of the bed and other furniture in the room where she was detained. She recalls hearing children playing outside, the chiming of a clock, the purr of passing traffic, a distant train. But such clues are all too meager. Telephone messages regarding persons whose actions might be suspicious flood the Detective Bureau, and Chief Taylor's staff is kept busy running them down. Then, late in the day, an important piece of information comes to them.
Very well, ma'am. We'll have a man right out there. Yes. Thank you for calling.
Beg pardon, Chief, but there's a young lady outside who's got a story I think you'd better hear.
What's it about?
Kidnapping.
Come to the room.
Yes, sir. Will you step this way, please? Miss Smith, this is Chief Taylor.
How do you do, sir?
How do you do, Miss Smith? Won't you please be seated?
Oh, thank you.
Now, what can we do for you?
Well, I guess I should have reported it before this, but a man and a woman tried to kidnap me.
When was it?
Now, let me see. It was on January 27th.
I see. You mind telling us just how it happened?
Well, on the evening of the 27th, a man telephoned and said he was Mr. Johnson, one of my father's parishioners. Father's a minister, you know.
I see.
And this man said that one of Daddy's church classes was planning a surprise party for Daddy. He wanted me to accompany him and his wife to the home of one of the church members and help plan the party.
Yes?
Well, I said I'd be glad to, and a while later he called for me. His wife was in the car. He introduced himself and his wife, and then just as I was getting into the car, well, it sounds kind of funny to say it now, but I noticed that his mustache was false and that it was slipping. So I pulled away from him and I ran back onto the porch, and the car drove away just as fast.
Well, what does this man look like?
Well, I really didn't get a very good look at him except to notice the mustache because...
Sounds like the same couple, Romero. And that would explain the ransom note which originally read daughter.
That's right.
If this gang is that set on kidnapping, it won't be long before we have another mystery on our hands. We've just got to get them, that's all. Detective Bureau. Chief Taylor speaking. Yes? What's that number? Wait a minute. Wait till I write that down. All right. We'll look into that. Thank you. It was a mail carrier. He suggested a house at this number on Montecito Drive might bear watching. Here's the number, Renato. You better hop out there and take a look at it.
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Smith, if you kindly answer a few more questions regarding this attempted kidnapping, why...
Well, this is Montecito Drive. What block is that on, Copytech? The 1100 block. Hey, whoa, that was it. We just passed it. Pull up here. Dad, look. Montecito Drive winds up the hill. See, it switches back above us. Yeah. Don't you see, right up there above us? That's the place where the ransom plant was. Say, so it is. Well, the end of that cord comes within 50 yards of the back of that house. For the first time, Romero, we're getting warm. Let's get up there on that porch and see if we can do business. Keep ringing. I can see somebody moving around inside. Here they come.
What do you want?
We're investigating a kidnapping case.
I don't know anything about a kidnapping case.
Just a minute, if you don't mind. We'd like to come in and talk with you.
Well, all right. It won't do you any good, but you can come in.
Now, what's your name?
Georgia Price,
Age?
28.
How long have you lived here?
2 months.
And before that?
And Long Beach.
Can you give us the names of some Long Beach people who are acquainted with you?
What for?
So we can complete our report, Miss Hammer.
What's that?
I said Miss Hammer.
I told you my name is Price.
You live here alone?
Yes.
Well, then why is there mail here addressed to the Well of Pearl Hammer?
Why,
Never mind. Copytech, do you smell something familiar? Like, say, pipe tobacco smoke? Yeah, I believe I do. All right, come out of there, you. What's your name? Howard. W.D. Howard. You shouldn't smoke your pipe while your girlfriend here is entertaining the police. You take a lot for granted. Maybe.
You leave that purse alone.
Why? Oh, so you don't know anything about a kidnapping, huh? Well, how does it happen that you have Mrs. Mary Skeel's name, address, and telephone number written down here in your purse? And then right above it, Miss Isabel Smith. Now, you didn't do so good on that little job either, did you? Too bad your boyfriend here let his mustache slip. Quiet, you. The less talking you do now, the better for you. And here's a phone bill for a house on Buckeye Street in Pasadena. Made out to you. What's the meaning of that?
My mother used to own that house. I haven't been there for several months.
Still, the bill is dated January the 10th, 1935. Come on, get on your hats and coats. You're going to the police station.
The house on Buckeye Street revealed damning evidence. The prune pits from Mrs. Keel's breakfast and the soup can from her lunch were found there. The typewriter, which was proved to have written the ransom note, was discovered in a trunk. Mrs. Keel, taken to the house and blindfolded, recognized the room where she was held captive by touching the furniture. Bit by bit, the case was built by the clever detective work of Chief Taylor's men. Howard arrogantly maintained his innocence until he was faced with his police record under his real name of E.M. Van Dorn, which showed he had served a term in San Quentin for forgery. Then he broke down and admitted his guilt, but pled for the freedom of Miss Hammer. The girl, faced with the confession of Van Dorn, alias Howard, also confessed. Later, at her trial, she pled insanity and attempted to back her plea by feigning madness in the courtroom. But the jury was unimpressed and found her guilty of kidnapping. Van Dorn pled guilty, and both of the culprits were sentenced to from 10 years to life. Van Dorn at San Quentin, Miss Hammer at the new prison for women at Tehachapi.
Thank you, Chief Davis. Hundreds of letters are received every day by the Rio Grande Oil Company from boys and girls who want to join Rio Grande's Junior Police Department. To these young people, Rio Grande has distributed several hundred thousand police badges, Sam Brown uniform belts and pistols, handcuffs, detective microscopes, and fingerprint outfits. 15 free gifts in all. Get the latest copy of the Calling All Cars News. It's free wherever Rio Grande cracked gasoline is sold, and read all about the Rio Grande Junior Police Department. And while you're in the Rio Grande station, check your oil. If you're due for a drain, we ask you to try Sinclair motor oil. The oil in Sinclair tamper-proof cans is millions of years old, yet it's the finest oil on the market, refined to meet the needs of the new high-compression motors. You'll find your motor is quieter with Sinclair motor oil, and your car runs smoother, faster, because all wax and useless petroleum jelly is removed to leave only pure oil that lasts longer and never fails to give perfect lubrication. Rio Grande guarantees you'll be satisfied with Sinclair, Pennsylvania, or Sinclair Opaline motor oil.
Calling all cars, attention all cars, cancellation broadcast news regarding the kidnapping. Becker's case now in custody. That's all. Rose first.
Frederick Lindsley bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Immortal story comes to life on the screen, and out of its thrilling pages step the most intriguing people you have ever met. The bold, the adventurous, the lovers, the schemers, the valiant and the villainous.
And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, D. Kirby. Hi, Rosie.
Hi, Bing.
Who's going to blast off today, you or me?
Why don't you blast off?
Okay, here we go. Ah, gee, it's all fine and dandy, sugar candy when I've got you. Then I see the sunny side. Even trouble has its funny side. When you're gone, sugar candy, I get so lonesome, get so blue. When you're handy, it's fine and dandy, but when you're gone, what can I do? It's all fine and dandy, sugar candy. When I've got you, then I see the sunny side. Even trouble has its funny side. When you're gone, sugar candy, I get so lonesome, get so blue. When you're handy, it's fine and dandy, but when you're gone, what can I do? Can't make it without you. When you're gone, what can I do? Well, we have a little observation here we're going to make today that ought to startle somebody. Ladies, pass the whale.
Pass the whale?
That's what I said, pass the whale.
Oh, Bing, you mean in a boat? Pass the whale in a boat?
No, I mean pass the whale at the table.
Yeah, you mean like pass the pork chops?
Just like that.
I don't know. I think I'd still prefer to pass mine in the boat, thank you.
Me too.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Let's keep an open mind on whales, shall we? You know, it's a little something different for most of us.
Too different for me.
Don't be so insular, Rosie. Don't you know that there's a new process for preserving whales? Heretofore, it had to come frozen, way from the Antarctic, but now they have a much cheaper process. And whale meat stays in great condition. Yes, sir. They bring it back in brine now, and it's much cheaper. And I think housewives are certainly going to be interested in that.
I think so.
Yes.
Let me ask you this. How would you know if whale meat was in good condition, anyway?
There's no trick to it. Really.
How do you know?
None at all. Naturally, you have to be an aficionado of whale meat to do it. You have to have an acquired taste for it.
Yeah, what does it taste like? Octopus, squid, caviar, something like that?
No, whale meat tastes like meat. Didn't you know that a whale isn't a fish? It's a mammal.
Yeah. Whales do an awful lot of swimming.
Well, so do people, but they're not a fish either. A whale is fish-like, but it's actually a mammal. I promise you, on my honor, whale meat tastes just like steak.
Just the same?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, just the same, my little taste buds keep telling me to keep away from anything that spouts.
Okay, Rosie, if you want to be a recluse in the gastronomic field, just keep shaking your head and stomping your foot. But a lot of lovers of whale meat will be glad to know that they can get it a lot cheaper now. They don't have to get it frozen either. Isn't that great?
Yeah, news like this could make headlines up in Iceland, I imagine.
And you've never had a barbecued whale steak, now have you?
No, sir, I never have, and I got some news for you. I ain't never going to have one.
Oh, you poor fellow. You have no adventure in your soul. You're provincial.
Anyway, friends, those of you out there whose mouths are watering for a good whale steak, we just wanted to let you know that it's cheaper now and it's available. Even I'll take a chance. Pass the whale, but a very small piece for me.
This is whale. Take a lot. It's delicious. We're long on whale.
No.
Yes, we're going to go. Be big about whale.
Are you sure you won't join us, Scan?
No, I think I'll just pass it in the boats, like I said.
Okay, all right for you, but you're canceled for my next cookout. I'm going to barbecue a great big sperm job.
Oh, fine. I may have to miss that. But I wonder if someone would harpoon a song now. How'd that be?
There she blows.
I make a date for golf, and you can bet your life it rains. I try to throw a party, and the guy upstairs complains. I guess I'll go through life just catching colds and missing trains. Everything happens to me. I never miss a thing. I've had the measles and the mumps. And every time I play an ace, my partner always trumps. I guess I'm just a fool who never looks before she jumps. Everything happens to me. At first I thought that you could break this jinx for me, that love would turn the trick to end despair. But now I just can't fool this head that thinks for me. I've mortgaged all my castles in the air. I've telegraphed and phoned. I sent an airmail special too. Your answer was goodbye. There was even postage due. I fell in love just once, and then it had to be with you. Everything happens to me. Everything happens to me.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Hold it a mo here, friends, for a few pertinent points from Wrigley's.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew. Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment with the biggest little treat in all the land. Get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Friends, the word spearmint cannot be trademarked, so there are many spearmint gums on the market. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley spearmint, look for the spear on the package. It is the Wrigley trademark. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it is the Wrigley trademark and is your guarantee of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
get the package with the spear and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Clooney and I would like to sing Let's Put Out the Lights and Go to Sleep.
And we trust that no one in our audience will take this as a suggestion.
No, we're not trying to put you to sleep, folks. We're just trying to soothe you a little.
No more company to feed.
No more papers left to read. What's to do about it? Let's put out the lights and go to sleep. No more anything to drink.
Leave those dishes in the sink.
Gladly. What's to do about it? Simply nighty-night and so to sleep. You're waiting now for me to say I love you more and more and more, dear.
You're looking younger every day.
Really?
You never were so sweet before, dear.
No more money in the bank.
No cute baby we can spank.
What's to do about it? Let's put out the lights and go to sleep. What's to do about it? Let's put out the lights and go to sleep. What's to do about it? Let's put out the lights and go to sleep.
You're waiting now for me to say I love you more and more and more, dear.
You're looking younger every day. You never were so sweet before, dear. No more money in the bank.
No cute baby we can spank.
What's to do about it? Let's turn out the lights and go to sleep.
whole world of pleasure, entertainment, and complete practical help wrapped up for you in May Good Housekeeping. 28 fancy-free new hairdos that you can do yourself. Let Enrico Caruso, Charles of the Ritz, and other famous hairstylists compete for the pleasure of making you more beautiful. Photographed in full color. Next, a complete, handsomely illustrated casserole cookbook. Wonderful fun dishes that need just a little warming time while you're chatting with guests in the living room. Also, fresh flair and easy care. Page after color page of summer clothes for dress, play, and travel, and where to buy them. And Good Housekeeping's Better Way section is filled with practical advice on many subjects. Included this month is an important discussion of polio vaccines and which to use, Salk, Sabin, or both. And don't forget the memorable fiction, including a major new novel by Niven Bush, author of Duel in the Sun. All this and much more in Good Housekeeping for May. What a buy! May Good Housekeeping.
There's nothing left for me of days that used to be. I live in memory among my souvenirs. Some letters tied with blue, a photograph or two. I see a rose from you among my souvenirs. A few more tokens rest within my treasure chest, and though they do their best to give me consolation, I count them all apart, and as the teardrops start, I find a broken heart among my souvenirs. A few more tokens rest within my treasure chest, and though they do their best to give me consolation, I count them all apart, and as the teardrops start, I find a broken heart among my souvenirs.
Move in here, Rosie. Make yourself to home.
Okay, Bing.
I like New York in June. How about you? I like a Gershwin tune. How about you? I love a fireside when a storm is due. I like potato chips, moonlight, and motor trips. How about you? I'm mad about good books, can't get my fill, and Harry Crosby's looks give me a thrill. Holding hands in a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you? Get my fill, and Mr. Mr. Crosby's looks give me a thrill. Holding hands in a movie show when all the lights are low may not be new, but I like it. How about you? I like it. How about you?
Goodbye for today. Remember, we'll be right back here tomorrow.
Try to give us a listen, will you?
Certainly been nice being with you, and we'll see you tomorrow then.
There's a long season of Major League Baseball ahead. With new teams in the leagues, new ball players on the rosters, and old records waiting to be broken, there'll be plenty of news being made. Sports Time with Phil Rizzuto is your best bet for keeping up with baseball and all sports news. The CBS Radio Network presents Sports Time Monday through Saturday every week. Get the full sports story from Phil Rizzuto on Sports Time.
Hospitals at Paris are pest houses. There's scarcely a doctor in the city who's not carrying death on his hands and instruments.
Because of microbes, monsieur? Your private menagerie of invisible beasts?
Exactly. They breed in filth. They may start from the gutter of Paris tonight, and by tomorrow claim some mother from this very court. Stop! You should know better, monsieur. The Comtesse Gabrielle is Her Majesty's sister. I forbid any more.
Louis. You didn't. They'll put you in prison. They'll put you in prison.
One drop of this rabies virus on the slightest scratch will kill a man. And I hold enough in my hand to wipe out a whole city.
Ridiculous. To think that this could kill a man.
Stop it!
All I want now is to have you predict the hour of my death.
He won't live. He won't. I know he won't. Last year it was a neighbor's child of ours, and now it's going to be...
Keep quiet. What has that to do with you?
Save him. Save him.
If I failed, it would mean prison. Perhaps the guillotine.
I'm going to have a baby. Doesn't he realize that?
When I was your age, I had babies, but I didn't cry about it.
Yes, and how many of them lived?
The tribute that we render Pasteur on this occasion is small indeed compared to the countless millions who will honor his memory in generations to come.
The true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Hollywood with Les Brown and his band of renown. Our singing star, Margaret Whiting. Our special guest, Zsa Zsa Gabor. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Pardon my throat, ladies and gentlemen. Have a little smog in it tonight. You know, a glass of milk a day keeps the doctor away. 2 glasses a day keeps the dentist away. And 3 glasses of milk a day and you're a hermit, but a healthy one. But I want to tell you that... Bless you. But that milk is wonderful for you. At our dinner yesterday, we had a wonderful milk-fed turkey. That turkey was really milk-fed. At sunset, it got up off the platter and headed back to the barn. I don't suppose you've seen my relatives eat. It's sort of a yucca flats with flying wishbones. No, it was a close affair. At one point in the meal, they had gravy on me, and my brother Jack was putting salt and pepper on my leg. I happened to be in New York last week when they were having their smog. I'm sure it was just a coincidence. In New York, they had a smaze. That's sort of a sissy smog. Thick enough to slow you down, but you can't lean against it. The smaze wasn't as powerful as smog. When you take a deep breath of the stuff we have out here, you can get up again, but not the same day. The mayor of New York wired the Los Angeles City Hall asking what to do about it, and we're going to let him know as soon as we find the City Hall.
This has been a day of turmoil for Bob and for everyone else on the show. Yes, sir. It all started this morning at Bob's home when I asked him one simple question. Say, Bob.
Yeah, Bill?
Can I be excused from appearing on the show tonight?
Why, what's the matter with you?
Well, Zsa Zsa Gabor is going to be your guest tonight, isn't she?
That's right, Bill, but don't let Zsa Zsa frighten you. Just be calm and cool like I am.
It's too late, Rob. I don't want to be on the show with Zsa Zsa tonight because I've fallen for her.
You've fallen for Zsa Zsa?
Yes.
Well, if you gotta go, I can't think of a nicer way. When did this all happen?
Yesterday when you sent me over to her place with a script. I could tell Zsa Zsa liked me the minute she saw me. You know what she did? She actually invited me to stay for tea.
Maybe she likes tea with lemon. Then what happened, Bill?
Well, while we were drinking it, Zsa Zsa looked in my eyes and said, "I'm so thrilled to know a big, strong man like you." And bing, I got all choked up.
With love?
No, I swallowed my tea bag.
That's very romantic, Bill. As a lover, you'd make a wonderful garbage disposal. But I don't see why you have to have the evening off just because you've taken a fancy to Zsa Zsa. After all, you didn't ask her to marry you.
You want a bed?
Well, that's very clever of you, Bill. If she accepts, you'll be sure of a crowd at the wedding.
How do you mean?
Well, there'll be you and Zsa Zsa and your wife and your 4 kids. You won't need a minister. You'll need a referee.
Well, gee, you see the jam I'm in, don't you, Bob?
Well, why didn't you ask my advice about this, Bill? I could give you advice in this kind of a matter. After all, you can't fall for every pretty face you see. You'd have 5 or 6 different girls around town. You'd always be kissing one girl and rushing to the other and trying to keep them from finding out about each other. You never get any rest. You wind up tired, exhausted, a nervous wreck, completely worn out. Only one word describes a life like that.
What is it?
Sensational.
Well, gee, Bob, what'll I do?
Relax, Bill. I'll run over to Zsa Zsa's right now. I'll bring her some candy and flowers and straighten the whole thing out.
Oh, thanks, Bob. But from now on, I'm swearing off girls. Forever.
Good.
Oh, by the way, put a card in the flowers, will you? To Honey Cheeks from Sugar Lips.
Well, I'll see you later, Bill. I'll go over to Zsa Zsa's right now.
Oui, monsieur?
Oh, I'd like to see Miss Gabor.
Entrez, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you.
Asseyez-vous un moment, monsieur. Votre nom?
Yes, it has been rather chilly.
Comprenez français?
Oh, sure, I speak French fluently. C'est si bon, cherchez la femme, Chevrolet Coupé, and Oui, Oui, Marie. I have 3 or 4 others, but I don't want to get arrested. Anyway, I'll just wait here till Miss Gabor can see me, huh?
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Zsa Zsa. Gee, you look pretty as a picture.
Why have you come to see me, Bob? Is it about my being on your radio show?
No, I'm here about something else, Zsa Zsa. It's a very delicate matter.
How interesting. Go on.
Well, some men are just empty-headed idiots and nothing can be done about it. What would you say, Zsa Zsa, if I told you a big, dull-witted lout is madly in love with you?
Why, Bob, is this a proposal?
No, I didn't mean myself, Zsa Zsa. I'm talking about Bill Goodman. You see, Bill is just an unsophisticated guy. He falls for any pretty face.
Then you wouldn't waste time on me. You don't think I could make you fall in love with me?
No, Zsa Zsa, you couldn't make me fall in love with you because I'm a man of the world, sophisticated, suave, blasé.
You are blasé without the B. Where did you get all these ideas that you're so great and hard to get?
Well, I read a wonderful book that tells how to handle these situations, Zsa Zsa. It's called Man, Ruler of the Sexes. Tells all about how men have ruled women all through the ages, from Socrates right up through Rock Hudson.
This book helped you?
It certainly did, Zsa Zsa. Before I read it, in my dealings with women, I was just a pale, washed-out namby-pamby. But I've changed.
Yes, now you have a 10.
Well, take it easy on Goodwin anyway, as a favor to me, Zsa Zsa. I'll be running along now.
But I want you to have a cup of tea with me.
Well, that worked with Bill, but I'm a sophisticated man of the world. You can't pierce my shell.
Really? Are you sure that I cannot pierce your shell?
You trying to pierce it or melt it? Don't try it, honey. I'm too tough for you. You'll only smash yourself in the Rock of Gibraltar.
Oh, you think so? Lie back in this chair. Let Zsa Zsa look in your eyes.
Okay.
Now, do you feel romance?
No.
Let Zsa Zsa stroke your forehead. Now, do you feel romance?
No. Nothing coming through yet?
Now, let Zsa Zsa press her lips to yours. What was that?
It was either romance or one of my garters busted. Here's Margaret Whiting, the doll of Capitol Records, singing that great standard, It Had to Be You. Come in, Maggie.
It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around and finally found somebody who could make me be true, could make me be blue, and even be glad just to be sad thinking of you. Some
others I've seen might never be me, might never be cross or try to be boss, but they wouldn't do. Nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. Had to be you, wonderful you. Had to be you. It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around, finally found somebody who could make me be true, could make me be blue, and even be glad just to be sad. Thinking of you, some others I've seen might never be me, might never be cross, try to be boss, they wouldn't do. For nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. Had to be wonderful you. No one could do the things that you do. Just had to be wonderful you.
Ladies and gentlemen, someone once said humor is the true democracy. That's why we in America can smile when we tell the stories of the legendary heroes who helped build our country's great industries and institutions. Take steel, for example. What made us the greatest steel manufacturers in the world? Ask any worker at the open hearth of any Pennsylvania steel mill, and the answer will be the same. Joe Magee, the giant whose body was made of pure steel. They'll tell you Joe invented the riveting machine by punching rivets with his fists, and cannonballs by rolling the hot steel in his hands like he was making butterballs. They'll tell you Joe Magee made steel rails by squeezing molten steel between his fingers. A legend? Sure, Joe Magee is only a legend, someone who existed only in the minds of those who have handed down our American folklore. But Joe Magee is also a spirit, the spirit of those men who work and sweat before the open hearths of the Alleghenies. Yes, it is democracy which lets us tell stories of our industries, institutions, and legendary heroes with a twinkle in our eyes and a chuckle in our throats. And so long as we continue to laugh together as a people, we will live together as a nation. Thank you very much.
When Bob returned home from visiting Zsa Zsa this afternoon, he had a rather glazed look in his eyes.
Zsa Zsa, Zsa Zsa, Zsa Zsa is the girl for me. The birds and bees have got a cousin. Since I met her, my buzzer's buzzing. Zsa Zsa. Zsa Zsa. Zsa Zsa is the girl for me.
Hi,
Razzle dazzle.
Hello, Bob. We're waiting to start rehearsal.
How'd it go, Bob?
How'd it go?
Yeah, did you smooth things over with Zsa Zsa?
Are you kidding? Bill, a whole new situation has developed.
What do you mean?
It is now Bob and Zsa Zsa.
Zsa Zsa Gabor and you? Oh, you're kidding. Zsa Zsa didn't really fall for you, did she?
Why not? She's human, isn't she?
That's what makes it so hard to understand.
That was very cute, Maggie. We were watching for your ad in Variety under Situations Wanted.
Well, Bob, I'm very sorry, but I just can't understand Zsa Zsa falling in love with you.
Well, for one thing, she said I was the handsomest devil she ever saw.
Oh, stop.
She said that, too.
Well, come on, Bob. Let's start rehearsal.
Okay, but Zsa Zsa will be over here in a few minutes, and I want you all to help me.
Help you? Well, how?
Well, I want to make a good impression on Zsa Zsa. I want to make her think I'm sophisticated and worldly, handsome and noble.
What do we do, slip her a Mickey?
Oh, that was a good one. If they ever put a price on your head, take it. Bill, I really want to impress Zsa Zsa. Make her think I'm a member of the upper crust. So when she arrives, I want you to act as my butler.
Your butler?
Bill.
Yes, master. Anything you say, master.
That's a nice thing about our contract with Goodwin. We don't give him his blood back till the end of the season. Maggie, you can pitch in and help, too.
Okay, Chief, what's my assignment?
Well, we could use a touch of glamour. Why don't you play a Southern belle?
Oh, I can do it easy.
A rich Southern belle from an old family.
No, I can do it easy.
And you're madly in love with me.
I'd better rehearse.
Look, Ragmop. Hey, that might be her now. You ready, Bill? All set, Maggie?
Yes, sir, boss. My cones is poning and my weevils is a weeveling.
Get it, Bill.
Hello, Sugar Lips.
Hi, honey cheeks. Announcing Miss Zsa Zsa Gabor.
Well, here we are. Hello, Zsa Zsa.
Hello, Bob.
Oh, hello, Zsa Zsa.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Zsa Zsa.
Hello, Bob.
Gee, this girl's got an answer for everything.
Oh, Bob, what's the matter with you?
What do you mean?
You act so strange. You look like a sick cow.
Well, that's how I always look when I see a healthy calf, you know. Come in the drawing room and join our little group, Zsa Zsa.
Thank you.
Oh, Zsa Zsa, I'd like you to meet a friend of mine. This is...
Well, hiya, all, honey. I'm Magnolia Morning Glory, Peach Blossom, Beauregard E. Lee. I'm from Dower and Sour.
Take it easy. One step further south and you'll be a Mexican. How south can you get?
I'm very glad to know you, Miss Lee.
What an interesting hairdo, Miss Gabor. Tell me, honey, did you put it up with your gloves on or off?
Oh, that kind, eh? No, dear. I have my hair done by a very exclusive stylist. Why don't you slip yours off and send it over to him? What a charming comb you have here, Bob.
Oh, yes, I'm loaded, you know, although I am cutting down this year. In the servants' swimming pool, we're just using plain water this year.
What do you use in your own pool?
Taboo. We don't have a diving board. We just jump off of Liberace's candlesticks.
Goodness, Bob. If you were this rich in my country, Hungary, you'd be a nobleman.
Well, as a matter of fact, Zsa Zsa, they're cooking up a deal to get me into the nobility now.
Really?
Yes, Queen Elizabeth is making me a Knight of the Garter as soon as I send her my sock size.
Bob, I'm terribly impressed. I didn't realize you were so wealthy and important.
Oh, yes, I just dabble in the cinema for a lark. Actually, I'd much rather be back in the family estate.
Your family has an estate?
Yes, we have a little place north of London.
What is it called?
Scotland.
How thrilling. And are all your family noblemen?
Oh, yes, all kings and dukes. In fact, if anything as low as an earl came to our castle, we couldn't let them in the front way. They'd have to go around to the back moat. We have a string of polo ponies, string of farms, string of servants.
How did your family get so rich?
Saving string. You don't mind if I crack a little joke occasionally, do you?
Not at all. I'm not listening.
Well, anyway, Zsa Zsa, I'm glad you found out what an important person I am or what a fine old family I come from.
Yoo-hoo! Anybody home in this joint?
Pardon me, Zsa Zsa. Someone must have the wrong house here.
What do you mean a wrong house? Don't you know your Uncle Mort when I come all the way from Cleveland to visit you? Hiya, Ratsy. Hey, you're looking great. Ain't seen you since we boat hopped over the wall at the state pen. Those were the days, eh, Rat?
Hello, Uncle Mort.
Bob, this is your uncle?
Well, he's a different branch of our family tree. He's a different branch of our family tree, Zsa, the branch where the beetles got under the bark. Well, nice to see you, Uncle Mort. Drop in again sometime.
Hey, what's the idea, Rats? Are you trying to get me to brush off?
Well, I'm very busy right now.
Now, is this any way to treat your poor old uncle? The guy that put the first pool cue in your chubby little mitts? The guy that showed you how to jimmy gum machines so you'd always have a trade to fall back on? The guy that helped you earn your first buck slugging campfire girls and selling the marshmallows?
Now, wait. I'll admit you were wonderful to all of us, Uncle Mort. You kept the whole family dressed in hot mink.
Bob, I think I'll be going now.
No, don't run away, Blue Eyes. Come on, Ratsy. Introduce me. Who's the skite?
Oh, this is Miss Zsa Gabor.
How do you do?
Never better than right now. Hey, kitten, hey, you are what is referred to in a better circles as a cute cupcake. A sharp cookie. A real cream puff.
Please, don't press your nose against the bakery window. Look, Uncle Mort, why don't you drop around some other time?
No. I want to talk to him. Tell me, did you grow up in the same estate with Bob?
Well, speaking loosely, if you call a third-floor tenement flat an estate, yeah.
Bob, if you lived on the third floor of a tenement, how could you keep a string of polo ponies?
Well, we had a very large service porch. Look, Zsa, I may have exaggerated a little bit, but most of what I told you was true.
Oh, then you do have some rich relatives.
Well, there's Uncle Herman. He's a used car dealer. He only deals in Nashes. That way he can either sell it to you or rent you a bed for the night.
Oh, I meant to tell you, Ratsy, Cousin George is doing another stretch up the river.
Up the river?
He means that Cousin George is sojourning in his large home in the Hudson. It's a wonderful place up there. In fact, it's a famous landmark.
Yeah, practically an institution.
But what is this, doing a stretch?
Well, he's a girdle demonstrator. Look, I don't want to... Look, why should I try to kid you any longer, Zsa? This whole thing is a big story I've made up.
What do you mean?
Well, I grew up in the streets of Cleveland. I haven't got any big, fine family.
Oh, poor Bob. Don't feel bad. Let me give you a kiss.
And I haven't got any big estate in Scotland.
There. I'll give you another kiss.
And I haven't got any castle. Or any polo ponies.
I'll give you another kiss.
Boy, this is awful. This is terrible.
What is the matter?
I've run out of things I haven't got any of.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Warning. We interrupt this presentation with the following urgent message regarding the stuff. If you see it in stores, call the police. If you have it in your home, don't touch it. Get out. The stuff is a product of nature, a deadly living organism. It is addictive and destructive. It can overcome your mind and take over your body. And nothing can stop it.
Are you prepared to say on the air that you've actually seen people devoured by the stuff?
Tonight, America is in grave danger.
It's gonna kill you! It's gonna kill you all!
The stuff. You have been warned.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you're about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to burglary detail. For the past several weeks, a gang has been breaking into neighborhood stores. Routine investigation fails to turn up any kind of a lead. Your job? Find one.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, March 20th. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of burglary detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Captain Bernard. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 9:47 a.m. when we got to the third floor of the Verrill Arms Hotel, room 314. Sure dark. Yeah. Want to try it again? Yeah. Sounds like somebody's moving around. Yeah.
Who is it?
You Jed Nagel?
Yeah, why?
Police officers would like to talk to you.
I ain't done nothing wrong. There's no reason to roust me.
You want to open the door?
All right. Come on in. I just got up.
Yeah. You alone?
Yeah, there's nobody else.
Frank? Yeah.
That's the bathroom. I told you that there wasn't anybody else here.
Well, you don't mind if we look around, do you?
I do too, mind. I don't like you cops coming around. They're going to ruin my reputation. People in the building are going to think you're friends.
Well, now, I'll tell you, we won't tell them if you don't.
What do you want, anyway?
We got a report that you were down on East 5th last night. Is that right?
Well, I don't know. All last night's kind of foggy. I don't remember where I was exactly.
Do you remember being downtown?
I told you I didn't. Why? What are you trying to lay off on me now?
Place is clean, Joe.
Well, I told you it was. Now you want to fill me in on what this is all about?
All right, we'd like to know what you were doing downtown last night.
Well, how do I know? I had it rough last night.
Anybody else along with you?
No, not that I remember.
You remember being near the Palace Liquor Store?
No, not right off. I might have checked in, though. I throw a lot of business their way. But why all the questions? Is there something wrong?
We'd like to have you tell us.
Well, I'd like to help out, but there ain't nothing I can do.
We got a field interrogation report that you were in the area. Police car stopped and shook you down. Isn't that right?
Shit. Ain't nothing new. I'm always getting stopped.
You ever been arrested?
Couple of times.
What charge?
Drunk.
At all?
Yes. Never stood anything heavier than drunk.
Ever do any big time?
No. A couple of months at Castell. Went up to, take the cure.
Didn't hold on, did it?
Well, no.
Never mind.
You don't happen to have an aspirin, do you?
No, we don't.
How about your friend here?
He said we didn't.
Oh, that's too bad. Sure could use one. Mind if I take a look in the bathroom? There might be something in there to take care of my head.
Sure, go ahead. We checked your record before we came up here.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Find out anything?
Enough to know there's a warrant on you.
For what?
Seems you got 2 wives back in Texas. They're both looking for you. All right, now come on. Get your clothes on.
Yeah. Do you want to tell me what this is really about?
What?
They didn't send 2 plainclothes cops down here to take me in on a bigamy charge. What's the real pitch?
There was a burglary last night. I wondered if you had anything to do with it.
Burglary?
That's right.
Not me. I haven't got the guts to get into something like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's what caused all the trouble with my women.
What's that?
Oh, them all the time telling me I should get off the dime and do something. Morning, noon, and night. All the time running off at the mouth about how I was lazy. I can't expect a man to take much of that.
Come on, get your clothes on.
You going to send me back to Texas?
We don't know what's going to happen. We just have to take you in.
Gee, I sure hope I don't go back. Woman's nothing but trouble, mister, nothing else. You remember it.
Must not bother you much.
Huh?
You're married 2 of them. Jed Nagel was taken to the main jail and held for the Texas authorities. A check of his actions on the previous night showed that he couldn't have committed the burglaries. 11:30 a.m. Frank and I checked by the office, and then we went over to the crime lab. Ray Pinker was just finishing up his investigation.
Come on in, Joe.
Right. How's it going, Ray?
Yeah, just wrapping it up.
You got anything for us?
Same as you had on the last 3 jobs. Here, pictures are there. Take a look.
Well.
Oh, they're still a little damp.
Yeah. This is the entrance, huh?
Yeah. They went through the wall from the barber shop into the bar.
How'd they get in there?
Barber shop?
Yeah.
Used a jimmy on the back window. Climbed in, went to work on the wall.
Wonder why they didn't go right into the bar.
The place is covered by an alarm system, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Here. This is the box inside.
Yeah.
Guess they turned it off after they got into the place.
You got any prints?
No. Went over all the windows, safe, bar itself. Didn't turn up anything you can use.
What about the men themselves? Can you give us anything on them?
Must have been at least 2 of them. Might have been 3.
How'd you come up with that?
Footprints.
Oh.
They kicked up a lot of plaster when they went into the place. A lot of dust around. One of them wore a size 9 shoe, and the other one had a size 7.5 foot.
Where'd you get the 3rd man?
A lot more of the smaller impressions. Either the little guy jumped around more, or else there was someone to help make the prints.
Mm-hmm. Anything else, Ray?
We got some good pictures of the jimmy marks in the barber shop. If you come up with a tool, we'll be able to match it for you.
What about the safe, Ray?
Punch job. No class there.
Anything on it?
Mm-mm. How much they take this time?
Owner guesses at about 5,000, wasn't it, Frank?
Yeah. Gives them a total of what?
Well, according to our figures, a little over 12 since they started working.
Scoring good.
Better than they think.
Huh?
We've just about run out of leads. Frank and I have been all over town trying to scratch something up. None of them work out.
Gotta be one someplace.
Yeah, Skipper keeps telling us that. Corner pockets on his back.
Bound to be.
Yeah, I guess so. Doesn't make it any easier on us, though.
You signed the application.
Yeah, well, thanks, Ray. Anything turns up, give us a call, will you?
Sure, Joe. Isn't likely, though. You've had it. You going back to the office?
Yeah, Stats office should have those cards for us by now.
Okay, hope they point somewhere.
Yeah, you better get in line, huh?
Take it easy, Ray. Yeah. Drop around sometime. I'll pop for a lunch.
Well, we get this one cleaned up, we'll buy.
You got a deal. My wife will go for that.
What?
She's been after me to lose some weight.
Uh-huh.
Looks like it'll be a long diet.
Frank and I went back to City Hall and checked with the Stats office. In the runs they'd made, they came up with cards on 7 men who were known to have used the same method of operation in committing burglaries. We checked the list through R&I. 3 of the possibles were still serving sentences in San Quentin. 1 of them had died, and 2 were in eastern jails. The 7th, a Norris Pauley, had a record listing 4 arrests and 1 conviction. His address was given as 4622 50th Street. We left the office and went out to check on him. The register listed him as living in apartment 12. We walked upstairs. Should be on the left, huh? Yeah. Yeah, here it is. Let me try it again. Yeah.
Just a minute. Yeah.
Like to see Norris Pauley?
Ain't here.
Where is he?
You'll see where that's any business of yours.
Police officers.
What do you want to see Norrie about?
Better if we talk to him about that.
Suit yourself. Don't make any difference to me.
You mind if we come in?
You can talk right out there in the hall.
All right, Miss Pauley, open that door.
Take a jump.
Sadie, what's all the noise? Lady, either you open that door or we will.
See it,
All right, get out of the way, lady.
Oh!
All right, Pauley, hold it right there.
You get out of here. You got no right to break in here like this.
Oh, will you shut up, Sadie?
I'm trying to do you a favor, and look what thanks I get.
Well, who asked you? Now, go on, get out of here.
Last time I tried to do anything for you. Last time!
Yeah, sure. Bye.
Real harpy. Always trying to take care of me. Real harpy.
All right.
You know, she means good, but she doesn't know how to carry it off. Always trying to protect me.
Yeah.
What do you want to see me about?
I want to ask you a couple of questions.
Sure, I'll go along with you. No reason for me not to. What do you want to know?
How come you're home?
Where'd you expect to find me?
You're on parole, aren't you?
Well, you knew that before you asked the question.
Supposed to have a job?
Yeah, I got one.
How come you're not working today?
I see what you're getting at. I got a cold, kind of virus infection. Figured I'd take the day off, get it all cleared up. I was in bed when you got here. That's the reason you had all the trouble.
Your employer know where you are?
Well, sure. I called him and told him. I'm not trying to pull any deals. I've been punching the clock since I got out. I want to keep it that way.
Where do you work?
Parking lot downtown. Not killing the world, but I'm paying the rent. I got no beef.
How do you spend your off time?
What do you mean?
When you're not working, what do you do?
Mostly sit around the house, watch the TV.
You go out nights?
No, not much. Maybe every couple of weeks, Sadie and me go down to the Mexican place on the corner, have dinner, take in a show. That's about it.
You been out this week?
What night?
Tell us about all of them, will you?
No go. I've been home every night.
Can you prove that?
Well, do I have to?
It'll make you look better.
Well, ask Sadie. She'll tell you. We've been home together every night, just sitting here watching the TV.
What time do you go to work?
I check in about 7.
When do you quit?
4:30. Once in a while, if it's crowded, I stay over.
You work late this week?
No, you can check that with the boss. He'll tell you.
All right, we will.
Well, what's this all about, huh? You guys are after something, aren't you?
That's right.
Well, why don't you tell me what it is? I hear stuff once in a while. Might be able to help you out.
You see the old crowd anymore, Norris?
Well, once in a while, they walk down the street. They nod, I nod. Nothing more.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what are you after?
Tunnel jobs.
You figured I might have a piece of that action, huh?
Matches the way you work?
No, it doesn't fit. I told you I've been with the bucket since I got out. Even with taxes, I make more.
You heard anything about who's working?
Doesn't go out of this room?
We won't take it.
Okay. The boys found out I was giving you information. My insurance premium sure go up real fast.
Well, don't you worry about it. Now, what do you know?
Word's around there's 2 guys.
We had that going in.
They pulled 3 jobs.
Well, they made it 4.
No, I don't know about the other one.
It'll be in the papers.
Uh-huh.
You got a name?
No, just heard that they were working.
Where'd you hear?
A fellow down on 7th. He sells papers down there. We have a cup of coffee once in a while, he told me.
You know where we can get in touch with him?
Yeah, but it'd be better if you didn't, though. It'll lead right back to me. Sadie? Hey, wait a minute. Where you going with the suitcase?
I'm leaving you.
Oh, come on. Isn't anything serious?
You don't ever talk to me. Try to do you a favor and you take their side. I've had it from you, bum.
Oh, come on, Sadie. Don't be sore.
Take your hand off of me.
Baby, please, don't be sore.
I'm going to tell you once more. Take your hand off of me.
Look, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings, Sadie. What'd you go and hit me for?
Because you're a bum. Don't go trying to get me to come back to you. I'm through this time.
It's too bad, Paulie.
No, it isn't. I've been trying to figure some way to get her to walk out since I got out of jail. Never been able to do it. I sure ain't sorry. I ought to buy you guys a drink for taking care of it for me.
Yeah.
Only one thing that worries me is her big mouth. She's always talking.
Mm-hmm.
She might have heard me say I'd give you a hand. She blabs that around. I'm in real trouble.
You didn't give us any names.
That doesn't make any difference. She gets to talking. She'll have me telling you the name of every hoodlum in town. Whether that gets around, I'm a gone duck. I got to get after her. Yeah, Sadie and her big mouth. Sure going to get me in trouble.
Well, it makes you even then, doesn't it?
Huh?
Yours kept you out of it. Before we left the apartment, we checked Paulie's story and verified the fact that he was not implicated in the burglaries. We drove down to the corner of 7th and Wild. We found the newsman Norris Paulie had told us about. We talked to him for about 15 minutes before we were able to convince him that he wouldn't get into trouble by giving us the information that he had. He told us what he knew about the tunnel burglaries. He was unable to give us a name of the suspect that he had in mind, but he did give us a description and the nickname Kiko. With this information, we returned to the city hall and checked the moniker file. There were several Kikos listed, but only 2 that matched the description. The first one checked out clean. The second, a Franklin James Wig, WMA, 33 years old, had done time in the state penitentiary as a cat burglar. We contacted the state authority and found that Zweig was on active parole. From them, we got his address, and we went out to see him. It was a small one-story modern house built in the early 30s. The chrome railing up the front stairs was rusty, and the paint on the front of the building was peeling. We rang the bell and waited.
Yep. Your name's Wig?
Yeah, that's right.
Police officers. This is Sergeant Joe Friday. My name's Smith.
What do you want me to do?
Why don't you ask us in?
It's all the same to you. I don't want to get the carpets dirty. Let's talk out.
Come on, mister, get your coat.
What for?
I want to talk to you.
About what?
We'll tell you about it downtown.
You make a charge or I ain't leaving the house.
All right, suspicion of burglary.
You gotta drag that up again.
We don't make the rules.
Your time once in your life and the cops never get off your back.
You should have thought of that going in.
What good would it do? You cops never learn.
Well, you're not much of an example, are you?
What's that mean?
You're probably going back for another course. Before we took the suspect downtown, we made a thorough search of his home. We found nothing to tie him in with the burglaries. He was taken to the squad room and questioned for over an hour. During that time, he'd say nothing. He was booked in at the main jail, and Frank and I checked out of the office. The next day, Wednesday, March 21st, we had him brought from his cell. We talked to him in the interrogation room of the main jail.
How long you guys think you're going to be able to hold me?
Depends on when you decide to talk.
Tell you what, cop, I'll make a deal with you.
No deals.
What do you mean?
We don't want you. We want the guy who engineered the burglaries.
Well, then why don't you let me go now?
Want to make sure the story gets a play in the papers.
Well, what's that going to prove?
Your friend will get worried. He'll figure you're going to talk.
Look, if I was mixed up in anything, I'm not one way or the other, but if I was, why should he get worried?
Word's out that he's the brains.
Well, where's that from?
All over town.
It's not true.
The way we got it, stories around that you went along for the ride. Other fella did all the brain work.
Who said that?
Everybody we've talked to.
Well, then if everybody's talking about him, why ain't he here instead of me?
Because he's a smart one of the pair. Somebody's got to fall. Might as well be you. He can pick up another partner.
You telling me the real scam?
That's the way we get it.
Not true.
Oh, we only got your word for that. All I know is if I ever get in trouble, I'd want to make sure I had a pigeon waiting to take the beef. You're here, he's out. Now, you tell me who's smart.
How'd you get to me?
It was in the books.
Not like this. I fell for cat burglary. Nothing to do with tunnel job. Somebody had to blow the whistle.
That's so?
Sure. You had no call to pick me up. Just right out of left field, you walk in. Who did it? Who made the call? Somebody did, huh? Somebody pointed me out. Come on, I know who it was. You ain't going to get him in trouble telling me. Somebody told you, didn't they?
That's right.
It all fits real good. Well, I tell you this, cop, I ain't that dumb. A lot of things I've done that I don't want anybody to know about, but I never blew the whistle on a friend. That's one thing I didn't do.
Mm-hmm.
All that stuff about him being the brains, that's a lot of coconuts. He can't get into a phone booth without help. I figured the whole deal. It was me who said we'd had it and ought to stop. He wanted to keep going. That's why I left.
When was this?
Night before last. After we got through, he was sore because there was only a little over $4,000 in the box. We heard there was around 10.
Yeah.
He said he wanted to make a big score before we quit. Said to go together on one more. Told me what he wanted to do. I wanted no part of it. The guy's off his rocker. I left.
What's he got in mind, you know?
Wants to tunnel into a bank.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
We continued to talk to Franklin Zweig. From him, we got a complete description of the second suspect and the name Lester Kroll. We checked the name through R&I, and we came up with a record for him. Listed were several arrests for purse snatching and suspicion of assault. In spite of the arrests, Kroll hadn't served any time in jail. We showed the mug shot in the package to Zweig, and we got a positive identification. We asked the suspect in custody where Kroll lived. He gave us an address on South Figueroa, but when we checked there, we found that Kroll had left without giving a forwarding address. We talked to all of the people listed in his package as having known the suspect. None of them could or would tell us where the man was. We questioned Franklin Zweig further, but he was unable to tell us what bank Kroll had in mind. We contacted Vern Alm of the Bank of America, Frank Stump of the Security First National, and other special agents of Southern California banks. They, in turn, notified the branch managers to be on the lookout for evidence of Kroll working in their neighborhoods. Special M.O. bulletins were put out to all officers in the city, giving particulars on the methods the suspect was known to use. In addition to these, local broadcasts and APBs were gotten out on all suspects. For a week, the search dragged on. During that time, there were no further reports of attempted tunnelings and no sign of Lester Kroll. Friday, March 30th, 8:01 a.m. I checked into the office. Frank was waiting for me.
Morning, old buddy.
Hi, Frank.
Beautiful day, huh?
No, it's a little cold out.
Yeah, but it doesn't make any difference to you, huh, old buddy?
No, it doesn't.
You feel any different? You feel any different today than you did yesterday?
Are you all right?
Never felt better. How about you, old buddy?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Hey, just a minute. I know what's wrong.
You do, huh?
Yeah. You didn't think I'd forget, did you?
Listen, I don't even know what you're talking about.
Ah, come on, old buddy. Just a minute. I'll get it. Got it right over here, right up on the top shelf. I brought it in myself. Here you are, Joe. Wrapped it myself, too. Looks pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I guess it does.
I didn't have nothing to put on the top, so I found a couple of Christmas tree ornaments. Put them on with a ribbon.
Yeah, it's nice.
Come on. Dig down in there.
Well, what is it?
Go ahead, open it up. Got him yesterday after lunch. Thought I wasn't ever going to get you out of the way. Remember when I told you I was going out to buy a new hat? Remember?
You know, Frank, I think maybe you made a little mistake.
Oh, just take the top right off the box, Joe. Open it right up.
All right. There.
What do you think?
Well, they're very nice, Frank.
Hey, you bet. Fleece line slippers. Got a pair myself. Greatest thing in the world, a cold morning. Keep your feet warm, Joe. Fleece is warm, you know.
Yeah.
I got a pair myself.
Mm-hmm.
See the card? There's a card there. Open it up. Go on, read it. Go ahead.
Out loud?
Sure.
This is the day that comes once a year, the day your face does shine. A happy day for one and all. Because today you're 9.
Doesn't match too good, I guess. It's all I had at the shoe store. Happy birthday, Joe.
Well, I just don't know what to say, Frank.
Well, I know how you feel, old buddy. I understand you're all kind of choked up, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I am. This isn't my birthday, you know.
How you choked up? Huh?
This is not my birthday, Frank.
Well, that's the 30th, isn't it? March 30th?
Yeah. My birthday's August 30th.
Well, now, wait a minute, buddy. It can't be. I got it right here in my little book. Wait a minute. See? See right here? Wait a minute. March 30th, Joe's birthday. I wrote that myself. You know my handwriting. March 30th.
Yeah, you got the date right, but it's not mine.
You kidding me?
Frank, I know my own birthday.
Huh. It's funny. Must be somebody. Who do I know named Joe?
I get it.
Joe.
Burglary Friday. Yes,
March
sir?
30th.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
March 30th?
Where is that? I see. All right, sir. We'll be right out. Yes, sir, right away. Come on, old buddy. We got one to roll on.
August 30th. Huh?
I say we got to roll. Let's go. Barry over at the street department. They got a call this morning.
Yeah?
Looks like somebody's trying to dig a tunnel in the storm drain. Frank and I left the office, and we drove over to the corner of Silver Lake Boulevard and McCollum Street. We met with Barry Falcon of the street department. He led us to a manhole in the middle of the intersection. He told us that there had been numerous complaints from citizens in the area that the cover on the outlet kept rattling. When the street department checked it, they found that the cushioning material around the metal plate had been removed. It was replaced, but the next day there were several more calls. When the neighbors were questioned, they told of a man who arrived in a pickup truck about 2:30 in the morning. He'd lift the cover and enter the storm drain. Before the daylight hours, he'd leave and he'd drive away. From the description they gave, it was possible that the repairman was from the street maintenance department, but a check of their records showed that no crews were working in that area. After talking with Falcon, Frank and I climbed down the ladder into the drain. We walked about 20 feet up the tunnel, and we found the reason that we'd been called.
Barry tell you what's over us?
Well, near as we can figure, it's the vault in the bank, isn't it?
Sure isn't kidding.
Take a look over here. Got all the equipment, lamps, couple of drills.
Yeah, but he's not going to be able to use them unless he ties into an electric line someplace.
I probably figured he'd run into one.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what's that over there in the corner?
We'll take a look.
Can you see it?
Yeah, better leave it alone.
What do you got?
He's got it all figured.
What do you mean?
The bottle over there?
Yeah.
Looks like nitroglycerin. The people in the immediate vicinity were shown the mugshots of Lester Kroll. He was positively identified as the man who had worked in the storm drain. We asked about the truck, but none of the people could give us a good description of it. The employees in the bank were cautioned, and Frank and I arranged for a 24-hour surveillance to be set up on the storm drain outlet. 2 days passed without activity, and then on Monday, April 3rd, we waited in our car down the street from the intersection. 2:20 a.m.
Another cup of coffee, Joe?
Yeah, wouldn't be bad.
Oh, it sure gets cold this time of the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Say, I finally figured it out.
What do you mean?
Who Joe was.
What's that?
Here. God, it's hot.
Yeah, thank you.
Joe. You know the name of my book, The Birthday?
Oh, yeah.
It's our mailman.
Hmm?
It's our mailman. It was his birthday.
Oh.
I got him one of those cards that says, "We're sorry we forgot." You know the kind.
Mm-hmm.
We gave him the card and a carton of cigarettes. Old Joe sure got a kick out of it.
Yep.
Sure gets cold this time of the morning.
Take a look.
Yeah, I see it.
Parking there. You see his face?
Not from here. Until he gets out.
Look at that. He even got a hook for the manhole cover.
How do you like that?
Watch it now. He's going under the light.
It's him.
Yeah. All right, let's let him get down in the storm drain. That way we'll be able to get him while he's working.
Right.
Let him get in there.
Okay.
Okay, let's go. You want to give me a hand with the cover?
Yeah.
Let's go.
All right. Okay.
Hold it up a minute. Give him a chance to get to work.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's go. Come on.
Right. You sure not wasting any time?
Probably figures on making the break this morning.
Uh-huh.
Take it easy now.
Right. You can see him good now.
He's sure going after it. All right, come on, let's take him. All right. Come on. How about it?
He's dead.
Look at that. See up there? He ran into one of the power lines into the bank.
Yeah, he almost made it, Joe. A couple of more inches, he'd have gotten in.
Yeah?
He must have figured wrong someplace. Made a mistake somewhere.
Yeah, when he bought that drill.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On August 16th, trial was held in Department 97, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial. Franklin James Weig was tried and convicted of burglary in the second degree, 3 counts, and received sentence as prescribed by law. Burglary in the second degree is punishable by imprisonment for a period of not less than 1, nor more than 15 years in the state penitentiary. At a coroner's inquest, the death of Lester Bruce Kroll was found to be accidental, occurring while in the commission of a felony. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Such stories as H.G. Wells' War of the Worlds and Jules Verne's 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea have challenged mankind. So today, man is successfully probing deep into the mysteries of the universe. Can he penetrate the greatest mystery of all, time itself? Creative magic of George Pal and the fabulous production know-how of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer to catapult you through time into a world that is yet to be.
Why is it that we usually ignore the fourth dimension? You see, we can move in the other 3. As the doctor said, up, down, forwards, backwards, sideways. But when it comes to time, we are prisoners.
Inventor Rod Taylor's breakthrough into the realm of the fourth dimension is defied by his friend Alan Young.
If that machine can do what you say it can, destroy it, George, before it destroys you.
Every moment is a year, hurtling through the atomic wars of the future on an incredible excursion into the unknown. What are the people like? Ah, the shape of things to come. It's lovely Yvette Mimieux. And what happens when boy meets girl thousands of years hence?
How do they wear their hair?
Who?
The women of your time.
Up like that?
Show me.
Is this the human race of the future? Or is this the Morlocks, fiendish creatures who live in a weird underground world? And the Eloi, the tranquil sunshine people, who the Morlocks dominate and maintain like cattle, luring them below with the hypnotic wail of the sirens, to feed upon them in cannibalistic horror.
Now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
It's Wednesday night, so we take you now to Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Gary Moore, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Bristol Myers.
Makers of Touche for softer, lovelier hands and Vitalis for well-groomed hair. Touche, Vitalis.
Hey, men, your hair stays neater with Vitalis every day. And girls, your hands stay lovely when you guard them with Touche.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat meat to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, a friend of mine, Gary Moore, the collegiate-looking guy from the Take It or Leave It show. Sort of a queen for a day with a crew haircut. Huh? Is he funny? Oh, no, Duffy. He ain't supposed to be funny. He's a wit. Yeah, he does that smart, satirical stuff, you know, sort of a tame Oscar Wilde. But he's a nice guy, Duffy, you know. He don't let his brains go to his head. Huh? A friend of yours is coming down tonight, too? An accountant to check the books, huh? That's nice. An accountant to check the books?
If I had the wings of an angel...
Eddie, please. Look, Duffy. I've been keeping them books for years, and... Huh? You think the books have been keeping me? Look, Duffy, this is practically an accusation. I'm sorry. Goodbye. Eddie, he's wise to me. The auditor's already on his way down, he says. I guess I'm dead.
Well, what makes you so sure this auditor's going to find the shortage?
Did you ever hear of an auditor finding a longage?
Well, how much you figure the books is short? I mean, is it petty larceny or grand larceny?
What do you mean?
Well, is it rent money or grain market?
Grain market? Eddie, it's bad enough that I'm a crook. You don't have to infer that I have friends in Washington. Hey, wait a minute. This must be the guy now.
Good evening. My name is Elmer Waterprice. I'm the accountant. And you are Archie, I take it?
He's Archie, and he took it.
Look, Mr. Waterprice, you're not the guy that inspected the books last year, are you?
No.
No, that's right. He ain't around no more. He's in a cement barrel in the bottom of the East River.
Young man, I cannot be intimidated. Where are the books?
Okay, they're over there in the corner in that safe.
What safe?
That hole in the wall. Hello, Finnegan.
Who is yon stranger?
He's an accountant, Finnegan. You see, Duffy thinks I'm a crook.
Just a minute. Duffy thinks you're a crook?
That's the allegation.
That's dirty alligator. How can he think a thing like that about you, Arch?
Well, you see, the books is a little unbalanced.
Well, who ain't? But to say that an honest guy like you is crooked, I got a good mind to punch that Duffy in the nose myself.
Well, Finnegan, it's nice to know that I still have one friend that believes in me.
Well, Arch, after all, we've known each other for a long time, ever since we was kids.
Yep, that's right.
Because you and me know each other about as good as any two guys in the whole world, huh?
Yeah, just about.
How much did you clip him for?
Now, wait a minute, Finnegan. Oh, excuse me. Hello? Oh, hello, Gary. You lost? Well, we're on 3rd Avenue. Where are you? A drugstore on Park Avenue? Yeah. Well, tell you what you do. Go out to the street, you see, and you'll see a lot of them dames with that new look, with them long dresses. Well, just keep going east till you see knees. Okay, I'll see you in a little while.
Who was that, Art?
That's Gary Moore, you know, the guy that gives away the $64 every week on the... You're up. That's the way I can get the dough to cover the shortage on the books.
You going on, take it or leave it?
Why not, Eddie? I have a reasonable modicum of intelligence. I've got common sense, good memory, think fast on my feet.
Yeah, but you don't know nothing.
What do you have to know on them quiz programs? If the question is who invented something, the answer is Edison. If it's a quotation, the answer is Shakespeare. If it's mathematics, the answer is Einstein.
But suppose they don't ask you none of them things.
Well, in that case, you just say you're from Brooklyn and the audience cheers so loud they gotta give you the dough.
Say, man, what do you want from a hair preparation? You want it to make your hair look good, don't you?
Yeah, I want that. But the trouble is, you put something on your hair to tame it down, and your hair gets that greasy look.
That, my boy, is exactly the reason why more men are switching to Vitalis. Vitalis and the famous 60-second workout.
Well, what's Vitalis got?
It's what Vitalis hasn't got that makes all the difference. Vitalis doesn't contain any heavy mineral oils, so it tames your hair without that slick, greasy shine.
And where does that 60-second workout come in?
Well, that's the way you use Vitalis. When you put it on a little on your hair, you rub your scalp briskly for 50 seconds. Then you comb for 10. And the result, believe me, is a better-looking head of hair. Better-feeling scalp, too. Because the Vitalis workout gives you a refreshing scalp-tingling stimulation. And it conditions your scalp by preventing dryness. It also routes loose dandruff and helps reduce excessive falling hair. So try Vitalis. See how it can give you the best-looking hair you ever thought possible. You'll really look your best tomorrow if you get that bottle of Vitalis tonight.
See this encyclopedia here. Appleward, Aberdeen, Agamemnon, Alcatraz. Agrippa. Boy, this Encyclopedia Britannica is a wonderful book, Eddie.
Down here, any book that don't show a shortage is a wonderful book.
Here, take it, Eddie, and let's try it out. Ask me a couple of questions, huh?
Okay. Any particular type question?
No, any one you want. You know, like, who invented the Morse code?
Okay. Who did invent the Morse code?
Well, it don't have to be that question.
Let me say, you know, you ought to know who invented the Morse code.
Morse code? Eddie, can't you give me a question that's a little more up to date?
Okay. What's the formula for hydrogen?
That's simple. Half hydro and half gin. Wait a minute. Let's see, gin. Eddie, did Eli Whitney invent the Morse code?
No. It was invented by a gentleman named Morse.
Morse, yeah. Morse Hart?
Well, would that make you happy?
Yes.
Okay, Morse Hart is correct. Now for $2. Give a complete explanation of nuclear physics in relation to cosmic radiation.
Yeah, huh? No, we have physics.
I'd like to take a crack at that one.
Finnegan, you stay out of this.
Hey, wait a minute. What's that porcupine doing in the free lunch?
A porcupine? Finnegan, that's Gary Moore. Well, Mr. Moore, may I say that it eschews our humble presence to welcome such a distinguished intelligentsia to these unmitigated archives?
Would you mind repeating the question?
If I must be succinct, welcome to Duffy's Tavern.
I must say I've never been in a place that succincts more.
Succincts more. Gary, I realize that you were with Jimmy Durante for a long time and that you're kind of set in your ways, but around here, smell jokes are passé. I'm sorry, old man. Look sort of disappointed.
Well, I did have a couple of nose jokes that I thought I might...
Well, all right, but just one.
Oh, gee, thanks. Duffy's Tavern is the store club smelled backwards.
You feel better?
Yeah.
Good.
Could I try one more?
Well, ordinarily, we only allow one to a customer, but... Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Duffy's Tavern is like a Mexican dog. It's airless.
Was you and Durante still friends when you left?
Yes, of course. Jimmy and I were very close. We were like Abbott and Costello.
This I can see. Well, I'm glad to see that you've graduated from jokes, though, Gary. How's things going on a Take It or Leave It show?
Oh, pretty good.
No, you must be very brilliant to run a program like that.
Well, one does have to know quite a few questions and answers.
Yeah. Where do you get them questions?
Well, I hold them in my left hand.
And the answers?
Well, I hold them in my right hand.
Then, as I understand it, your brilliance consists of rolling your eyes from right to left.
Well, occasionally I ad-lib a bit. I blink.
Well, look, Gary, I was wondering if...
Archie, how about an introduction?
Oh, yeah, okay. Gary, I would like you to meet Miss Duffy. Nature's revenge on peeping Toms.
How do you do, Miss Duffy? I'm very happy to know you.
Murray Hill, 3800.
I beg your pardon?
Well, you're always asking questions. I thought I'd give you the answer first. By the way, Mr. Moore, I have a TL for you.
Oh, really? What's the TL?
My girlfriend, Tessie Lopchick. She thinks you're the wittiest and cleverest comedian on the air.
Well, thank Miss Lopchick for me.
And believe me, that's quite a compliment from a girl who can't even understand English.
Wasn't kidding, huh, Gary? Glad you met her?
It should happen to Art Linkletter.
Well, Mr. Moore, now that we've met, isn't there a question you'd like to ask me?
Yes. What is the capital of Mesopotamia?
You get it, Miss Duffy? He ain't taking it. He's leaving it. You'll have to excuse Miss Duffy, Gary. It's leap year, and the dame ain't got many leaps left.
May I interject a few words?
Oh, go right ahead. Go right ahead, my good man. Interject.
Mr. Moore, Alexander Graham Bell, and 1492. What's that? 2 answers. You figure out the question. Archie, have I had a drink?
No.
Then I need one.
Sorry, Gary. I guess I should have prepared you. Finnegan, this is Gary Moore.
Well, you don't have to explain him.
Gary, this is Clifton Finnegan.
Please do. Finnegan, how do you do? How do you do? How do you... Is that the dollar question, or are you just making conversation? All right, let's go on the dollar question. I'll give it to you again. How do you do? Could you give me a hint?
You'll have to excuse him, Gary. You see, when he was born, the baby doctor was a little nearsighted, and Finnegan got slapped on the head.
have him on my program sometime. We could use him as one of the questions. Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Moore. Oh, speaking of questions, I got one for you. Yeah? Name a city. Let me see. A city, huh? Could you give me a hint? Try San Francisco. Okay, is it, San Francisco? No, it's Schenectady. Schenectady.
Finnegan, that's amazing. You spelled Schenectady.
I did? I thought I spelled San Francisco. Congratulations, Mr. Finnegan. You have just won the jerk box.
Archie, I've just been over the books.
Oh, yes, Mr. Waterprice?
I'm sorry to say that there's a shortage.
A shortage? Well, this is very nonplussant. How much am I short?
$57.
$57 short.
Hey, Archie, is there any way I can help to get the books to balance?
Now, Mr. Moore, you know, you couldn't balance them books, no, if you held an Eversharp in one hand and a parasol in the other.
$57 short. And Duffy will send me to jail.
Oh, no, we can't have that. Oh, Arch, I've got an idea. Why don't we put on a Take It or Leave It show right here in the tavern tonight? Maybe you'll win $64 and you can cover the shortage.
Gary, you took the words right out of my mouth.
If you're going to win $64, you better put them right back in again. Have you heard about the Trouchet touch?
The Trouchet touch?
The Trouchet touch. It's the softer, more velvety way your hands feel after you've used Trouchet. Try Trouchet and experience the Trouchet touch yourself. You see, never before has there been a hand lotion like Trouchet.
But what makes Trouchet so different?
Trouchet is different because you use it beforehand. Before you do the dishes or light laundry. Before you put your hands in that hot, soapy water.
But what's the point of that?
Trouchet protects your hands while you work. Guards your hands from roughness and dryness. Even in hot, soapy water. And listen, you don't need any other hand lotion when you use Trouchet. For you can use Trouchet anytime. For every lotion need. Use it for chapped hands, rough elbows, as a powder base, for loveliness all over. Really, you can keep your hands smooth, soft, lovely in spite of housework. You can give your hands that Trouchet touch if you begin today to use Trouchet. Trushay.
Well, Gary, I'm all set. Eddie, announce the quiz show.
Presenting Mr. Take It or Leave It, Gary Moore.
Thank you.
And featuring as contestant Mr. Take It or Louse It, Archie.
Thank you.
All right, Archie, let's get started. Are you ready?
Ready.
Very well. Select the category.
Select the category. Right away, he starts with a trick question.
No, Archie, I mean choose a subject.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Well, okay. What subjects have you got?
Well, you can talk about ancient Aztec ceramics, early Buddhist architecture, medieval Slavic etymology.
Uh-huh. How about names of famous people on 3rd Avenue?
I'm sorry, we don't have that. How about mathematics or ancient Roman history?
Ancient Roman history. That sounds pretty good. Is there another category?
Well, the only subjects left are baseball and etiquette.
Baseball and etiquette? Well, that's it.
Baseball?
Of course not. Etiquette.
Fine. The subject then is etiquette. Now, for $1, what is etiquette?
Etiquette is...
Good for $1. It ain't so tough. But how would you like to try for $2?
Well, you think I'm going to quit when I'm in the middle of a winning streak?
All right, for $2, what is a finger bowl?
Finger bowl. That's a thing that you wash your fingers in.
That's correct.
In case your fingers is full of mashed potatoes.
Shut up. You got the $2. Now, for $4, who wrote the book of etiquette?
Could you give me a hint?
Okay. The last name is Post.
Post. Could you hint me the first name?
No, but I'll tell you this. The initial is E.
E. I got it. Edgar Allan Poe.
That's good. Edgar Allan Poe pays you $4 for originality. Now for the $8 question. What implement is used at the dining table for picking up lumps of sugar?
Implement for picking up. Gary, could we go back to the, do the $16 question first and come back to the $8 one later?
No, I'm sorry, Archie. You have to answer the question now. What implement is used at the dining table for picking up lumps of sugar?
An implement picks up sugar.
Songs for the memory.
I got it.
What?
Bob Hope.
Bob Hope picks up lumps of sugar?
It ain't hay.
It ain't right either. I'll give you one more chance.
Oh, let's see. An implement to pick up sugar.
Miss Archie.
Eddie, please, get back to work and stop waving them sugar tongues.
That's the answer.
What?
What you just said.
Get back to work?
No.
Stop waving?
No.
The sugar tongues?
Yes.
Boy, I'm smarter than I thought I was. Okay, hit me with that $16 question now.
Just a minute. It took you 3 guesses to get the $8 question.
It's a free country, ain't it?
It ain't that free. But I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you an alternate question.
Alternate question? Go ahead.
All right. What is the largest city in Italy?
The largest city in Italy. Italy, huh?
Ooh, give me a home where the buffaloes roam.
I got it.
What is it?
Buffalo.
Think, will you, Archie? Where do you have to be to do as the Romans do?
Romania?
Well, that's as close as we'll ever get. Now, shall we both try for the $16 question?
Okay, but give me a break and let's get back to etiquette, huh?
Yeah, okay. Does one eat peas with a knife or with a fork?
What a silly question. One uses a fork.
That's right.
Use the knife to cut them with.
Would you like to try for 32?
Okay, $32 it is.
Okay. Name a steel manufacturing city in northwestern Indiana.
Just a minute. What's that question got to do with etiquette?
What have your answers got to do with the question? Go ahead now. Name a steel manufacturing city in northwestern Indiana.
Oh, that's kind of a tough one, Gary.
That's absolutely correct, Gary, Indiana.
Guess I didn't read that Encyclopedia Britannica for nothing.
Now, would you like to try for 64?
64, let's see. I owe the books 57. Okay, hit me again.
Very well. The $64 question. Now, this question concerns table manners. Now, the King of England comes to your house for dinner.
Natural.
Well, where does he sit?
In the dining room, of course. You think I'd put the King of England in the kitchen?
No, I mean, does he sit to your right or to your left?
Well, if it's the King of England, he sits to me right.
That's correct, absolutely correct.
Archie, how did you know?
Well, I wouldn't want him sitting where he can see in the bathroom.
Archie, here's your $64.
You got it in cash?
Yeah.
$64. $64 I got all at one time. Eddie, call up Peaches Latour and tell her to meet me at the store club in a half an hour.
The store club? But Archie, I thought you needed this money to balance the books.
Oh, the book, yes. Oh, guess I should take care of that. Eddie, do me a favor, will you?
What?
Next year, remind me to win the Miss Hush contest so I can balance the books. Huh?
Nothing more annoying than the misery brought on by a cold. But there is a way to get relief, fast relief. Just get a tube of Minute Rub. Then rub Minute Rub on the throat, chest, and back. In a minute, Minute Rub's soothing menthol vapors began to clear that stuffed-up feeling in the nose and throat. In a minute, Minute Rub starts to bring a feeling of warmth and relief to those tight, sore, aching muscles brought on by your cold. So get a tube of Minute Rub and get quick relief from annoying cold misery. The modern way, the greaseless, stainless Minute Rub way. Time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening. But let's meet here again at this same time next Wednesday when our guest will be Miss Olga San Juan. Until next Wednesday, then, this is Rod O'Connor reminding you that for well-groomed hair, remember Vitalis. And for softer, lovelier hands, remember Trouchet. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers bring you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Step right up, folks. Ride the ride of the century on Eli's killer crane.
The stuntman. A man on the run. The woman who had to know why.
Who the hell are you?
And the director who offered him a hiding place.
You should be a stuntman, who is an actor, who is a character in a movie, who is an enemy soldier, who look for you amongst all those.
The stuntman. In a world where nothing is what it seems, the hardest stunt is to hold on to reality.
It doesn't change the fact that the man is crazy.
It's the insanity of violence and the madness of make-believe.
You're cheating me. You look at me like I'm some kind of damn movie. Well, I'm not. I'm real. I want this shot. Hang on, baby. We're all
Trapped in a nightmare, wrapped up in a movie. The Stuntman, an outrageous leap into the unexpected.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
And now, we return to Jimmy Allen and his air adventures. In the last episode, Jimmy and Speed Robertson left the airport in their training plane to continue Jimmy's instructions in flying. Just a few hundred feet from the ground, the young student noticed one of the struts crack and break loose from the wing. Speed took control of the ship, but suddenly, without warning, the other strut came free, and with a rending crash, the left wing of the airplane swept away, and the ship hurled to the ground in a deadly spin. Speed and Jimmy took to their parachutes and floated safely to Earth as the disabled plane hit. A tangled mass of wreckage. They rushed over to the scene of the crash, Speed realizing that the broken strut might reveal the cause of its sudden failure.
Look at this, Jimmy. Look at it.
Look at what, Speed?
At the end of this strut. Here, see? The end that tore loose from the fittings.
Oh, yeah. Looks sort of rusted, doesn't it?
Yeah, but that's not rust. It's something else.
What could it be?
I don't know yet. Here, wait till I smell it. Well, that's not rust. It's an acid, a strong chemical.
Are you sure?
Why, certainly. Here, look at the other end. You see? You see how clean it is?
Oh, yeah.
No steel flakes or oxide at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there is a big difference between the two ends.
Why, look here. The whole lower end is eaten away. It's a wonder these struts didn't fail before we were 200 feet off the ground.
Oh, gosh, that would have been bad, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I'll say it would. Hardly a chance for a chute to open.
But, Speed, do you think some chemical or acid was put inside these struts? You know, that doesn't seem possible.
I don't know how it was done, kid. But struts on airplanes just don't give way when you're flying straight and level.
But I have heard of airplanes losing wings in the air.
Very rarely. And then it's usually due to a violent maneuver. Well, I'll bet the factor of safety on these PTs is at least 8.
I'm afraid you're getting too technical for me now, Speed. What do you mean by that?
When an airplane has a factor of safety of 8, Jimmy, it means it's built to withstand any strains 8 times greater than are imposed upon it in level flight. You know, strains that come from stunting and power dives.
Oh, I see.
Sure. And yet there we were, flying along normally, and both struts pull off.
You know, it does look awfully queer.
A whole lot worse than queer, my boy. It's downright criminal.
Say, Speed, do you think someone is trying to, would rather see us out of the way?
There's not the slightest doubt in my mind. But why, I can't figure out.
Oh, gee, Speed, if I could only...
Yeah, that's my trouble. If I could only dope it out. Here, kid, hand me that strut again. We'll take it with us. So help me, I'm going to run this thing down if it takes me the rest of my life.
And I'll help you, Speed.
I know you will, kid. Well, this is no place for solving mysteries. Let's get back to the field and go up in my room. We can talk it over there.
Okay.
Hey, you better call your mother, too. Someone may have seen us bail out and reported this crash.
Oh, sure. I don't want her to worry.
Hey, that's a hot-looking blue roadster over on the highway. Maybe we can get a lift into town. Yeah, some girl seems to be parked in it.
I guess not many people saw us bail out, or there would have been more cars here, huh?
Come on, let's get going. Yeah, this is off the main highway. There'd have been a crowd by this time.
What do we do about the wreck?
I'll let Mike Jones come after it with his vacuum cleaner. Well, Jimmy, my boy, how'd you like joining the Caterpillar Club? These old parachutes come in handy once in a while, don't they? Even if they are uncomfortable to sit on.
Oh, gosh, I was sure busy for a few moments, but it opened in a hurry.
Yeah, boy. And isn't that a grand and glorious feeling?
By the way, how many jumps have you made now, Speed?
Too many, Jimmy.
Gosh, it all happened so quick, you don't have time to think.
Well, maybe that's a good thing. Well, here are the chutes. Now let's see if that pretty girl in the blue roadster will haul us into town.
Gee, this parachute's an armful when it's all spread out.
Yeah, they're a nuisance open up on the ground.
Hello, boys. Did you enjoy your little ride in the parachute?
Hi, how do you do? Yes, the ride was all right, thanks. I wonder if you'd mind...
Oh, it was so thrilling. I saw the whole thing, you know. What was the matter? Did you just get tired of flying in that old airplane?
Well, not exactly. You see, we decided to go our way and let the airplane struggle along without us.
How perfectly delicious. You must tell me all about it. Flyers are always so interesting and different.
Well, there isn't anything to tell, but we would appreciate a lift into the airport or someplace where we could get a bus.
Oh, you must let me take you in. That is, if you'll be satisfied at crawling along in my little bus at about 90.
Oh, 40 or 50 will do.
But I do think you should introduce me to your boyfriend, if you think he'd be interested.
No, I'm sorry. Jimmy, this is Miss...
Miss Nadine Hammond. Just a little girl out for a ride in a big car, rescuing handsome aviators.
How do you do, Miss Hammond?
And doesn't Jimmy have any other name?
Oh, yes, Jimmy Allen. And my name's Robertson, Miss Hammond.
Yes, Miss Hammond. He's Speed Robertson.
Oh, how thrilling. You don't mean the famous flyer.
Sure. He's my instructor, you know, and he sure knows how to...
Shall we chuck these parachutes in the rumble seat, Miss Hammond?
Oh, by all means. And am I having fun?
Will they be all right back here, Speed?
Sure, they ought to ride okay.
Now, Jimmy, come on, you tuck yourself in here right next to Nadine, and everything will be 6-2 and even.
Well, thank you, ma'am, but... Well, maybe Speed should...
No, get in, kid. I want to be next to the door so that when this bus begins hitting 90, I can bail out again.
Oh, you funny boys. Come on, Jimmy. Come on.
All right, Miss Hammond.
All right, we're all set, Miss Hammond.
Oh, I can hardly bear it. Being in the same car with two brave, handsome flyers. But hang on, boys. We might go through a tunnel.
Do you live in town, Miss Hammond?
Oh, occasionally. Dad runs the Third National Bank. Old Henry Hammond, you know.
Oh, yes.
Oh, was Mr. Henry Hammond your father?
Mm-hmm. So he says. And to think that I should get home from finishing school just in time to have the sky raining celebrities like Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson, with Nadine right in the center of the deluge.
Oh, you don't go to school in town, then?
Oh, no, I couldn't stand it. Nothing ever happens around here. Will you sit down? Oh, the ride's been too short. And here's your great big old airport. I must come down here real often now. It seems such a rather interesting place.
Oh, mighty nice of you to give us a lift, Miss Hammond. You certainly don't need any instruction on handling this car.
Oh, thank you, Speed. Be careful now. You're going to have me blushing. And Jimmy, when am I going to get an airplane ride?
Well, gee, Miss Hammond, you see, I'm just learning to fly, and right now I don't have a ship myself.
Oh, isn't he cute? Oh, Jimmy, you're just too modest.
Well, here's the school hangar. Thanks again, Miss Hammond, for the lift. Hey, Flash, grab these parachutes out of the rumble seat.
Hi, Speed. Hello, Jimmy. Well, I'll be doggone. Did you guys have to bail out?
Why, no, of course not. We just opened the chutes to see if we could find a silkworm inside.
Well, blow me down. If that ain't something.
Well, thanks so much for the ride, Miss Hammond, and goodbye.
Oh, you're welcome. Goodbye, boys. And remember, Jimmy, I'm coming down to see you.
So you guys went over the side, huh? Well, I don't blame you.
Say, Flash, have you been down there all morning?
Certainly.
Well, Mike Jones told me you were sick.
Sick? Say, I ain't been sick and... Well, here comes Mike now. Ask him yourself.
Hey, what happened to you guys? And where's the ship? Is something wrong?
Yeah, there's plenty wrong. But first, I'm going to tell you something, Jones, and I don't think you're going to like it.
Yeah? Well, what is it? I never had any good news out of you yet.
From now on, I'll teach Jimmy Allen to fly on a privately owned ship.
What?
I can rent one on the field here.
You can't do it. I got a contract with Grand National Airways.
I don't care what you have. As long as you're manager of Central Flying School, Jimmy Allen doesn't get in one of your ships.
We'll see about that. Say, what's that you got in your hand?
Oh, that's part of a strut from the ship we had to bail out of.
You better turn it over to me. You aren't allowed to take any part of an airplane away from a crash till after the inspectors look it over.
I'll give you the strut right over your head.
Give me that strut, Robertson.
Why, I don't think you want me to examine the strut, Mike.
What did you do with our ship, Robertson? Yank a wing off?
We jumped out of it after both struts failed. And this is one of them.
I'll sue you for breaking up one of our ships.
You know, sometimes you're so dumb you're funny. Now listen to me and get this straight. Jimmy can continue his ground school course here, but if anything happens to him, I'm going to break every bone in your body. Now, come on, Jimmy, let's get out of here. We're going down to the department and report this crack-up.
You can't scare me, Robertson. You or anybody else.
Gosh, Speed, I always seem to be getting you into trouble.
Ah, forget it, kid. But it burns me up to have to mess around with people like Mike Jones and Shorty Mason. They're just a couple of lice.
I'd like to know what this is all about.
Yeah, that's what gets me down. Jimmy, what are they driving at? Why are they so interested in getting rid of you? What's behind all this?
I'm sure I don't know, Speed. There are so many funny things that have happened.
Jimmy! Hey, Jimmy! Hey, Jimmy!
Yeah, what do you want, Flash?
Can I speak to you a minute alone?
Oh, sure. Oh, pardon me a second, Speed.
Sure, go ahead.
Remember you asked me the other day, Jim, to keep my eyes and ears open around the school?
Yeah?
And you know I don't trust Mike Jones or Shorty Mason anyway.
Yeah, I know. Well, what about it, Flash?
Listen, kid, I just heard Mike Jones telling Shorty Mason and Major Moto to meet him at his office at 9 o'clock tonight. He said you and Speed had bailed out and said something about a strut.
Oh, he did he? Now, listen here, Flash. You meet me down here tonight at 9 o'clock, and maybe we'll be able to find out just what's going on.
Will Speed discover the cause of their crash? And what is Jimmy's plan in coming to the airport? Will he learn anything when Mike Jones meets with Mason and Major Moto? Tune in on the next thrilling episode of The Adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Humor in America came of age in the 20th century. From vaudeville and burlesque to radio, the movies, and television, there's more laughter and more to laugh at than ever before.
Jesse, say goodnight.
Well, Charlie McCarthy, the woodpecker's pin-up boy.
Now, Walter Matthau, George Burns, and Richard Benjamin are making a movie about a vaudeville team who have been the funniest men in America for 43 years and have hated every minute of it.
Roll it.
You mean to tell me you haven't spoken to Al Lewis in 11 years?
I haven't seen him in 11 years. I haven't spoken to him in 12 years.
I don't hate him. Can't stand him, but I don't hate him.
If it was all that bad, why did you stick together for 43 years?
Al Lewis was the best. The best. You understand?
I understand.
As an actor, no one could touch him. As a human being, no one wanted to touch him.
ABC is doing a big television special next month. It's an hour-and-a-half variety show, having some of the biggest names in show business.
Why couldn't you get me on that show?
I got you on that show.
Alone?
No.
With Lewis?
Yes.
Then you ain't got me on the show.
Good, cut. Because The Sunshine Boys is actually Neil Simon's tribute to all of America's comics, the great show business fraternity, the Friars Club, toasted Matthau and Burns as they began production.
George Burns, an old friend, and Walter Matthau, a new friend. Ladies and gentlemen, again, excellence in art. Here they are, the Sunshine Boys.
Alan, I want to thank you for that little introduction. And if I were you, I'd start thinking about using a cigar holder like I'm using. You don't need it now, but when you get to be my age, when you put a cigar into a holder, it's exciting.
Walter Matthau and George Burns have made a movie saluting all the great comedians America has produced. On the set of The Sunshine Boys, George Burns was asked who he felt were the funniest men of all time.
Walter Matthau and myself.
Next time you give me the finger, say goodbye to the finger.
I gotta
terrific idea. Instead of working together again, let's never work together again.
How is it going to look if I go into the office tomorrow and tell them I couldn't make a deal with my own uncle?
You're old-fashioned. I'm still new-fashioned. I'm still in demand. I'm still hot.
If this room was on fire, you wouldn't be hot.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
From the Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto, Ontario, and in conjunction with the 9th Canadian Victory Loan, we bring you the Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Have you taken a good look at that kitchen floor of yours today? Don't you think it could stand the beautifying, protecting coat of Johnson's Glow Coat? I think you'll soon find out why millions of good housekeepers prefer Glow Coat to any other floor polish, especially for their linoleum surfaces. In case you don't already know, Glow Coat needs no rubbing or buffing. You simply apply and let dry. Come back in 20 minutes to a gleaming floor. Glow Coat is so perfectly blended that it's never streaked or uneven. Linoleum manufacturers themselves recommend Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, the choice of millions of experienced housekeepers. It's so easy to use Glow Coat, and your dealer has some now. Why not try it? When Mrs. Magee of 79 Wistful Vista goes shopping, it's apt to be a very expensive day. Not because she buys so much, but when a husband like hers has the free run of the house, almost anything can happen. And here, coming home from her morning's marketing, arms full of bundles and heart full of apprehension, we find Molly. Of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
I wonder what McGee's been doing while I've been gone, I'm afraid. Be just like the rascal to take the piano part to get a G-string for his mandolin. Must be getting a massage. Oh, McGee! McGee, darling, I'm home. What in the name of... McGee, what on earth are you doing?
Go away, sis. Whatever you're selling, we don't want any today. Come back sometime when my wife is here.
McGee, sweetheart, remember me? I'm your wife.
I'm glad to meet you, sis. Now sit down and be quiet. When my wife comes home, Huh? Oh, hi, Molly. You home?
What's going on here? what's that pile of mud on the piano stool?
My dear girl, that is modeling clay. Have you led such a sheltered life, so remote from artistic circles that you fail to recognize a sculptor at work?
Oh, I knew I should have taken you with me or stayed home myself. What's that thing on your head?
That, my dear girl, is a beret. All us artists wear berets. Keeps our hair out of the paint if we're painters. Out of the sculpt if we're sculptors. And we are.
Oh, we are?
Yep. I've entered a sculptor contest. Wistful Vista Art Center. First prize, $100. And I can use $100 like Herman Goering could use a fast plane to Patagonia.
But you've never had any training in sculpture, dearie.
Neither did Victor Hugo, but he was a success, wasn't he?
Victor Hugo was not a sculptor.
Neither am I. So I start even Steven with Victor Hugo. Now, if you'll excuse me, my dear, I must have at it.
I say, Magee.
Please, Molly. When a creative artist is at work, one must never intrude with commonplace things. You have broke my mood.
I'll break your... Now, Molly, control yourself. He's just a boy at heart. Where'd you get that Mother Hubbard effect you're wearing, dearie?
That, my dear girl, is a smock. Borrowed it from a guy at the filling station.
I see. Then the message on the back of it is an advertisement, not a character reading?
Well, what's it say?
Tires quickly.
Used to say tires quickly repaired. It's an old pre-war smock. Now, let me see. A little more height to the forehead. Please, my dear, please, don't come between me and the mirror.
Oh, now this is too much. Do you admire yourself so much in that smock and beret that you have to strut in front of a mirror?
I gotta use the mirror, Molly. I'm making a clay model of my own head and shoulders.
Oh, no.
I'm calling it Self-Portrait of a Common Man. Now, let me see. Would you say I was about 3 inches between the eyeballs?
Open or shut?
They're the same distance apart, open or shut, aren't they?
I don't know. When they're shut, I can't see them.
Well, never mind. I'll use the tape measure and...
Come in. Oh, hello, Dr. Gamble.
Hello, Molly. Who's the little goblin in the almost white nightie and the beret? He looks like Michelangelo's grandmother.
Well, no one expects a lowbrow like you, Aerosmith, to appreciate anything more artistic than a souvenir leather watch bob from Niagara Falls, Aerosmith.
Do you know what he's doing with that clay, Doctor? He's making a bust of himself.
Well, I don't think I can add anything to that remark, my dear. That leaves him as wide open as a dropped watermelon.
I'm calling it the Self-Portrait of a Common Man.
And a very apt title it is, too, my boy. If a commoner man than you exists today in this weary world, I've been lucky enough not to meet him.
Isn't that nice?
You're not just saying that because you admire me, are you, Doc? Incidentally, how do you like my sculpture as far as I've gone?
Well, speaking professionally and as a snap diagnosis, I'd say the model for that sculpture had an incipient cirrhosis, a chronic malfunction of the spleen, undetected adenoids, and a weakness for cheap cigars. The prosecution rests.
Look, Jack the Ripper. As an art critic, you're a fat-headed old tissue slicer. You probably think anybody with an etching is just allergic to seafood. After all, this is not a finished work, Doctor. It is just a hunk of common clay.
Yeah, aren't we all?
Tell me, Termite, just what do you plan to do with this wrung-out blob of river bottom after you get tired of teasing it? Convert it into a housing project for homeless earthworms, or bake yourself a batch of marbles, of which you could use a few?
Ignoring your crude attempts at humor, Doctor, I am entering this sculpture in the Wistful Vista Art Competition.
Oh, no.
Yes, indeed, Doctor. He's going to win the first prize of $100, he keeps telling himself.
He would. He's as self-centered as a yogi contemplating his belt buckle. Look, Cellini, take the advice of the family physician and throw that muck out the window. Then go take a long walk. Go bowling. Go skating. No, don't go skating. Your ankles would fold up like a street map of Pittsburgh.
Is that so?
Say, now, he used to play hockey, Doctor, for the Peoria Bullfrogs.
Yeah.
And very well, too. Golly, what a goalie.
He played hockey? Yes, I played hockey. And I got old man Skinnamer to donate the rink, too. Skinnamer Ink McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh, dear.
Skinnamer Ink McGee, the slyest slashing skater that ever slid sideways to shoot a sharp shot through center or slap a spectator silly with a slick stick. Set in the stands to screaming as I slam in the score that sews up the series, making me a sensation from Saskatchewan to Salem, but I promised him a sculpture and I wouldn't want to fail him.
And it's a grand night for singing.
It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound to be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling in love. Maybe it's more than the moon. Maybe it's more than the bird. Maybe it's more than the sight of the night in a light too lovely for words. Maybe it's more than the earth, shining and silvery blue. Maybe the reason I'm feeling this way has something to do with you. It's a grand night for singing. The moon is flying high, and somewhere a bird who is bound to be heard is throwing his heart at the sky. It's a grand night for singing. The stars are bright above. The earth is aglow, and to add to the show, I think I am falling in love. Falling head over heels in love.
Let me see. A little more on the left shoulder. That's it. I'm a dreamer, Montreal. Hey, Molly, how's it look now? How are the ears? Too far forward?
I can't tell, dearie. Why don't you stick 'em on with a hairpin till you step back and see how they look, huh?
Hey, that ain't a bad idea. I think I'll...
No, McGee, let me do it.
Huh?
I wanted to pin your ears back for a long time. Here's a couple of bobby pins.
Interruptions. Our doorbell gets more fingers pointed at it than the tray of French pastry. You get it, Molly? I says our doorbell gets more...
Ain't funny, McGee.
Oh. Okay, come in anyway.
Mr. McGee?
Yes?
We're taking a poll. Do you mind?
Not at all, sis. Glad to help you.
Thank you. Good day.
Wait a minute, miss. What pole is this?
The one that holds your clothesline up. We just moved in next door.
Well, the nerve of some people, those new neighbors.
No, I can't be bothered with them now, baby. Time's getting short on the sculpture contest. I gotta get busy. How am I getting the mouth? Is that smile right?
No, I don't think so, dearie.
No?
Looks like you just come from the dentist with lips full of Novocaine.
Well, there's no use guessing on this thing. Might as well do it right. Take this tape measure.
And?
I'll smile real big. You know, the old personality stuff, the happy old Donna Meach, corner to corner. And you measure. Okay, go.
Hold it.
Huh?
There, I got it.
What's it measure?
29 inches.
Ooh. Wow. I'm happier than I thought I was.
Dear, I was using the wrong end of the tape.
Oh, shucks, now we got to do the whole thing all over.
Hello, Molly. Hello, pal. What's all the putty for? Tightening up the windows for winter?
That's Clay, Mr. Wilcox. Himself here is entering a bit of sculpture in the Wistful Vista Art Competition.
Sit down and be quiet, lad. I must work fast. Don't want to lose the north light,
Hey, does he do all this with his bare hands, Molly?
He does indeed, Mr. Wilcox.
If you'll observe carefully, my boy, you will notice that I can achieve with my thumb an effect which could never be duplicated by mechanical means.
What's that, dearie?
A thumbprint.
Please. Please, don't talk like that.
Oh, I'm
Talk like what, Mr. Wilcox?
Like mentioning thumbprints.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did.
You know how I feel about thumbprints and fingerprints, especially on furniture and woodwork. They're so unnecessary with Johnson's wax so available. Oh, say, by the way, I'm going to Canada tomorrow for a few days.
Oh, business trip, Waxy? I'll give you a note to an old friend of mine, Hiram Walker. Old friend of mine up there. Known him for years. He raises birds.
What kind of birds?
Swallows.
Well, I'm going to visit the Johnson Wax plant in Brantford, Ontario. You see, my cousin, Big Sedgwick Wilcox, is helping with Canada's Night Victory Loan.
Hey, I got a great slogan for them, Junior. Sign your name to victory.
That's the slogan they're using.
Oh, they can't do this to me. I just thought that up. How can... There's... Oh, tell them to go ahead and use it. It's okay with me.
Ah, you're sweet, Magee. That's a good slogan, too, Mr. Wilcox.
Yes, indeed it is. It means that when you buy a bond, you help guarantee a sound and lasting peace. You're making a promise to help pay the costs of bringing the fighting forces home, rehabilitating and maintaining the wounded, provide essential aid to liberated countries, and build a personal stake at home. You know, one of the greatest expenses of a war is the peace that follows. You've got to get your country off its planes and ships and tanks and jeeps and put it on its feet again. And besides that...
Hey, please, one side. Please, Mac. You're in my light, and I got to hurry with this sculpture.
Oh, I'm sorry, pal, and I wish you a lot of luck with your new career.
Thank you.
Oh, say, if it interests you, my nephew, Big Phelan Wilcox, works in clay.
Is that so?
Yeah. He made $100,000 last year.
Heavenly days, $100,000.
I told you there was dough in this stuff, Molly. What does your cousin make out of clay, Junior? Statues, busts, fountains, or what?
Bricks. Oh. Well, so long now.
That boy. Oh, well, I must have that here.
Magee, what on earth are you doing now?
Huh?
What's that big round gob of clay on top of the head?
Oh, I had some clay left over, so I thought I'd put a hat on it. Easiest hat to sculpt is a derby. Kind of carries out the thought of the common man, too.
Very realistic, I'm sure. Maybe not.
Dad ratted luck. Everybody crashing in here when I only got an hour to work.
Come in.
This is a fine state of how do you do.
How do you do? How do you do? Mrs. Carstairs. Do come in, Mrs. Carstairs.
Thank you.
Good day, Mrs. Carstairs. I trust you will forgive me, ladies, if I proceed with my work. One must create when one is in a creative mood, you know.
Oh, of course, Mr. Magee. But, who is that you're boxing with?
He isn't boxing, Mrs. Carstairs. He's sculpturing a bust of himself.
Oh, so sorry. I'm a little nearsighted, you know. Interesting piece of work, Mr. Magee.
Thank you, my dear. Won't you sit down and watch me work?
Thank you, no. I'm on my way to take my music lesson.
Oh, is that your bagpipe you have with you, Mrs. Carstairs? Won't you play something for us?
Sure, Carsty, play something. There's nothing like music to inspire us artists to finer efforts. Come on, kid. Pump up the old hot water bottle and squirt us out a little Highland boogie.
Oh, no, I really... well, if you insist, you do insist, don't you?
Oh, yes, we do indeed, Mrs. Carstairs. What are you going to play?
With a bagpipe, Mrs. Magee, one does not plan to play anything. One takes what comes out.
Kind of a musical punch board, eh?
However, I shall endeavor to render a little song composed by my husband entitled, "The drummer can always beat it, but the piper's left holding the bag." Well, are we ready?
Go ahead, Mrs. Carstairs.
I'm all ears.
Right.
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
That was the shortest bagpipe number I ever heard by a player in the longest kilt I ever saw. Are you Scotch, Carsty?
Half Scotch.
What's the other half, Mrs. Carstairs?
Soda, to be amusing. Canadian, to be truthful. Good day.
Good day, Mrs. Topside.
Must be quite an inspiration to you, dearie. You were really working like mad while she was playing.
Yeah, but she threw me all off. I found myself making this derby hat into a tam o' shanter. It's almost finished. Aha! There. It's done.
Well, all I can say, dearie, is that is a piece of sculpture.
Yep.
And I'm so worn out from watching you slap it around, I'm going upstairs and lie down a while.
Okay, Mommy. There goes a good kid. Does she try to discourage me when I take up a new career? No, sir. Does she threaten to get a new hubby when hubby gets a new hobby? No, sir. Is she the kind... Come in.
Oh. Hi, mister.
Oh. Yeah. Hello there, Teeny. Now, look, I haven't got time today.
Oh, boy. Mud pies, huh? Gee, that's a big one, mister. Can I play too? Can I, mister? Can I, please?
This, my dear child, is not a mud pie. This is a prize-winning sculpture entitled, How'd you like to pick up a fast dollar, sis?
Gee, that's a good name for it, mister.
No. Look, the art contest closes in half an hour. You deliver this to the judges, and I'll pay you $1.
How much you win if you get first prize, mister?
$100.
1%,
Yep.
huh? You realize, mister, in a court of equity, the party of the first part having contracted to deliver as per agreement certain stipulated charges...
Okay. $2.
It's a deal.
Yeah. Now get going, sis. I got to get this entered before the contest closes, and if
Gee, what do I cover it with, mister?
Cover it? Well, let's see. Where's there some wrapping paper? Oh, I know. There's some right here in the hall closet.
No, mister. No, please.
Billy Mills in the orchestra, and good.
Magee?
No, but I ought to hear from him any minute now that I got first prize.
Or at least an honorable mention.
Honorable mention, my clavicle. I take first prize or I take nothing. My gosh, if you'd have seen some of the sculpts they got down there. Why, they got one sculpt down there of a guy with the wings going out of his heels.
That's Mercury, dearie.
Well, I'll bet he dropped 10 degrees when my sculpt came in. The minute the judges see my self-portrait of a common man, that must be my prize money being delivered right now. Come in.
Oh, my goodness. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hi, Ella Trivia.
Good day, Molly. Hello, McGee. What's this I hear about you entering a sculpture competition?
Oh, he has indeed, Your Honor. He's got a 50-50 chance of winning first prize, too. They either say no or they say yes.
Well, I do hope you win, McGee. Then perhaps you would make a small donation to a new civic project of mine.
What project is that, Mr. Mayor?
We're considering building a bridle path through the outskirts of town. There's been considerable...
A bridle path? What do they need a path for? Every bride I ever knew of took a cab from the church right to the airport or the railroad station. Or
I was speaking of a bridle path for equestrians, McGee.
Equestrians or Episcopalians, the principle is the same, Mr. Mayor. No bride wants to walk around the outskirts of town after...
I didn't say anything about a bride walking. I merely
Now,
said...
just a darn minute, Latrivia. I realize you're a politician and you got to get votes. But by George, if you're going to build special paths for newlyweds and let us old married couples tramp along the hard pavements...
Newlyweds have nothing to do with it, I tell you. But when citizens who keep horses come to me...
Don't change the subject, Mr. Mayor.
I was not changing the subject. I was trying to tell you that a bridle path for horseback riders...
And how many people get married on horseback? Answer me that. Maybe somebody trying to get their picture in the paper.
But that hardly justifies the expense of building a special path for them.
Nobody intends to build a special path for newly horses. I mean horse-ride riders. Look, did you ever own a horse, McGee?
Had me a little Shetland pony when I was a kid, did you? Her name was Fibber. Used to get up early every morning and curry Fibber so my father would...
Where did you ride this pony?
What'd you say, Mr. Mayor?
I said, where did he ride his pony?
He rode it where everybody rides a pony, halfway between his neck and his tail.
That isn't what I... If you had a... Listen, suppose this pony was in the city.
Yes?
Wouldn't you like to have a special road where it was safe to ride out of the traffic?
Why, certainly, but what that got to do with getting married?
It has nothing to do with getting married. You started this marriage business, not I.
We did not start it. People have been getting married for 1,000 years.
And they don't have to have a special path to walk home on after they do it, too, either. And I think that any...
Will you listen to me? I merely stated that this city was building a bridle horse. A path for newlyweds. I mean, when a man wants to take a bride, a horseback... McGee?
Yeah?
May I say just 2 words?
Why, certainly, Mr. Mayor.
Good day!
You know, Molly, I sometimes think he deliberately gets me into those arguments.
Just the same, McGee, building a special path for brides was kind of a sweet thought. Very romantic. With rose bushes along the sides, a bridal path might be a very lovely thing.
Yeah. First thing you know, people start using it for horseback riding. Ain't practical. But Latrivia's kind of a dream. Hot dog, there's my $100. Come in.
Hi, Mister. Hi, Miss McGee.
Hi, sis.
Hello, little girl.
Well, did you bring it, sis? Did you bring my prize money? Where is it, sis? Hurry up.
Relax, McGee. Maybe you didn't win first prize. Let's face it.
Of course I won. That was the finest piece of sculpture I ever did. It had to be. It was the only one I ever did. Come on, sis. Come on. Didn't they give you an envelope for me?
Sure they did, I betcha. Here it is, mister.
Thanks, sis. And here's your $2. Open the envelope, Molly. See if they sent cash or a check.
And you've got the most sublime self-confidence, McGee. Well, heavenly days, a check for $100.
Well, Nat.
And a little note.
Huh?
Dear Mr. McGee, congratulations.
Well, I had to say that.
Enclosed fine check for $100 for your winning entry.
Hey, betcha.
Torso of a goat.
Yeah. What did I tell you? When you got a talent like mine, you can't... For what?
torso of a goat! What are you snickering at, sis? Just because them judges don't know a portrait of a common man from the torso of a goat?
Well, it was kind of hard to tell by the time I got here, mister.
Huh?
Boy, was it ever a mess.
What you mean?
I fell down with a try.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here in Toronto tonight in the interest of Canada's 9th victory loan. The objectives of this loan are the objectives of all of us on both sides of the border.
Buying victory bonds means that you sign your name to victory, that you subscribe not only your money for the return and rehabilitation of our fighting men, but that you subscribe to the principles for which they fought. The right of living in peace, with a future security for yourselves and your families.
So invest in victory bonds today to the very limit of your ability.
Peace with security is expensive, but it's the biggest bargain ever offered.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
For more than 20 years, scientists have known that a swarm of killer bees has been headed towards the United States. Now, Warner Brothers presents Irwin Allen's The Swarm.
We have visual contact.
Identify.
A black mass, sir. A moving black mass.
We have been invaded by an enemy far more lethal than any human force.
Starring Michael Caine, Catherine Ross, Richard Widmark, Richard Chamberlain, Olivia de Havilland, Ben Johnson, Lee Grant, Jose Ferrer, Patty Duke Aston, Slim Pickens, Bradford Dillman, Fred McMurray, and Henry Fonda.
Get inside! Everybody get inside! You understand? Quickly, get inside!
A story of courage and sacrifice.
Newman! Go, Brad, go! Move out!
Not since the 30s, when families by the thousands fled the Oklahoma Dust Bowl, has a thriving American community had to be totally evacuated. Until today.
Its size is immeasurable. Its power is limitless. Its enemy is man.
The war that I've always talked about has finally started.
Mile by mile, city by city, it moves, leaving in its wake a path of destruction.
For God's sake, Crane, when are we going to stop this massacre?
Irwin Allen's The Swarm. It is more than speculation. It is a prediction. The swarm is coming.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Fred Allen Show, specially rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. Here are Fred Allen, Portland Hoffa, the Mighty Allen Art Players, High-Low Jack and the Dame, and Al Goodman, his chorus and orchestra.
There's a great day coming, manana, with a wonderful, wonderful dream.
Everybody we're told will be rolling in gold. We'll be out of the doldrums manana.
There'll be lots of pretzels, manana. There'll be strawberries floating in spray.
All your skies will be blue. All your chairs will be few. All your Fords will be Buick. manana. There'll be high times, high in the sky times. So come you mourners and pick your palm. There's a great day coming manana, if manana ever comes. Coming manana with a wonderful dream. Everybody will go, we'll be rolling in gold. We'll be out of the doldrums manana. There'll be lots of pretzels manana, berries floating in cream. With a happy return, we'll be dancing again. We'll be launching a rainbow manana. There'll be high times, high in the sky times. So pick your plum. Oh, there's a great day coming manana, if manana ever comes.
Last week, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Einstein called on the intellectuals of the world to organize and form a union of thinkers. Tonight we bring you one thinker Professor Einstein forgot to mention. He's Fred Allen.
Thank you. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I do want to thank you tonight for referring to me as a thinker. You did say thinker, didn't you?
Why, yes, Fred, I did.
You weren't lisping?
No, not at all.
You know, a slip of the lip can also ruin me, besides what it will do to a ship, you know. Jimmy, it looks as though our days in radio are numbered.
Well, how do you mean, Fred?
Well, I read in the papers this week that one of the broadcasting companies and Columbia University together are going to train students to be radio writers and announcers.
Oh, you think college boys are going to take our jobs?
Yes, Jimmy, and it's going to be pretty embarrassing.
Yes? How, Fred?
Well, imagine a fellow studying for 4 years to be an announcer. He finally leaves college and gets his big chance. It's the Rinso White program. He rehearses all day. The show goes on the air. After another announcer reads the Rinso White commercial, the college man steps up to the microphone and says, and don't forget, spelled backwards is... My lip is gone. But you know it's going... Oh... Benny's off the air. It's fit to breathe again. Well, it's...
Mr. Allen!
Portland. Gee whiz. You're just in time, Portland. Jimmy and I were hashing over the news here.
Oh, I read that the Dionne quintuplets were 10 years old.
I saw that.
Mr. Dionne gave them a pony for their birthday.
Well, it won't be much fun, 5 little girls on one pony.
Yes, it will. They all have whips.
They should... They should cross the pony with the dachshund. They'll get a horse that's long enough that way. Tell me, what else is new, Portland?
The Supreme Court let the Hudson Tube raise the fare from Jersey City to New York.
I saw that, too. It used to be 8 cents. Now it's 10. I wonder why.
Oh, people will pay anything to get out of Jersey City.
You are winning us new friends, I see, across the way. Well, as Shakespeare said, to be MT or not to be MT, that is the question.
That used to be the question.
That's done it. I'm off for Allen's Alley. Raleigh, I am. Raleigh, I'm off for Allen's Alley. Raleigh.
What is your question tonight?
Well, this past week we had the hottest weather we've had so far this season. It's always interesting to compare the current hot spells with the heat of yesteryear, don't you think? And so our question is, what is the hottest day you ever remember?
Shall we go?
As the shoestring said to the finger, why not? Portland, here we are back in Allen's Alley. There's a light in Senator Bloat's window. I guess the senator is in. Let's see.
Yes?
Senator, that beard doesn't strain your voice talking through it, does. Senator Bloat, what is the hottest day you ever remember?
July 8th, 1929.
The heat was bad?
It was so hot, the Hoboken ferry took off its slip.
What about this week's heat wave, Senator? Are you taking action?
Yes. If my bill, the bloat bill, goes through...
Yes?
The government will give every taxpayer one package of cigarettes.
What cigarette can give people relief from the heat?
Cools.
Senator, on a hot day, what is your idea of comfort?
Puffing a cool with short draws.
Well, the senator has something here, and it won't hurt if he loses 80 or 90 pounds of it. Well, let's try next door.
Hello, Mr. Smellin.
Well, Mr. Eat the Peaches. What is the hottest day you remember?
Well, it could was be last summer, June the 19th.
How hot was it?
The heat was so hot. Who?
Yes?
My brother, a 32nd degree Mason, went up 10 degrees.
It must have been terrible.
I'm sitting in my house.
Yes?
Outside, the air is scorching.
Gosh.
I'm opening the window. Poof! It's coming in a hot blast. The canary is fainting.
Gosh.
I'm turning on the radio. I'm fainting.
Well, the radio made it worse. What was on?
Gabriel Heather.
I should give up, but I'll try one more door.
No.
Oh. Mrs. Nussbaum, what is the hottest day you recall?
When I'm a little girl, the year I couldn't remember.
Well, how hot was it?
My little puppy, a water spaniel, is perking to death.
You lost your dog? What did you do?
To my puppy, I am dedicating a poem.
Oh, that's sweet. What is it called?
A puppy on a hot day I wouldn't want to be.
That's the title, huh? Well, how does it go?
A puppy on a hot day I wouldn't want to be. A puppy on a hot day could be someone else, not me. A sturgeon on a hot day I would be. Likewise, a guppy. But one thing I would hate to be on a hot day is a puppy. A puppy on a hot day could wag his tail a minute. This will stir a breeze behind, but the puppy isn't in it. I feel sorry for a puppy. On a hot day, he will pant. I can take my coat off, but a little puppy can't. Thank you.
Very nice. Well, that brings us to the lavender-colored lean-to at the end of the alley.
Onions are white, iodine is brown, Falstaff's here, let's go to town.
Troubadour Openshaw, you have more poems tonight?
Indubitably.
Really?
Have you heard, though the fairy was quite hairy, he didn't frighten Mary?
No.
Or, I knew my victory garden was haunted when that tomato spoke to me?
No.
Or perhaps this one. She laughed and said, "You're one in a million." It was the first time she'd ever seen a civilian.
Falstaff, thanks to you, this program is constantly being mistaken for Dr. No IQ. Tonight we have been discussing excessive heat.
Why I am here. I'll skip it precisely.
Thank you. Just tonight. If you've written a poem, what is it called?
In rebuttal.
How does it go?
In answer to Mrs. Nussbaum and her puppy in his little pine box, I'll recite a very short poem tonight. I call it a paradox. What is a paradox? Without ado, I'll try and define the word for you. A paradox is the baby bear with his heavy coat of thick brown hair. He's hot in the sun, he's hot in his lair. How can he be hot when he's a little bear?
Thank you, Falstaff. And as Falstaff leaves, he nudges Al Goodman, who promptly jumps up to conduct the number for Hilo, Jack, and the Dame. Their song, Let's Sing a Song About Susie.
Let's sing a song about Susie, that pretty little, witty little Susie, with the big brown eyes and the turned-up nose and the big blue bow in her hair. Oh, she's as sweet as a bun, and she's second to none. What's more, she's a bundle of joy and just a barrel of fun. Let's sing a song about Susie. You've gotta go for someone so divine. But if you wanna make love to Susie, no can do, mustn't touch. She's mine. Let's sing a song about Susie, that pretty little, witty little, haughty little, naughty little Susie. With the big brown eyes, turned up nose, and the dimpled chin, Judy's grin, wears the bow in her hair, an innocent stare. She's got a certain way of getting around you. Oh, she's as sweet as her bun, and she's second to none. What's more, she's a bundle of joy and just a barrel of fun. Let's sing about Susie. You gotta go for someone so divine. But if you wanna make love to Susie, no can do, mustn't touch, might get you so in touch. Let's all sing about Susie. She's mine, oh mine, oh mine.
Well, thank you. And now, Portland, we better get things ready for our guest.
Who's coming tonight?
Peter Lorre.
Peter Lorre? I'll see you later.
Now, wait a minute. Come back here, Portland. What are you running for?
Well, in the movies, Mr. Lorre's always killing people. I'm frightened.
Look, who is Peter Lorre? Annie Laurie's brother. What is there to be afraid of? Come in.
Has Mr. Lorre appeared yet?
No, sir.
Oh, good. Ladies and gentlemen, any knives, daggers, stilettos, dirks, or other cutlery found sticking in people's backs after Mr. Lorre leaves tonight must be wiped off and returned to the Keen Cut Cutlery Company at once. These utensils have merely been loaned to Mr. Lorre. Remember, just because it's in you, it doesn't mean it's yours.
That guy sounds like the Shadow's brother-in-law.
Mr. Allen, I'm trembling.
You're trembling. I'm shaking like a crapshooter's cuticle, Portland. But we have got to be brave.
Pardon me, is this Fred Allen's program?
Yes. What do you want, little boy? Are you from the Western Union?
I'm Peter Lorre.
Peter Lorre? So you are Peter Lorre. Well, Portland, Mr. Lorre isn't anything like we expected, is he?
No, he's smaller than Mayor LaGuardia.
Oh, I don't think so. But you sure are a letdown, Peter.
Do I disappoint you, Fred?
Yes, I thought you'd come creeping in here on all fours, drooling arsenic with a buzzard on a leash. You're supposed to be a brutal killer. You couldn't take a kumquat away from a Chinese baby.
That's what I keep telling them down at the morgue.
You spend a lot of time at the morgue?
Well, it's so nice and cool and peaceful at the morgue.
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Lorre.
Well, if it wasn't for me, a lot of people wouldn't know about the morgue.
Now, please quit talking about the morgue. You sound as though you're slab happy.
But it is so nice and cool and
I know.
peaceful.
I know you said that. You said that. You are an odious little runt, aren't you?
Fred, why do people think I'm such a monster? I'm just a lovable little guy trying to get ahead.
Ahead, I know. And you're not getting mine if it's any news.
You know, if people knew the story of my life, they'd see that I'm not a mad, twisted creature. They'd feel sorry for me.
But you're so untall, Peter. You must have grown up with a weight on your mind.
I did, Fred. I did. When I was 2 years old, I was an orphan. No father, no mother.
Oh, you poor kid. What happened to your father and mother?
I strangled them with a yo-yo stick.
Oh, you unfortunate child. Who brought you up?
Oh, an uncle took me in.
Good.
But my uncle had 3 heads.
3 heads your uncle had. Huh?
One of the heads took a violent dislike to me.
The other 2 heads were friendly, were they?
Yes, very friendly. But one night his bad head ordered me out of the house. I left.
Why, that dirty head picking on a poor tot like you? Where did you go, Peter?
2 nights I would climb a big oak tree and sleep in a vulture's nest.
You slept with vultures?
Oh, it was a large nest. There was plenty of room.
Oh, you weren't cramped in the... No. Tell me, how did you live?
For a while, I worked for Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Really? Doing what?
Well, when Dr. Jekyll would turn into Mr. Hyde, I had to remind him to put his money in his other pants.
He had 2 pairs, lucky chap. Well, your lean days are over, Peter. Now that you're a big success in pictures, you must have many friends in Hollywood.
No, Fred. I just hang around with Boris Karloff and Bela Lugosi and Dracula.
Well, what do you boys do for excitement?
Oh, every day we give blood to the Red Cross.
Well, doesn't giving blood every day weaken you?
Oh, it isn't our blood.
Well, Peter, I'm sure that now that you've opened your heart, people will understand you.
Oh, I hope so, Fred. And I want to thank you for letting me tell my side of the story.
From now on, the public will know that you weren't always a master of mayhem.
When the red robin comes bobbing along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his old sweet song. Wake up, you sleepyhead, get up, get out of bed, cheer up, the sun is red, live, love, laugh and be happy. What if I've been blue? Now I'm walking through fields of flowers. Rain may glisten, but still I listen for hours and hours. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red robin comes bobbing along, you know it's spring. When the birds start singing spring, when your heart starts swinging, wake up, you old sleepyhead. Get up, and get out of your bed. When the robin comes bobbing along, there'll be no more sobbing when he starts throbbing his own sweet song. I'm just a kid again, doing what I did again, singing a song. When the red robin comes bobbing along, there'll come a day you wake and say he's found the way to your heart. When the red robin comes bobbing along.
Show is rebroadcast especially for the men and women in the United Nations Armed Forces. Show is rebroadcast especially for the men and women in the United Nations Armed Forces. Now, featuring the music of Al Goodman and his orchestra. Show is rebroadcast especially for the men and women in the United Nations Armed Forces.
Listen now of a time long past when sorcery thrived and wild adventure was forever in the offing. A deadly sorcerer is called out of nightmare by a ruthless king driven into evil. And a mystical sword is forged for a mighty warrior who rises out of legend to topple a kingdom. The Sword and the Sorcerer.
I myself raised Zusha from the dead. Little did I know what I let loose upon the world. Tell us where he is and save us all. You want me to snatch your brother from the king's dungeons for one night with you? That's a slim bounty for such a task.
Wise bastard.
3 hours' time. One man will control the entire civilized world.
Cromwell's power, Cromwell's bride, and Cromwell's flesh. Tell them why!
A titanic struggle between good and evil that determines the fate of an entire dynasty. Dungeons and dragons, serpents and splendor, wizards and witches, danger and desire. And the mightiest of all heroes in the greatest of all adventures. The Sword and the Sorcerer.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Well, hello, Miss Dillon. I thought you'd be gone by this time.
Oh, I'm just about to go, Chester. Just wanted to get through these papers I'm working on here first.
Well, I could have stayed and helped you if I'd knowed.
No. Oh, that's all right.
Say, I sure did meet up with an interesting fellow.
Oh?
I tell you, Miss Dillon, I counted it a privilege to shake his hand.
Oh, that's good.
I kindly had to wait my turn to do it, though.
What? How's that?
Well, there's other folks there wanting to do it, too. I couldn't just push my way in ahead and all that.
Push your way in ahead where, Chester?
Why, to shake Jonathan Woods' hand, Mr. Dillon, like I've been telling you.
And who's Jonathan Wood?
He's that hero fellow that's down at the Long Branch.
Hero fella? Well, what's he done? Oh, what battle was that?
Well, I ain't quite sure about that. He saved his whole company, though. I do know that much.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you want me to ride out to the Hayes place with you?
No, thanks, Chester. There isn't much to attend to. I'll be back by supper time.
Yes, sir. Well, that'll be good. Maybe you'll even get to shake his hand, too.
Yeah, maybe I will.
Marshal?
Hello, Moss.
Yeah, looks like you've been riding hard.
Yeah, I have, kind of. Rub him down good, will you, Moss, and throw him some extra grain?
Sure, Marshal. Oh, I say, that Jonathan Wood. Folks is sure proud to have him around town, ain't they, Marshal?
How's that?
Why, because he decided to settle near here.
He's going to live here, is he?
Sure, Marshal. It's all over town. Did you talk to him about it?
No.
Oh, well. Now, Marshal, you ought to do that. Yes, sir. It's just a privilege to meet a man like that.
Yeah, so I've heard.
Matt! Oh, Matt! Ah, here comes Doc Adams.
Yeah. Oh, Doc.
Oh, hello, Matt. Moss, wait up and I'll walk along with you. Take care of my rig, will you, Moss?
Sure thing, Doc.
Thank you.
So long, Moss.
Goodbye, Marshal. Doc.
You were coming along at a pretty good clip there, Doc. You must be hungry.
Yeah, you have to be hungry to get the food down in this town.
You know, if I kept finding as many things wrong with Dodge as you do, I'd move away.
Well, I don't know why I don't. Don't know why a smart man like Wood would want to move into this town anyway.
Jonathan Wood?
Oh, yeah? Why, do you know him?
Sure been hearing a lot about it. Sounds like a bigger hero than Molly Pitcher.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't laugh about him, Matt. Wood is a fine man. He saved the day at the Battle of the Hogback.
No offense, Doc. Chester was raving so much about him, I thought maybe that he'd had the wool pulled over his eyes.
No, not this time. He's impressed everybody in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt you to look him up.
I'm bound to run into him sooner or later. Come on, Doc. I'll buy you some supper, huh?
You sure you don't want another drink, Mr. Wood?
No, thanks, Miss Kitty. You know, if I'd accepted all the hospitality this town offered me, I wouldn't be able to move.
Well, people in Dodge respect a brave man.
Yeah, well, now there must be a lot of brave men in Dodge.
Oh, yeah. But, oh, Matt? Matt?
Hello, Kitty.
Matt, this is Jonathan Wood, Marshal Dillon.
Wood, I'm glad to meet you, Marshal.
Sit down, Matt.
Thank you, Kitty.
Mr. Wood is thinking of buying a place near here, Matt.
Yeah, so I've heard. As a matter of fact, I've heard quite a bit about you. Nothing bad, I hope.
Nobody's saying anything bad about you, Mr. Wood.
Well, they sure aren't. Quite a story about you at the Hogback.
Oh, I should never have told it, Marshal. It was just one of those convivial times when the whiskey was pouring freely at the bar.
Sure.
Just that I happened to be in the right place at the right time, Marshal. Any man could have done the same.
Yeah, but no other man did. That's the important thing.
I hope you'll find a place that suits you.
Thank you, Marshal. I'm sure I will. Everybody's being very helpful.
Dodge City can use a good man. Isn't that so, Matt?
Yeah, sure is. All the good men it can get.
Good morning, Mr. Duffy.
Well, Mr. Wood, good morning. I certainly hope you slept well.
Oh, just fine. You keep a very nice place here.
Oh, I try, sir. I certainly try.
I'll be out for a little while.
Anything I can do for you while you're gone, sir?
Well, thanks, Mr. Duffy. Everything's fine. Just fine.
That man who just went out. You mean Mr. Wood?
His name Jonathan Wood?
Yes, sir, it certainly is. Mr. Jonathan Wood of the Battle of the Hogback.
What did he tell you about the Hogback?
He didn't tell me anything. It's all over town, though.
What's all over town?
Well, the story of how Mr. Wood saved his company by staying behind and manning that gun when the enemy started up the hill. He held them off single-handed.
Where's he gone?
I don't know who you are, young man, but Mr. Wood isn't the kind of man I try to keep track of.
I'll find him myself.
And if I did know where he was, I see no reason for telling you.
Marshal?
Yeah, I'm the marshal. Who are you?
My name is Jake Rowe.
All right, Rowe, what can I do for you?
There's a man needs throwing out of town.
Oh, what's he done?
He killed my pa.
What's his name?
Wood. Jonathan Wood. He's a coward and a liar and a killer.
You better slow down, Rowe, and start from the beginning. Where did he kill your father?
In the war. In that battle he's bragging all over town about.
Was your father a soldier?
He was a soldier, Marshal. A fighting soldier.
When a soldier dies in the war, it's not murder, Rowe.
That depends on who kills him, don't it?
You telling me that Wood and your father were on the same side?
They were. And that coward fixed it so my pa would die. He killed him as if he'd aimed the gun.
How did he do that?
He stood up and he run off, Marshal. He and my pa were holding him off, covering a retreat, like he tells the story. Only he couldn't stand it no more. He broke away, howling for the shooting to stop. It led him right to my pa. They killed him like he was a rabbit in a snare.
Did the company get away?
Well, they got away all right. But it wasn't this Woods doing. It was my pa's.
Uh-huh.
And it ain't right that he's bellying around telling the story, Marshal.
Maybe not, but telling the story isn't breaking the law, Rowe.
He ain't fit to have around, Marshal.
That may be, but he hasn't done anything to make me throw him out yet.
You mean you ain't gonna do nothing?
There's nothing I can do.
All right, then, Marshal, I'll have to do it.
If your story is true, I don't blame you. But it's not going to help any for you to do anything crazy.
If the law won't move in...
You're likely to fix it so that the law has to move in, and it might be against you. Now, you'd better forget it.
Forgetting it is just one thing I ain't ever gonna do, Marshal. Not ever.
Yeah, I was always wondering about one of them guns. Was they hard to get the hang of, being newfangled and all?
You mean the Gatling gun?
Yeah, that was the one you used there, holding them off, weren't it, Mr. Wood?
Yes, that's what we used, all right.
Yeah,
Oh, it wasn't hard to get the hang of it if it was set up properly.
Oh.
Of course, guess you had to know how to do that.
Oh,
And you knew how to do that all right, didn't you, Mr. Wood?
Well, yes. It just so happens that I did.
And you didn't need no help?
Now, a man can always use help. I won't deny that.
These fellas at the bar here, they all been buying you drinks?
One or two have been kind enough to buy me a drink. That's true.
Did you buy him a drink, mister?
Well, sure I did, and proud to.
Because of what he done at the Hogback, huh?
Well, he was a mighty brave man that day.
Then how'd you like to buy a drink for a man named Jed Rowe?
Jed Rowe?
Why should I buy a drink for him? I never heard of him.
He's dead.
Dead? What?
Yeah, he's dead. But I'll tell you why you should buy a drink for him, mister. I'll tell everybody.
Now, look, boy.
Listen here, everybody. You want to hear about the hero of the Hogback?
This boy is much too young to know what he's talking about.
My pa wasn't too young. That's right, everybody. Move in close. Now, y'all been listening to this fellow spin a yarn, ain't you? Well, he can tell a better one.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
But you do, Mr. Wood. You can tell a lot better yarn than you've been telling. And everybody'd like to hear that, wouldn't you?
Please, go away and I'll talk to you later.
I'm talking now. Now, here's how the story goes. There was someone else there with you at the Hogback, wasn't there, Mr. Wood? Wasn't there?
Well, sure. Yes, there was.
Someone else just sort of helping you with that newfangled gun.
Yes, but
And what was his name? Come on, speak it. Speak it out loud.
His name was Rowe. Jed Rowe.
You bet it was. Now, you just go on, Mr. Wood, and tell the story, and you tell it true.
These people, they've all heard it.
They've all heard how you were supposed to stay there and cover the retreat with that gun, huh?
They've heard that.
Have they heard that that's what Jed Rowe did? Stayed right there shooting as they come at him?
Well, yes.
And have they heard what you really did? How you stayed there with your head down till the enemy come close?
Now, this is a ridiculous...
And then you stood right up and you run, and you left Jed Rowe there to be shot down like a turkey at a shoot? Did you tell him that?
It's wild talk. That's all this is, wild talk.
Well, I ain't gonna talk no more. I'm telling you to get out of town, Mr. Wood. I'm telling you that if I see you around anywhere after today, you're gonna have to stand and fight me. I won't be talking. And running won't do you no good.
He's a familiar sort of fellow, a nice guy. His manner is affable, his temper serene. He is conspicuously considerate of others. Then, he climbs into the family automobile. Immediately, the casual observer notes a none too subtle change steal over him. His eyes narrow, his jaw juts, and the beginning of a snarl curls his lips. He's undergoing a transformation. He's a werewolf touched by the first rays of full moon. We'll spare you the picture of his driving manners, his tooth and claw tactics in traffic, the way he streaks down the straightaway driven by demons. It's a fact. Getting behind a wheel is strong enough chemistry to warp some personalities. If you sense that we're trying to make a point here, you're right. It's simply this. Be sure your driving manners are at least as good as when you're out of the driver's seat. Observing motoring courtesy is another way of taking care to get there.
Now, it isn't that I want you to do anything to the boy, Marshal. I realize that, well, he'd had too much to drink. But well, I thought it might spare us all a lot of embarrassment if you suggested to him that he leave town.
That's funny.
How's that, Marshal?
He was in here yesterday, and he wanted me to make you leave town.
Now, I can understand how he's upset about the death of his father, Marshal Dillon. It seems to have become an obsession with him.
Yeah.
But I see no reason for me to have to put up with a scene every time we run into each other. So, will you talk to him, Marshal?
I don't think talking's going to do any good.
Now, surely, if you exerted the authority of your office...
Listen to me, Wood. I'll tell you what I told him. He hasn't done anything to make me send him out of town yet.
Well, he's as much as threatened my life.
Then maybe you should be the one to leave.
I'm sorry, Marshal Dillon, that you take the side of an irresponsible boy.
I'm not taking anybody's side.
Well, surely you don't believe his story.
I don't know, Wood. Do you?
Good day, Marshal.
Stop right there, Wood.
Now, wait, boy.
Stand and fight.
I'm not armed. Marshal, he's after me, Marshal.
Chester, stay with him. All right, Roe. Put up your gun.
He run for cover again. You saw him, Marshal.
Yeah, I saw him. Now, why don't you go on about your business, Roe? I'll handle this.
Ain't nobody gonna handle this but me now, Marshal. Come on, Wood. Come on out of there and stand up.
Why don't you move on, Roe, before somebody gets hurt?
If you don't come out, Wood, I'm coming in after you.
You're not going in anywhere.
Now, you ain't stopping me, Marshal. Taking sides with him won't stop me.
Put up your gun.
I'm going in.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester. I'm all right.
Why, you're hit, Mr. Dillon.
I'm all right. The boy's dead.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Marshal. You saved my life.
Yeah. I saved your life.
And the boy just wouldn't listen to reason.
Why don't you shut up?
What do you mean, Marshal?
I mean, the boy's story was true, and you know it.
Marshal,
You've been living on the lies you tell. Isn't that right?
I didn't mean any harm.
Well, the boy just died.
I just wanted him to leave me alone. I just wanted people to go on thinking I amounted to something. I wanted them to notice me. They never did before.
Before you started telling your story?
I just changed the truth a little bit, Marshal. It made me seem important.
Yeah, you're important. You're important enough to leave Dodge City.
Yes. Yes, I guess I'd better go.
Yeah, you'd better.
I'm afraid nobody will believe me anymore. Marshal, thank you again.
Go on. Get out of here. Right now.
Well, all right, Marshal. All right.
It's a funny thing, Mr. Dillon. It's more like he killed this boy than you did. It's his fault the whole thing happened.
Yeah, Chester, it's his fault.
Seems like he'd ought to have to pay for it somehow instead of getting off scot-free.
Don't worry, Chester. He's paying. He'll be paying the rest of his life.
Maybe you'll recall this tuneful reminder of times past. This is Dennis James with something else worth remembering. It's this. You're so right to stay regular with Kellogg's All Brand. See, it's the normal, natural way to youthful regularity. The whole brand content of Kellogg's All Bran supplies your system with all the bulk-forming food that you need every day. There's only one All Bran. It's Kellogg's All Bran. So relieve irregularity from lack of bulk, as millions do, with a bowl full of Kellogg's All Bran each morning. ALL-BRAN. It's Kellogg's All Bran. Gunsmoke. Produced and directed at Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Marion Clark, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Sam Edwards, Jack Moyles, and John Daner. Farley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
Have a happy habit, Monday through Friday. Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney on the CBS Radio Network.
Does this happen to you? You get into bed, you toss and turn, and finally fall asleep. Then suddenly, a dog barks. Or the baby cries. And you're awake. And you just can't get back to sleep. But no more, because now you can take Mr. Sleep, the new aid-to-sleep tablet that keeps on working while you sleep. Here's the secret. Mr. Sleep not only speeds you to sleep, but has standby action. Tiny blue granules that restore sleep whenever your sleep is interrupted. Only Mr. Sleep with standby action keeps on working while you sleep without the need for extra medication. Mr. Sleep contains no drugs, no barbiturates, no habit-forming narcotics. Let Mr. Sleep see you through the night to night, 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 the night.
1:23 p.m. A crowded subway train starts its run from Pelham Station in the Bronx. 1:45 p.m. 4 desperate, heavily armed men seize control of the train.
Open the door or I'll blow your head off.
Taking 17 people as hostages.
Your attention, please. Now then, you'll all remain seated. Anybody who tries to rise is going to get shot. I do hope I have made myself understood.
2:13 p.m. The city of New York is given 1 hour to come up with $1 million ransom.
You're out of your skull.
All units stand by on the double.
What's up, Z?
The train's been hijacked.
Millions have read it. Now you can live it. The taking of Pelham. 1, 2, 3.
There is no way you can get away with this. You are underground in a tunnel.
At precisely 3:13, we are going to begin executing the hostages. Nothing will happen as long as you obey my orders.
New York City is held powerless in the grip of 4 ruthless men. From the mayor's office.
Don't tell me I don't want to know.
To police headquarters.
I've got about 50 men inside the tunnel, all wearing vests and armed with machine and submachine guns. We could fight the Third World War down there.
To the nerve center of the world's busiest subway system.
My only priority is saving the lives of these passengers.
Maybe an hour isn't enough time.
An hour is plenty of time.
We agreed to pay the ransom. Repeat, we agreed to pay you the money. Now turn your clock off. The money has to be counted, stacked, tied, transported uptown. It just isn't physically possible.
You'll be surprised what's physically possible.
Pelham 1, 2, 3's in motion.
There's nobody driving the train!
How long does it take to get all that money together anyway?
Just not gonna make it. We'll never make it. The passengers are dead ducks.
What the hell they expect for their lousy 35 cents to live forever?
Walter Matthau, Robert Shaw. The most spectacular hijack in history. The taking of Pelham. 1, 2, 3.
guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The Knot Was Tied and then Sonata, played by the orchestra. The birthstone from May, the emerald, is a jewel that is said to bring real contentment. And the same thing is true, ladies and gentlemen, of that perfect jewel of a dessert, Jell-O. Well, there's nothing like a grand meal topped off with a rich, shimmering mold of Jell-O to put a person at peace with the world. Jell-O's beautiful jewel-like colors hold a promise of true enjoyment, a promise that is always fulfilled by Jell-O's delightful goodness. You'll find in Jell-O a new dessert pleasure that comes from Jell-O's superb flavor, a flavor as refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. And you'll be pleasantly surprised to discover how easy Jell-O is to prepare, because it dissolves instantly even in lukewarm water and sets as quick as a wink. So try Jell-O tomorrow, friends, in any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And by the way, the next time you try a strawberry, raspberry, or cherry Jell-O, just notice how much better they are than they've ever been before. Each has a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something really swell. A rich, unique goodness that you get only in genuine Jell-O. Try a colorful mold of bright, tempting Jell-O tomorrow. That was The Knot Was Tied and then Sonata, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned last week, Jack Benny has started production on his new picture, Charlie's Aunt, in which he masquerades as a woman. So without further ado, let us eavesdrop on Jack's dressing room at 20th Century Fox Studio, where he's getting ready to go on the set. Take it away.
Now, Rochester, hurry up. I want that corset pulled tighter.
I'm pulling, boss.
Ooh, you don't have to put your knee in my back. What's the matter with you? You've been half an hour getting me dressed.
Well, boss, I'm not used to women's clothes. What you need is a maid.
I don't need a maid. Just use your head, that's all. You ought to know that my pantaloons go under my petticoat. Now, let's see. Hand me my wig.
Old Faithful or the one you wear in the picture?
The one I wear in the picture, with the curls on it. I want to be all dressed in my costume by the time the gang gets here. They're coming over to watch me shoot.
Here you are, boss.
Thanks. Darn it, these curls always get in my eyes. Oh, well, I'll just have to peek through them.
According to the blueprint here, you got it on backwards.
Backwards? Obviously. Well, how do I know about this stuff? Oh, by the way, Mr. Carnagle, you're supposed to be my makeup man, and all you do is sit in the corner and stare at me. Why don't you get started?
Well, frankly, I don't know where to begin.
Oh, you don't? Well, let me tell you something. My makeup man at Paramount never had any trouble. He used to make me look good.
I know. The whole industry's talking about it.
Oh, don't be smart. Now get over here and make me up, or I'll tell Mr. Zanuck on you. He's the head of the studio, and I play polo with him every Saturday.
Will you please hold still?
Hold still.
Now, close your eyes. I want to glue your eyelashes on.
Oh, all right. Get going. What's that?
I did it again, boss. I caught another mouse.
Rochester, how many times do I have to tell you that's not a mouse trap? That's a bustle. The idea.
A bustle?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take the cheese out.
Take everything out. I have to put it on in a few minutes. There, that's fine. What are you talking about? You've got the lashes on my lower lid. I look like I'm peeking over a hedge. A fine thing.
Oh, nobody'll notice it.
They will, too. Now paint my lips on, will you, please? And I'll give you a hint. They go horizontal, not vertical. What a makeup man. Come in. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Well, get a load of those eyelashes. You look like you're peeking over a hedge.
You see? You see? I told you. Now put them where they belong, Mr. Carnegie.
Oh, very well.
What a dodo. You think you know everything, don't you?
If you didn't remind me of my mother, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Oh, yeah? Mary, hold my dress. I'll show him.
Now, Jack, be careful. He's got much longer fingernails than you have.
What do I care? Sit down, Mary.
Oh, say, Jack, here's that pair of earrings you wanted to borrow.
Thanks. Well, what do you know? I gave you these earrings for Christmas, didn't I?
Yeah, one in 39 and one in 40.
Well, they're very expensive. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop with that yes, ma'am. Rochester, as soon as the picture is over, remind me to return these gold earrings to Miss Livingston.
Don't ever drop them in spinach. You'll never find them.
That green is antique. We'll get a better gag later. Now, Mr. Carnegie. Now, Mr. Carnegie, will you please finish making me up? After all, I'm not supposed to be Betty Grable. In the first place...
Hey, Jack, look who's on the horse.
It's Mr. Zanuck. Hello, Mr. Zanuck.
Hi-ho,
See, isn't that a beautiful horse, Mary? He keeps it right here on the lot.
You ought to know, eh, Jack?
Mary, if you mention one word about that to anybody, you'll get yours. Say, Rochester, run over to the set and ask the director how soon he'll need me.
Yes, sir. Oh, say, boss, can I put in a word for myself?
Rochester, I've already explained to you that you're not going to be in this picture. You're out of it.
Well, don't look for a long run on Central Avenue.
They'll like it, don't worry. Now get over that set.
Okay. Here's Mr. Wilson and Mr. Day, boss.
Oh, hello, Don, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Jack. Hi, Mary. How are you today?
Well, what do you think of me, boys?
Oh, you're pretty as a picture, Jack.
Mr. Benny, what are you wearing a dress for?
Well, Dennis, in the picture, Charlie's aunt, I'm Charlie's aunt.
Oh, well, why doesn't Charlie have an aunt that's a woman?
Well, he has got an aunt that's a woman, but I'm his aunt that's a man. I mean, when his real aunt doesn't show up, I'm the aunt that takes his aunt's place. Do you understand?
Who, me?
Who the heck do you think I'm talking to? Sit down, Dennis. I'll explain it to you later.
Hey, Jack, this is a pretty swell dressing room we've got here. Beautifully furnished, isn't it?
Yes, Don. Frigidaire, shower, bath, and everything.
Oh, boy, a shower.
Certainly is lovely, Jack, but what's that pitchfork doing in the corner?
Mary. Yes, Don, it is lovely. This is about the swankiest dressing room on the lot.
But what about that pitchfork?
Oh, that.
There's a clause in Jack's contract. He's got to take care of Mr. Zanuck's horse.
Never mind.
Why, I never heard of such a thing.
Well, you see, Don, I have what is known as an actor stable boy contract. See, they have a lot of those two-way agreements. See, mine is like a producer-director contract. Only
you're in there pitching.
Well, it's more or less of a personal favor, so I don't mind. Of course, I could kill my agent. Oh, well.
There we are, Mr. Benny. You're all made up.
Thanks. I'll see you on the set.
Okay. Bring your pitchfork, you little devil.
Get out of here! I have to put up with that guy every morning. But at that, I do look cute in this outfit, don't I?
You certainly do, Jack.
You know, I think these curls are just the right touch. Hey, listen to that. Who's taking a shower?
It must be Dennis. He went in there.
Oh, well, I'll be darned. I hope the kid didn't forget to take his clothes off.
I'll bet 8 to 1 he sings.
Well, naturally, all tenors sing in the shower. Sing, Dennis. You know, I think these curls add just the right touch to my face. They give it a soft outline.
Do you
I never did before, but now I do. For till you came along, I never would believe love could make me feel just the way I do. Always was immune to summer nights in June, but when I looked at you, I knew it must be true. I do you believe in love? I never did before, but now I do. Whenever you're near me, I thrill with happiness. And if that isn't love, I miss my guess. Oh, yes, I do. Do you believe it's love? What else could bring an angel down to earth? When you're in my arms, I wish and wear these heart. Oh, yes, I do believe in love.
Wasn't that swell? Very good, Dennis. You can dry yourself now.
Where are the towels?
In the laundry. They'll be back Thursday.
Okay. As soon as they come, throw one in.
I will. The kid's got more patience. Say, I wonder why they don't call me on the set.
By the way, Jack, is Phil coming over to watch you work today?
Yeah, he'll be along pretty soon.
Say, what do you think about Phil getting married? Wasn't that a surprise?
It sure was. And incidentally, kids, I got a great idea. When Phil comes in, let's not say a word about it and see how he takes it.
Yeah, let's make off like we don't know anything about it.
Oh, he's so embarrassed he won't know what to do.
Now, look. Look, kids. Look, kids, as soon as he walks in, that must be the set calling. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. The director says he'll be ready for you in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
In the meantime, can I ask him about me being in the picture?
Rochester, I told you there's no part for you. The scene is in England. You can't be an English butler.
No, but I can be a Corbin copy.
Never mind. Tell the director I'll be over in a few minutes.
Okay. Cheerio, boss.
I wish he'd stop bothering Mr. Mayo.
Do you think Archie Mayo is a good director for you, Jack?
Oh, he'll be marvelous. He's made a lot of important pictures. The Great American Broadcast, Four Sons, Marco Polo, Invention City, Petrified Forest.
Well, if he made Petrified Forest, he'll be perfect for you.
Well, maybe that's a funny gag, but I don't get it. Now, ribbing is all right here, Mary, but when we're on the set... Hey, wait a minute, I'll bet that's Phil. Now, remember, no talk about his marriage. Come in. Well, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary. Don.
How are you, Phil?
How's the boy? Oh, I can't complain. I've been on a little vacation down in Mexico.
Uh-huh.
Did you go down there for a rest, Phil?
Yeah, I kind of wanted a change of scenery. You know how it is.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yes, Mexico is beautiful. Oh, tis.
Hey, Jackson, this is some dressing room. Sure is ritzy.
You like it, Phil? You know, Alice Faye used to have this dressing room.
Alice Faye? Is she that cute little blonde?
You know who she is. And we can't hold back any longer, Phil. Congratulations. I hope you and Alice will be very happy.
Congratulations, Phil.
Oh, good luck, Phil.
Atta boy. Well, doggone, so you went and done it, huh?
Yeah, believe me, Jackson, this is a life. Home every night for dinner, then I put on my slippers and we sit in front of the fireplace for hours.
You two sit by the fireplace in this hot weather?
Who knows about the weather?
Well, love sure is a wonderful thing. Well, as long as we're all here, let's go over on the set. They're waiting for me.
Okay, Jack.
I'll take this mousetrap along.
That's my bustle. Take it. So long, Dennis.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny. If you run across a towel, let me know.
We will. Come on, kids. Stage 4 is right down this way.
Oh, by the way, Jack, before you start shooting, is there any place in the picture where you can mention Jell-O?
Well, if it could be done in a subtle way, Don. Have you any suggestions?
Well, I noticed that your wig has 6 curls on it, so I thought it'd be rather clever if they were in different colors, like strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Well, yes, that's novel, all right, Don, but you see, this picture is not in Technicolor, so they wouldn't identify the flavors.
They would if you hung a fruit on each curl.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, Don, that might be good for a flash, but I doubt that it would sustain through the whole picture. I'll keep it in mind, though. We turn to our right here, fellas.
Say, Jack, isn't that Caesar Romero coming towards us?
Where? Oh, yeah. Show this costume I got on fools all the boys. Watch me flirt with them.
He's handsome. Hello, Mr. Romero.
Hello, miss.
Get this.
Hello, Caesar. Hello, Jack.
Oh, nuts. He's the only guy that didn't fall for it. Gee, I hope I know my line. The director gets so mad when I hold up. Oh, hello, Mr. Zanny! Hi-ho, Gee, he's so proud of his organization. And you can't blame him either.
Gee, that's a beautiful horse he's riding.
It sure is.
Is that a Palomino?
No, it's a pal of Jack.
Now, cut that out. Here's the stage, fellas. Now, listen, Mary, I'm warning you for the last time. When we're on that set, I don't want you to be wisecracking all the time. Mr. Mayo isn't temperamental, but I'm taking a chance now bringing you on the set without permission. So you just sit over in that corner and watch out what's going Well, this is it. You see, fellas, this set represents an English garden. Come on, they're going to shoot over there by the gate.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Quiet on the stage. Listen, boys. Cut out that noise. The director's in a rage. Now settle
down. Those are Mr. Mayo's assistant directors. They used to be a trio in vaudeville. Baldy, Glide, and Baldy. Nice boys, huh?
Say, Jack, who's that fella crawling around on his hands and knees?
Where? Oh, that's Pev Marley, the cameraman.
The cameraman?
Yes, he broke his glasses the other day, and he's afraid he'll bump into something. I hope the sound man doesn't lose his ear trumpet.
Say, Jackson, ain't that Kay Francis standing over there?
Yes, we're doing our first scene together in the picture today. Come on over, Phil. I'll introduce you to her.
Now, wait a minute, Bub. What are you trying to pull? You're talking to a married man.
Well, what are you getting excited about? I'm only going to introduce you to the girl.
Well, you know how weak I am.
All right, Phil. Stay here with Don. I'll see you later.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. All this noise must halt. We're head men here. So lend an ear. To Baldy, Glide, and Baldy.
We have no hair.
I worked with those boys once in Peoria. They used to do a trapeze act. 2 of them fell off a lot. Well, excuse me, fellas. I'm going over and talk to Kay Francis.
I've never met her, Jack. Can I come along?
Not now, Mary.
You charged me 25 cents to come on this set, and I want to meet Kay Francis.
All right, come on. Now, Mary, don't let this get around, but I hear that Kay's nuts about me.
Oh, you think every girl you work with in a picture is nuts about you.
Well?
You haven't got as much sex appeal as a smoked whitefish.
Oh, yeah? I'll go up against any whitefish you dig up, sister. I'm telling you, the girl likes me, so don't start anything. Well, hello, Kay.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Mother, it's me, Jack.
Pardon me.
Well, you look gorgeous in that outfit, Kay. That dress is very flattering to your figure.
Thank you, Jack. And that's a stunning gown you have on.
Do you think so?
Yes. But pull it up a little. Your tattoo shows.
Oh, yes, I must remember that. Well, Kay. Kay, here we are, finally making a picture together. Kay Francis and Jack Benny. Gee, isn't it thrilling? Gosh, aren't you excited? Aren't you, Kay?
What do you want me to do, pants?
Well, no. No, of course not.
Are you sure you're nuts about Jack?
Mary. Oh, pardon me, Kay. This is Mary Livingston.
Oh, hello, Mary. I've always enjoyed you on the radio. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Well, that's too sweet of you.
Mary, what's the matter with you? Don't pay any attention to her, Kay. She's always a little jealous.
Oh, I don't mind. After all, Mary and I have something in common.
Oh, are you jealous, too?
No, but I used to shop at the May Company.
Ah, very good, Kay. Very good indeed.
Give me my quarterback.
Nothing doing. You met her, didn't you? You know, Kay, I was just thinking. The scene we're going to do today is where you find out I'm not Charlie's aunt, but that I'm really a man. And that's the beginning of our romance.
Yes, I've read the script.
Oh, have you? Well, it's a wonderful situation, but it lacks something at the finish. Don't you feel that we ought to embrace and kiss each other so that the audience will realize we're in love? Don't you feel that way? Frankly, I feel a kiss there, you know? I mean, a kiss would seal our relationship.
Well, why does a kiss a seal?
Well, I'm serious, Kay.
Well, I don't agree with you, Jack. A kiss at that point would spoil the entire story.
Oh, well, don't you think that...
Jack, why don't you speak to the director about it?
Okay, Kay. Well, that's quite a pun. Oh, okay, Kay, yeah. That's a good one.
Jack jerk, there's another pun.
Mary, please. Yes, Kay, I'll speak to... Oh, here comes Mr. Mayo now. Hello, Mr. Mayo.
Hello, Archie.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Kay.
Well, Archie, here I am, raring to go.
We'll find out. Now, Kay... Now, Kay, you understand the first scene we're shooting is the one where you discover that Jack is really a man.
Yes, Archie. And as I understand it, the situation comes to me as a surprise.
Exactly.
Oh, Archie, Miss Francis had a rather good suggestion a moment ago. She thought that at the finish of the scene, we ought to embrace and kiss each other. Isn't that a good idea?
Why, Jack Benny.
I mean, how do you feel about it, Archie?
I don't feel about it. The kiss is out.
Oh, well, tough luck, Kay. It's too bad.
They told me about you, but I wouldn't believe it.
Well,
come on now, you lovely people. Let's rehearse it the way it's written.
All right. Oh, pardon me, Archie. This is Mary Livingston.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Archie. You ought to lay off the starchy.
Mary, he's not so plump.
Now listen, Jack, let's get going. Let's rehearse.
Well, Mary insulted you. She said you were fat.
Well, I am fat.
Okay.
All right, now, everybody, quiet for rehearsal.
Quiet, please.
Quiet, please.
They're ready for rehearsal.
Hickory, dickory.
Dickory, Doc. The mouse ran up the bustle.
Oh, Mother Goose!
Oh, what is this anyway?
Come on, let's cut the clowning. Now, you've got the first speech, Kay. You've just found out that Jack is not Charlie's aunt, but you kid him along.
Yes, I understand.
And, Jack, you're still the woman.
Yeah, I get it.
Now, go ahead, Kay. Read your first line.
So you're Charlie's aunt, eh? That's a coincidence. I knew your late husband quite well. I knew your late husband quite well.
Well, Jack, what are you waiting for, the Robert E. Lee?
Oh, pardon me. I was worried about Dennis Day. He needs a towel. Give me that again, Kay.
So you're Charlie's aunt, eh? That's a coincidence. I knew your late husband quite well.
Oh, did you really?
Hiya, Jack. You're a woman.
Oh, did you really?
Hiya.
Oh, did you really? How's that?
I mean, how's that? Is that a woman?
Nobody I know.
Well, that's the best I can do.
Well, now, look, Jack, your voice is all right, but remember you're in England, so talk with an English accent.
Well, Mr. Pearlberg, the producer, said I should do it my own way.
I don't care what Pearlberg says. Talk with an English accent.
All right, all right. Give me that lead again, Kay. I knew your late husband.
I knew your late husband quite well, and I wish you were with him.
That's not the line. Now, please, Kay.
Hey, Jack.
What?
I'm beginning to like her.
Oh, stop. Now, Kay, give me the whole speech, will you, please?
Oh, my goodness.
Now, remember, Jack, an English accent. Go ahead, Kay.
So you're Charlie's aunt, eh? That's a coincidence. I knew your late husband quite well.
Oh, did you, Riley? Riley, what kind of an accent is that?
Well, that's the best I can do. Anyway, I'm not English. I was born in Waukegan. I'm going to see Mr. Pearlberg.
Quiet!
Quiet!
Quiet on the set!
Quiet, Now, cut that out, you guys. Heaven knows I'm not fussy. But if you think I'm going to change my personality and my character just to make you happy, you... Oh, hello, Mr. Zanuck. You've got another thing coming, and I'll tell you something else. This wig I'm wearing is too darn hot.
Oh, go grab a pitchfork.
I'm talking to Mr. Mayo. You know, Archie, this isn't the first picture I've ever made. I fought with other directors, too. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to read my lines my way. Come on, Kay, give me that line again. I know you're late.
Springtime is salad time, friends, and here's a salad that's right in tune with the season. It's called Cool Cucumber Salad. And the more tempting, taste-teasing salad just never was invented. It's easy to make, too. Simply prepare one package of lime jello as you usually do. Add 1 teaspoon of vinegar and a dash of salt and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 cup of diced cucumber, mold, and serve on lettuce with mayonnaise. You'll find this gay springtime salad a grand treat that the family will enjoy the whole year round because it has such a swell, tantalizing flavor and such an inviting appearance. And it's a salad you'll enjoy making because it takes almost no time at all. So start serving it now. For a delightful salad, try this intriguing combination of cool, crisp cucumbers and delicious lime jello.
We're a little late, but thanks, Miss Francis and Mr. Mayo. Good night, folks.
Cool, refreshing homemade ice cream.
It's easy to make.
Inexpensive, too.
And boy, is it swell.
Yes, everybody has a good word to say for homemade ice cream. It's a grand treat and easier than ever to make with Jell-O freezing mix. Blended with milk and cream and frozen in your automatic refrigerator, Jell-O freezing mix turns out exquisite, velvety smooth ice cream. And you can enjoy this deluxe ice cream in a whole variety of grand flavors. So get Jell-O freezing mix tomorrow for luscious homemade ice cream, freshly made when you want it, just the way you want it. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
In the 21st century, a weapon will be invented like no other. This weapon will be powerful, versatile, and indestructible. It can't be reasoned with. It can't be bargained with. It will feel no pity, no remorse, no pain, no fear. It will have only one purpose: to return to the present and prevent the future. This weapon will be called the Terminator.
You're dead, honey.
What day is it? The date!
12th May, Thursday.
What year?
I'm here to help you. I'm Reese, DN 38416, assigned to protect you. You've been targeted for termination.
Where does it want me? Why me?
Arnold Schwarzenegger is the Terminator. Your future is in its hands.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the guest producer of the Lux Radio Theater, Mr. Edward G. Robinson.
Before we open the Lux Radio Theater program, we think it only fitting and proper that we pause for a moment of tribute to the memory of a great American. Since last Monday night, our country has suffered an overwhelming loss. Only history can write a full and adequate tribute to Franklin Delano Roosevelt. And now it is for all of us to unite solidly and loyally to finish the great task remaining before us, both in winning the war and in winning the peace. In today's chaotic and fast-changing world, we may forget that only yesterday we were living through one of the most hectic periods in American history, the Flaming 20s. A decade of nervous change and violent speed, of prohibition, gangsterism, and Wall Street hysteria. That is the setting of our play tonight. Universal screen hit, Only Yesterday. The story of a man's life and a woman's love against the background of a world recovering from the shock of war. Starring in tonight's production is the talented dramatic actress Ida Lupino, who turns out to be a great light comedian in the Warner Brothers picture Pillow to Post. Co-starred with Miss Lupino is the personable Robert Young. In leisure hours, a gentleman rancher from the San Fernando Valley who comes to our stage from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, producers of the Katharine Hepburn Spencer Tracy comedy Without Love. Among so many other changes, it was only yesterday that women first asserted their emancipation. They'd won the vote, and they went on to claim equality and freedom. Equality in business, art, and science. Freedom from needless drudgery at home. In greater numbers, they turned to labor-saving methods and conveniences. Lux Flakes, for instance, that have saved so many women countless hours of labor over scrubbing boards and wash tubs, and have helped to keep things looking fresher into the bargain. And just as in the last war, Lux Flakes helped precious clothing to wear longer, so they're performing the same service in America today. Our players are standing in the wings now, and it's curtain time for the first act of Only Yesterday, starring Robert Young as James Emerson and Ida Lupino as Mary Lane. October 1929.
Stock market crash.
In a panic of selling that sweeps the country, the business world of America comes crashing down with a roar, heard in a million factories and shops. in 30 million homes. Within a few short hours, huge fortunes and meager savings alike have vanished into thin air. Men struggle to explain, struggle vainly against the financial monster that has turned to destroy them, and then sit back crushed amid the wreckage of all their hopes and dreams. But far uptown from Wall Street, in the sunlit bedroom of a pleasant home, another battle is being fought. A battle between life and death. By a bedside, the doctor keeps careful watch as a young woman sinks lower and lower into the darkness. At last, her eyes open. A white hand plucks nervously at the coverlet.
Doctor.
Yes?
Doctor, do you think I can hold out until he gets here?
Why, of course. Your boy's on his way here now.
Mary, Jimmy left the school at 8 o'clock this morning. They're bringing him just as fast as they can.
Yes, I know, but I'm afraid I may beat them to it.
Oh, Mary, please don't.
Julia.
Yes, dear?
Will you open the drawer of the night table? You'll find a letter there. A letter I wrote.
Is this it?
It's addressed
to Mr. James Emerson. Mary.
Yes, to him.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I'm very sure, Julia. I've had a long time to think about it lying here. You see, everything's so clear to me now. And I want it to be like that for him, too.
But will it help? Will it do any good now?
I think it will. He has a right to know, and so has Jimmy. I just couldn't tell him while I lived. That's why, when I found out I hadn't long, I was almost glad.
Oh, Mary.
Julia, I want you to promise me. See that he gets the letter after I'm gone. You will, won't you?
Yes, I promise.
Thank you. Oh, is that Jimmy?
Well, I'll go and see. I'll bring him right in if it is. Jimmy? Oh, Jimmy, darling. Come here, dear.
Well, what's the matter, Aunt Julia? They told me to come home from school right away, but they wouldn't tell me why.
Well, Mother is sick, Jimmy, and she wants to see you.
Can I go in now?
Wait. You see, dear, you've got to be awfully brave, because she's very, very sick.
Aunt Julia, is Mother gonna die?
Oh, Jimmy. Oh, my darling. Come in, dear.
Mother?
Hello, Jimmy. Come here, darling. Oh, my, you're getting big. You'll be a man soon, won't you? Jimmy, don't cry. Look, darling, there are hard things we all have to face in life. But they aren't so bad as some people make them out. Cowardly people. Not getting very sick, even dying, isn't so terrible, really. It just means getting along without each other for a little longer time than, well, going away to school or things like that. And so, darling, I have to go away for quite a long time. And I want you to be as good a boy when you were big as you've been to me when you were little. Darling, you will, won't you?
Oh, Mother. Oh, Gio.
Yes. Yes, I want you to take this letter. 114 Wall Street. Do it quickly, it's important. And deliver it personally to Mr. James Emerson.
114 Wall, yes, ma'am.
Hello, listen, I've got to speak to him. Put him on the phone. Wait a minute. Fairchild, close that door.
Yes, sir.
Now, listen, this is James Emerson speaking. Tell Mr. Brand I've got to speak to him. But he can't close me out. I've got to have a chance. Hello? Hello?
Mr. Emerson.
Yes?
I've never seen anything like it, sir.
You never will again. I'm going to let you in on something, Fairchild. You better go get yourself another job. If you can find one.
Mr. Emerson, you didn't lose everything. It's impossible, sir.
Yes? Speak to Brand sometime. He's through, too.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah. Get out, will you?
Yes, sir. Oh, your wife called, sir. She wanted to know when you'd be home. She's having a few people in this evening.
Well, it's a good time for a party. She didn't happen to mention who was going to pay for it, did she? All right, get out. Tell her I'll be a little late.
Hello? I'm sorry, sir, I can't hear you. No, sir, Mr. Emerson is not home yet. Very good, sir.
Thomas, was that my husband?
No, ma'am. Someone calling him, ma'am.
Well, did you hear from his office?
Only that he'd be home later, Mrs. Emerson. Then a messenger came with this letter. He said he'd tried to reach Mr. Emerson at the office, and he wasn't there.
Well, call the office again. Tell him to... Oh, never mind. He's here. Jim, for heaven's sake, what happened to you? I've been trying to reach you all day.
Shall I take your coat, sir?
What? Thanks.
Well, where's Harry Adams? I thought he was coming with you. Eunice has been waiting for him.
Is, Eunice still here?
Of course.
Oh, you'd better send her home. Harry Adams is dead.
Jim!
He jumped out of the window an hour ago.
Oh, no! Jim, what's happened down there? What is it?
Send somebody home with Eunice. Then you'd better come and see me in the study. We've got a lot to talk over. I'll wait for you.
I don't believe it. I can't believe it, Jim. Why didn't you tell me before?
I didn't know before.
But how could it happen? This morning we were rich.
That was 10 hours ago.
Now you try to tell me we have nothing. What about the country house, this apartment?
Gone.
And all those bonds?
They're gone, too. Everything. Blanche, I haven't got a nickel.
I see. I suppose that means I haven't anything either.
I didn't say that.
But I suppose you'd like me to give up whatever I have that's worth anything. My pearls, the bracelet.
No. I think you'd better keep them. They're paid for.
Well, I intend to keep them, Jim. It's the only thing I can keep out of this mess. I'm not going to give up everything and start living in a furnished room. It may be very noble, but it's hardly practical. Not for me. You were warned about the market. Norman Harris warned you. He told me himself. But you wouldn't listen. No. You knew everything.
It seems I was mistaken. When are you divorcing me, Blanche?
What?
When are you divorcing me to marry Norman Harris? You've wanted to for a long time. There's nothing now to hold you back.
You're horrible. No woman could live with you. You deserve anything you get. Anything!
Well, go on. Why don't you do it? What's the use of fighting when you've got nothing to fight for? Go on. Adams had the nerve. Get out of it. Leave it all behind. It's only a second. One quick drop. Down, and it's all over. Go on. Go on.
Mr. Emerson! Mr. Emerson!
Well, what is it?
Oh, sir, the window, I thought.
I was trying to fix the drapes. What do you want?
This letter, sir, it came by messenger. He said it was important.
All right, get out, please.
Yes, sir.
Mr. James Emerson, personal, urgent. My dearest Jim, I have so much to tell you and so little time in which to say it. You may have to think back 12 years ago to recall, if you can, a girl you met for the first time at a dance at the Virginia Country Club in April 1917. Her name was 12 years ago to recall, if you can, the girl you met for the first time at a dance at the Virginia Country Club in April 1917. Her name was Mary Lane. Do you remember now? You were Lieutenant Emerson.
And so very, very handsome in your uniform. I remember seeing you come in the door. You stood there smiling. All of the girls had a little card with a soldier's name on it. We were supposed to dance with that soldier and entertain him. Your name wasn't on my card, but I went over and spoke to you anyway. Oh, good evening. Aren't you Lieutenant James Stanton Emerson?
Oh, yes, I guess I am.
Oh, I'm supposed to look after you. Shall we dance?
I don't know why not. Come on. Is this something new?
Well, we thought it'd be nice to try and keep the boys in the camp down here from getting homesick.
And with great success, too.
Will you be going over soon?
Can't tell. I hope so.
You're quite anxious, aren't you?
I suppose so. But I'm glad I didn't go before.
Why?
Why? Because if I had, I would have missed the chance to meet you.
Oh, please, not so loud.
Why? What have I done?
Well, listen, I have a confession to make to you.
Yeah?
What name is on your card, the one they gave you at the door?
Well, let's see. It's, Miss Amy Breckenridge.
Oh, yes. Well, that isn't my name.
No?
No. My name is Mary Lane. Amy drew you, but I traded with her. My captain for you.
Oh, you did? I'm afraid you haven't the proper respect for rank. Why did you do it?
Because I wanted to be with you.
Did you tell her that?
Oh, well, she and Deborah, that's my other friend.
Mm-hmm.
They think you and I know each other very well.
Now, what gave them that idea?
I did.
What?
Oh, don't be angry. Please don't.
Oh, I'm not angry. But I am a little surprised.
And that isn't all. I wore some flowers last weekend, and I told them they came from you.
No. Well, how long has this been going on?
2 years.
Oh, I've been sending you flowers for 2 years, huh?
Oh, no. I mean, it's 2 years since we met.
Say, let's go out on the porch and start from the beginning, huh? Come on. Say we have met.
Well, you couldn't exactly call it that.
Well, where was it?
An affair that Mrs. Abbott gave 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I was 17 then, so of course you didn't notice me. I gave you a cheese sandwich.
Well, that was nice of you.
Mm-hmm. And then I've seen you since.
Where?
When you were campaigning for President Wilson.
Oh.
My aunt who lives in New York was staying with us. She's a suffragette. You know, thinks women ought to vote, and I went with her. And you made a speech.
No.
Oh, yes, you did. It was a wonderful speech. You were so sincere and handsome. I tried to buy a picture of you, but they only had President Wilson and Vice President Marshall.
And you'd rather have had me?
Oh, yes, of course.
Miss Lane, I love you.
Oh.
What's the matter?
You kissed me.
And I asked, what's the matter?
Well, it was a kind of a surprise attack.
You can't say you haven't known me long enough. 2 years? 2 years are surely good for one kiss. Especially such a gentle kiss.
Well, I think we'd better go back inside.
Do you really want to?
No.
Then let's walk. Let's walk way out there.
All right. Shall I show you our golf course?
That's a good idea. We'll walk the full course.
Oh. Well, it takes 2 hours to go around. I think a little of the golf course will go quite a way tonight.
Well, I may need more time than that, though.
Time?
Yeah, to catch up. I've got to get as well acquainted with you as you are with me.
Oh, I see. Well, let's begin. I'm 19 now. Oh, but I told you that. And I live over there, see?
Oh, that lovely old place.
It looks better at night.
And what's your favorite flower?
Violets. Who's your favorite moving picture actress?
Blanche Sweet. Now, see, we're getting somewhere.
Yes, aren't we?
Now, just one more. A really personal one. Are you engaged or something?
Oh, no.
Why not?
That's too personal.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're not. Just think of it. A beautiful old garden, Virginia moonlight, and us three.
3?
You and me and fate. 3 of us walking in the garden. Eden was never like this, Mary Lane.
No, I guess it couldn't have been. I guess that...
What?
Well, I guess we'd better go back. We went back that night. There were other times when we didn't. Do you remember how we used to meet? Whenever and wherever we could. All those beautiful short days and shorter nights. Until I learned to love you so that I couldn't live out of your sight. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't mine. What had happened was something beyond either of us. And then one night, we'd been out for hours, walking and not saying very much. And you left me in the garden.
Good night, my darling.
Oh, no, Jim. Not yet. Please don't go yet.
I don't want to, ever. You know that.
Yes, I know. I've got to get used to it. You're leaving me. Because someday... Oh, darling, I can't bear it. This is just goodbye for a few hours, but soon it'll be...
Mary. Oh, don't cry. Please.
I do try, Jim. I try so awfully hard. When can I see you again?
I'm trying to get leave for next Saturday. Perhaps I'll get the whole weekend. If I do, would you marry me?
Oh, Jim. Oh, no, we can't.
Why not?
Well, there's my family. They don't even know you.
You do, Mary.
Oh, yes, I do. I do.
Then we'll get married. No one has to know about it. We'll keep it a secret. Just till I get back. I think it would be right, Mary.
Oh, Jim, my sweet. If you only knew how happy you'd made me that night. How the days seemed to drag by until Saturday. But it came finally, and we were married. Oh, it was a lovely secret, darling. The loveliest I've ever tried to keep. But of course I couldn't. I told my mother and father one day at breakfast. I think they were a little angry, but I was so happy I didn't care.
And just when are we going to meet this paragon of yours, Mary?
As soon as he has his next leave.
Oh, dear. Why, I can't even remember his name. What did you say it was?
James Emerson, Mother. Lieutenant Emerson. 309th Infantry. And he's very tall, very dark, and very, very nice.
Yes, I'm sure he must be.
Now, Dad, please. Just because it all seems so sudden to you, don't try to judge him until you've seen him. You'll like him. I know you will.
Miss Mary.
Yes, Abby.
Your friend Miss Deborah's here.
Mary?
Come in, Deborah.
Oh, Mary, darling. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Lane. Good morning, Mr. Lane.
Morning, Deborah.
Sit down and have some breakfast, dear.
Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Lane. I'm too excited to eat. Haven't you heard the news?
What news?
The men at the camp are leaving.
Leaving?
Yes. The orders came from Washington all of a sudden.
Mary. Oh, I've got to go down there. Got to go to the train. Excuse me.
Mary, dear.
Let me through, please. Please. Oh, please let me through. I've got to get to the train. Please let me through.
I'm sorry, miss. That's as far as you can go.
Where's the 309th Infantry, please?
What?
The 309th.
Oh, that's gone, miss. The 309th left an hour ago.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Edward G. Robinson and our stars Ida Lupino and Robert Young will return for Act Two of Only Yesterday in just a moment. And now, here's Libby Collins, our fashion reporter.
Reporting on figures, Mr. Kennedy, because they're so important to the new fashions. There's no use in trying on the new styles this spring unless you have the right foundation to set them off. But that's easier said than done. Most women would give their eye teeth for one of those wonderful figure-molding pre-war all-elastic jobs. But they just don't exist. However, cutting has become an art. And now that some synthetic rubber is available, with a little patience, you can find what you need. But those snippets of elastic you find in the new garments are very, very precious. So take good care of every girdle. Lots of women ask whether synthetic rubber should be washed the same way as natural rubber. The answer is emphatically yes. In fact, you'll find the new girdles fit better when they're washed often. After 2 or 3 days, a girdle gets stretched and doesn't control as well as when it's freshly luxed and firm. Luxing helps to restore the original fit. And please, if you value a good girdle, don't use harsh wash day methods. Strong soap weakens elasticity. It's been proved by actual tests that girdles washed the Lux way keep their elasticity longer. So do be kind to those girdles of yours. The ones you have now, the new ones you buy. Lux them gently and lux them often. It's thrifty figure insurance.
Now, Edward G. Robinson returns with our stars.
Act Two of Only Yesterday, starring Ida Lupino as Mary Lane and Robert Young as James Emerson. In his study, James Emerson sits at the desk. Before him is a letter that takes him back 12 years, back to the day he sailed for France, back to a girl named Mary Lane. His hands tremble slightly as he turns the page.
So we missed saying our last goodbye. But I said it to you anyway. Over and over to myself on the way home from the station. Goodbye, Jim. Goodbye, darling. Come home safe. I wonder how many times I said that in the next few months. At night, lying awake, or in the day, walking through the fields where we had walked. And then, all at once, I knew.
Suddenly, as if I'd been lifted to a great height and could see all the secrets of the world and life, I knew about the baby. I wasn't afraid, even though he was so far away. I was happy. That's what made it so difficult with Mother. She just couldn't understand.
This is the first time, the only time anything's happened in our family to make us feel ashamed.
Ashamed of what, Mother? I love Jim, and he loves me, and when he comes back...
When he comes back? What if he doesn't come back? What then?
Mother, please, don't say those things.
What am I supposed to tell people? That my daughter was married secretly? Do you think they'll believe me?
I don't care whether they do or not. Tell them anything you want. Oh, Mother, I'm sorry that it had to be this way for your sake and Dad's. That's why I'm going up to New York.
Yes, I suppose that's best. I've written to your Aunt Julia. She's expecting you.
Well, thank you, Mother. I'll leave in a few days.
This it, lady?
That's right. Oh, carry up those bags, will you? Come on, Mary. Well, here we are, Mary. 4 rooms and a bath. Otherwise home.
I think it's lovely, Aunt Julia.
Well, it's what we call home in New York. But make no mistake, honey. Air shafts and elevators notwithstanding, New York is the place to live. It's in the air. It's electric. Anyhow, you're going to like it. Do you hear me? Like it.
You don't have to threaten me. I think I will.
That's the girl. Here, give me a hat. I just can't wait to see you bobbed.
Bobbed? You mean cut my hair?
Oh, child, women have cut more than their hair. That's just a kind of symbol. They've cut a lot of the old silly nonsense. They can get and hold good jobs nowadays. They aren't dependents anymore. And they've kicked the bottom out of that old bucket about woman's place is at the kitchen sink.
Well, at least you have, Aunt Julia.
Now, you sit right there. We'll have tea in a minute. And I'll stop talking long enough to let you tell me a little more about what your mother wrote.
Oh, yes. Aunt Julia, are you terribly disappointed in me?
Of course I'm not. Why should I be? From all I've heard, you're going to be very happy someday. You and your Jim Emerson.
Oh, Aunt Julia, you make it so easy. I think I should have come up here before.
Of course you should. Now tell me, does he know about the baby?
No. No, I couldn't tell him. I didn't want him to have that to think about. It's hard enough for him now without worrying about me.
I know, but you mustn't worry either. Understand?
I try not to. But, oh, Aunt Julia, if I only knew, if I were only sure that he was safe, that he'd come back to me alive.
He will, darling. Well, he'll probably be here before the baby's born. Oh, by the way, how much time has he got?
Well, he better come home soon. It's in November.
November 1918. I wonder what the horoscopes would have to say about that one. Nurse! Oh, nurse!
Yes?
My name is Julia Warren. The hospital called me. They told me to come here right away.
Oh, of course. Your niece is doing very well, Mrs. Warren. It's a boy.
A boy? Oh, how wonderful. May I see her now?
I think so. But don't stay too long.
No, I won't. Thank you. Hello, darling.
Aunt Julia?
How are you?
I'm all right. Did they tell you?
Yes, darling.
A boy. I knew it would be. Oh, I'm so happy.
I can't stay very long, darling, but I've some good news, too. Listen. Do you hear anything?
Yes. What is it? Sounds like a celebration.
Oh, it is, dear.
I didn't know my baby's birthday was that important.
You hit on a great day for it, honey. Listen while I say it slowly. The armistice has been signed. Really signed. People are crazy with the news. The war is over, Mary.
Over? Oh, now his father can come home.
Yes, dear.
Oh, I must get well fast, very fast. I've got to meet him when he comes back.
Well, they can't all come on the first ship, you know.
Good morning. you like to see your baby now?
Oh, yes, nurse.
Here you are, dear.
Thank you. Look, Aunt Julia. Just look at him.
Oh.
He looks just like his father, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm. All but the uniform.
How long will it be, I wonder, before he can get back to us?
Oh, a month or 2 or 3.
A month or 2 or 3. I thought they'd never pass, Jim. And then your regiment came home. I was on the pier waiting. I'd been there since 7 that morning. And then at last I saw you. How I got through that crowd, I'll never know.
Oh, please, let me through. Jim, I'm here. Over here. Darling, Jim.
Oh, Jim, darling.
Hello?
Oh, my darling, I'm so glad to have you back again.
I'm glad to be back.
Jim, is that all we have to say to each other?
I'm sorry, please excuse me.
Jim!
There he is, Jim Boy, here.
Oh, hello, Father.
My boy.
Mother, dear.
Oh, it's so wonderful to see you again.
Good morning, hero.
Oh.
Blanche. Oh, what's the matter? It's Blanche, my boy.
Yes, of course.
Have I changed that much,
Come
darling?
along, son. The whole family's waiting at the house.
Now I want to hear all about everything. Oh, Jim, my darling.
Jim. Oh, Jim.
Mary, is that you? I just gave the baby his bath and
Why, Mary, what is it? What's happened? Didn't you see him?
Yes. Yes, I saw him.
But
he didn't know me.
He didn't. Oh, darling, what on earth are you
I
talking?
ran up to him. He looked at me. Spoke to me. He didn't know who I was.
Oh, Mary, you can't think that he didn't want to know you. Not if all you've told me about him's true.
What else is there to think? His people were there and a girl.
Oh, now, Mary, listen. You mustn't forget that you've changed, too. Your hair is different. Your clothes are different. You look like another girl.
It's a compliment to you, Julia. You've done me over with a vengeance. The Julia Warren shop guarantees to make you over so that the father of your baby won't even know you.
Oh, Mary, dear.
Oh, Julia. If he were changed 1,000 ways, I'd still know him.
What are you going to do?
I don't know.
Well, there are things you can do. You can go to him. Tell him he has a son. Demand your rights as a wife.
Demand? No, I have some pride, Julia. It isn't fair to me or to my baby. If I have to demand, I don't want it.
But you can't go on this way.
Yes, I can. I'll wait. I know he'll come to us. I know it.
How long will you wait, Mary?
Until he has to recognize me. And he will someday. Julia, will you do something for me?
Of course, dear.
Will you let me come into your shop with you?
Oh, darling, I'd be so glad if you would.
Yes, I want to go to work. I've got to think about my son's future. Looking back at that time 11 years ago, I hardly seem to know myself. I was so very young, so very foolish. For months, my pride wouldn't let me go to you. I kept myself busy in Julia's shop and with the baby. And in time, I had our marriage quietly annulled. But I couldn't understand. I couldn't forget. And then one night, I made my decision. I had to see you. I think Julia must have known, because just as I was leaving the apartment, she stopped me at the door.
Mary, where are you going, dear? Dinner's almost ready.
Well, I'm going out.
Where, dear?
Julia, I'm going to see Jim. I can't stand this any longer. I'm going to him and tell him everything.
What's changed you so suddenly?
It isn't sudden, Julia. You know where I was this afternoon? In front of his office, waiting for him to come out, hoping he'd see me and remember me. And that wasn't the first time. It hasn't been a day since he came back. that I haven't stood outside his office, near his home. Well, I'm going to swallow my pride. I'm going to him, tell him that I love him, and that I can't go on without him.
Wait a minute. I've got something to show you, Mary.
Mm-hmm. What is it?
Well, I didn't want to show it to you, but, well, I think you'd better read this.
Mr. and Mrs. James Stanton Emerson, who were married on Wednesday last, sail today for...
Oh, Mary. Mary, darling, please don't look like that. Mary!
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. Edward G. Robinson and our stars Ida Lupino and Robert Young will be back with Act 3 of Only Yesterday in just a moment. It's almost lunchtime in a busy office.
Hey, Janie, it's almost 1 o'clock and I'm starved. Hurry up or we'll have to stand in line for ages.
Okay, just let me finish this. There.
I suppose you know you've got to run.
No, where? Oh, darn. Could you lend me $1 for another pair?
All right, but you're always borrowing to buy new stockings.
Well, you get it back on payday. Besides, I can't help those runs.
I'll bet you could. Remember the last time when we both got stockings?
Uh-huh.
Well, I've still got mine and no runs.
So?
Well, don't you remember what I told you about Lux cutting down runs?
Oh, that.
But it's true. We both got our stockings at the same time. Well, mine are still nice, and I use Lux. You rub yours with cake soap and
Okay, stake me to a box of Lux Flakes and I'll try it.
Listen, I'm only trying to help you cut down runs.
So I'll get the stuff. Let's go get the stockings and the Lux now and eat later.
Stockings aren't too plentiful these days, so Luxing is more important than ever. Strain tests have proved that Lux stockings last twice as long as those rubbed with cake soap or washed with a strong soap. Why not let Lux help you get twice the wear from every pair? For best results, always dry rayons, at least 24 hours. Now, here's Edward G. Robinson and our stars.
After the play, we'll bring our stars to the footlights for a bit of reminiscence. The curtain's going up now on Act 3 of Only Yesterday, starring Robert Young as Jim and Ida Lupino as Mary. In Jim Emerson's study, time is forgotten. Poring over the letter from Mary Lane, Emerson's mind tries vainly to pierce the darkness of years long past. The letter goes on.
How can I tell you of the 10 years that came after? It would be wrong to say I was always unhappy, for there were times when I wasn't. Times when I looked at little Jimmy growing up so straight and strong, and knew that no matter what had happened, you had still given me him. He was 10 years old last
November, and I had him entered in a private school. It was strange not having him with me, for somehow he'd taken your place. But then he came home for the holidays, and I was happy again.
Mother! Mother!
Hello there.
Can I come in?
In a minute, darling. Let me finish dressing.
Okay.
Happy New Year, Jimmy.
Oh, hello, Aunt Julia. Happy New Year. What's in the package?
My new dress. I'm going to be beautiful tonight if it kills me. Where's your mother? Is she getting ready?
Mm-hmm. We just got home a little while ago. We went to the doctor's.
Oh, what'd he say?
Nothing much. He gave me a lot of tests and stuff, and he said I can play football all I want next year.
Oh, that's wonderful, Jimmy. Then you're all right, aren't you?
I guess so. But you know what? He told Mother it was her who needed to be careful.
What?
I heard him. He said something about she was working too hard or something, and she ought to take things easier. What do you suppose that means, Aunt Julia?
Well, I don't know. She has been doing too much. I've told her time and time again, but it doesn't do any good.
Do you suppose it'd help if she didn't come to the store sometimes? I mean, like take a vacation?
Well, yes, if she'd do it. But just try and make her stay away.
All right now, Jimmy.
Okay.
Jimmy, don't tell her you told me, will you? I'll call the doctor myself.
I won't tell her.
Hello, Jimmy.
Hello. Oh, gee, you look keen. You're going out, huh?
Uh-huh. Do you mind?
No, I don't mind.
That's good.
I just wanted to come in and say Happy New Year, that's all.
Mary, that man's here.
Oh, dear. Tell him I'll be right there. Jimmy, I've got to rush. Mr. Reynolds is here, and I haven't even finished my makeup yet. Look out, darling.
Well, you don't need makeup. You'll get by without it.
You think so? Just the same, I'm not going to take any chances.
Say, Mother, I've been wondering.
Mm-hmm. What about?
Mr. Reynolds, are you going to marry him?
Oh, what a question. He hasn't asked me.
Go on.
No, really.
Well, then why don't you ask him?
Well, Jimmy, ladies don't ask gentlemen to marry them.
Oh. Well, I can fix that. How'd you like me to ask him for you?
Jimmy, what an idea.
No, I don't mind. I'll just go and say to him, now look here, Mr. Reynolds, I want to know...
Jimmy, if you dare to do a thing like that... Oh, you little imp.
Gee, did you look scared?
Come on now, kiss me goodnight.
Good night, Mother. Have a nice time.
I will, darling. And don't forget, we have a date tomorrow.
Mary.
Coming.
You'll have to entertain him for a while. I'm not ready.
All right. Hello, David.
Well, let me look at you. You're very lovely tonight, Mary.
Thanks. Must be your flowers. Sit down, David.
How's Jimmy?
Well, I think he's getting beyond me. He threatened to embarrass us horribly tonight.
Oh, is that so?
Mm-hmm. He was going to speak to you about your intentions.
No.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, I suppose you told him how many times I've asked you to marry me.
No, I didn't think that was quite the thing.
Mary.
What?
How many more times am I going to ask you?
Oh, David, you're very sweet.
I'm very much in love with you, Mary. And I guess I'll always be, no matter how many times you turn me down.
But, David, before we could even think about it, there'd be so much I'd have to tell you.
Well, you couldn't find a more interested listener. Go on.
No. No, it's the wrong time, David.
Will there ever be a right time?
Yes, Well, I'll tell you next year.
Next year?
It's only about 4 hours.
Oh, that's right. Mary, is that a promise?
Yes. It's a promise, David. I don't know exactly what I planned to tell David. I had no fear of the truth because I knew he loved me. But that night, just as the new year was coming in and the crowds were milling through the streets, I met you again. I'd become separated from David and Julia, and then suddenly, there we were, you and I, face to face in the crowd.
I'm sorry, there doesn't seem to be very much that one can do about this.
No, it's quite all right.
Is anything the matter?
Oh, I know. I just lost my friends, and there's not much chance of finding them.
Oh, shall I get you out of this?
Yes, please.
There. This is better, isn't it?
Yes, thank you.
Do you think you'll get home all right?
Well, Yes, I'm quite sure. I mean, I don't think I'll go home just yet.
Well, would you care to have a drink with me? See the New Year in together?
I'd like to very much.
Thanks. I'm alone, too.
Yes?
I'm sorry. Haven't we met before?
Have we met before?
Does sound rather trite, doesn't it? But I didn't mean it as an opening. Well, shall we go? Go right in. We can have another drink, and I...
No, thank you. It's getting rather late.
Oh, you can sit down for a moment. Please. You don't have to leave now, do you?
Tell me, is this some friend's apartment?
Why, no, it's mine.
But this isn't where you live.
Yes? What made you say that?
Well, I never saw a place so completely without the feminine touch.
Oh, well, this happens to be the place where I live. The other place is where I sleep. You know, breakfast and get my mail.
Oh, I see. May I use your phone?
Of course, there it is.
Thank you.
You want me to go somewhere while you talk?
Oh, no.
I warn you, I may listen.
Well, you can hear what I have to say.
Hello.
Hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Just wanted to wish you a Happy New Year again.
Happy New Year to you, too, Mother.
Thanks, darling.
Say, did anything happen tonight?
And what?
Well, you know, did he say he wanted to marry you?
Oh, no, dear.
Oh, gosh. Well, you coming home soon?
Yes, very soon, I think. Good night, darling.
Good night.
Sounded very intimate. Was it a man?
You'd like to know?
Yes, I think I'd like to know everything about you. Who are you? Where do you live? What do you do?
Oh, I'm someone you met tonight in the crowd.
Someone to whom I'll be eternally grateful.
Why?
Well, you see, I was lost tonight, too. Not really lost. I went out for a walk about 10 o'clock. I was pretty lonely until we bumped into each other.
You're married, aren't you?
Yes.
Don't you usually celebrate New Year's Eve with your wife? Oh, I'm sorry. That was the wrong thing to say. Forgive me.
Oh, it's quite all right. I'm afraid it's not a great secret anyway. All married people aren't happy together, you know.
Tell me, are you unhappy?
Yes. I've never told that to anyone before. Funny, I should tell you.
A perfect stranger.
Are you? Somehow I feel that you're not. A stranger is someone you can't talk to, except about the weather or the market. But I can talk to you. May I see you again? Please?
Well, isn't life complicated enough? Do we have to tangle ourselves up willingly with our eyes open?
I don't understand you. Why can't I see you?
Because I don't know. I just think we better not.
I'm sorry. You speak as though you'd been greatly disappointed once.
I was. Well, I'll have to go now. Good night.
Good night. Well?
That picture on the table there.
Oh, my company. Or what was left of them. It was taken just after the armistice.
And this is you, isn't it?
Yes, not looking very well. I just come from the hospital.
You were wounded?
Yes, a head injury. Not too serious, but it kind of fogged me up a little. I used to forget things.
Forget?
Yes. Names, faces. They had to tell me who I was in the hospital. Then I pieced a lot of it together for myself. I never mentioned it to my people. I asked them to send me pictures from home. You know, snapshots of themselves, the house, my friends. They never suspected. And then, gradually, things began to come back to me. But not everything. There are still some blanks, empty pieces in my life that I'll probably never know about.
Go on.
Well, that's all. But that's why when I meet people sometimes, I have a strange feeling of having known them before, of something happening long ago that I can almost remember.
And if they are people you've known, and if they tell you things that have happened, things that are true, do you remember then? Does it come back to you?
No, not always. Sometimes I just have to take their word for it.
Oh, you take their word. Life has been very complicated for you, too. Hasn't been easy for you, has it?
I wasn't looking for sympathy.
No, I know. I'm glad you told me. I'm so very glad. Yes, David.
Where have you been? Why, I thought you'd never get home. We hunted all over for you.
Oh, I'm sorry, David. I've been walking.
In all this snow?
Yes, I had to think.
Mary, what's the matter? You look so strange.
David.
Yes?
David, I'm sorry. I can never marry you.
Is that what you were thinking about?
Yes, that and other things. It wouldn't be fair to you, David. I like you too much. And, well, you see, I'm still in love with someone else. So I didn't marry David. I couldn't. And I told him the truth. That's why I'm writing this letter to you, Jim, my darling. I've been so sick, so very tired. And I had to write the words I couldn't speak. I love you, Jim. I love you now as I've loved you always. And I have a feeling that we can be happy again somewhere. When you receive this letter, I shall be gone. But your son will be here. Please come and see him. And if there's a place from which I can watch, I'll be there. And I'll be happy. Goodbye, my darling.
Goodbye, my sweet. Now I can call you mine again. Yours, Mary.
Jim, let me in. Jim!
Come in, Blanche.
Jim, I thought you'd never open the door. Park said you'd locked yourself in. I was afraid.
No, not now. It's all changed now. I've got something to live for.
You mean you've heard from the office? Is everything all right then?
No, it's just the same down there. But something's happened. I can't explain it, Blanche.
Something has happened to me, too, Jim. I think I ought to tell you that I've taken you at your word. I've already told Norman that I'm going to marry him.
Yes, I think that would be best.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all I can say now. There's some place I've got to go. Someone I've got to see.
I thought our marriage meant more to you than that.
Blanche, let's not pretend any longer. We've known for a long time what was happening, both of us. Try to be happy. I'm going to try, too. And you are Mary's aunt.
Yes. There's not much more I can tell you, Mr. Emerson. This morning she gave me the letter to send to you after she was gone. I sent it this afternoon.
But why didn't she tell me before?
She was afraid you wouldn't remember.
That night I met her. I tried to remember then, and I couldn't. But there was something inside of me that never forgot, never could forget. May I see my son now?
Come in, Jimmy.
Yes, Aunt Julia?
Jimmy, darling, this man he has something to say to you.
Thank you. Come here, son. We've got a lot to weather, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
But we'll do it, won't we? I mean, the two of us together.
I don't know who you are.
You will, son. We're going to know each other very well, if you'll let me. You see, I'm your father, son.
I have a feeling that we can be happy again somewhere. And if there's a place from which I can watch, I'll be there. And I'll be happy.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, let me tell you what happened in Nancy's kitchen one day. Her sister has just dropped in.
Gosh, it's good to see you, sis. But you would catch me doing dishes.
Oh, Pooh, we all have to do them. Say, did you hear that Mrs... Why, Nan, whatever has happened to your hands?
Oh, you mean these lobster claws of mine? I can't help it. Doing dishes 3 times a day.
Honey, I'll bet it's that wash day soap you're using. Now look at my hands.
They do look nice, but...
Do you know why? I use Lux for my dishwashing.
But what? But, Mary, I'm pinching pennies these days.
So am I. But Lux is terribly thrifty. Listen, let's make a test. You keep track of how long your strong soap lasts, and I'll keep track of how long the same amount of Lux lasts.
And so the girls did just that. And here they are reporting.
Hello, sis. Just wanted to report I've used up all my dishwashing soap. How's your Lux?
Oh, goodness, I've still got a lot of Lux left. See, that's what I mean, sis. Lux flakes go so much further, they're really thrifty.
If Mary knew about our laboratory tests, she'd see how right she is about Lux being thrifty for dishes. Ounce for ounce, Lux does up to twice as many dishes as other well-known soaps. It's much richer, makes more suds. And, of course, you'll be happy when you see how soft and smooth Lux leaves your hands. Try Lux Flakes for your dishes tomorrow. Now, back to Edward G. Robinson and our stars.
Our thanks to Ida Lupino and Robert Young for taking us back to only yesterday. A period which in real life contains many pleasant memories as well as tragic ones.
Eddie, what were you doing at the time of only yesterday?
1929? Well, I was on my way to California, bumping across the desert in the Model T Ford.
You hadn't been fooling with the stock market, Eddie.
No. I'd been serious. The market did the fooling.
Oh.
Show business was on the skids in New York, and I had a bid to make my first talking picture here in Hollywood. How about you in 1929, Ida?
Well, I was still in England, climbing out of school windows and running away every chance I had, determined to become an actress.
Yes, and pretty young, I guess.
Well, it was several years before I got my first real part in an English picture with John Loder.
Well, I can tell you about Bob Young. I hadn't been in Hollywood many weeks before they were urging me to see a promising juvenile actor at the Pasadena Playhouse.
Well, that's only part of the story, Eddie. I was acting at night, but to make both ends meet, I was everything from soda jerker to a bank clerk in the daytime.
Well, when you go back 15 years or so, you certainly learn unusual things about your friends.
Well, Ida, you don't have to go back 15 years to learn extraordinary things about your friends. I wonder how many people know that Bob Young is an expert cattle raiser. And an expert, too, at growing citrus fruit trees.
Or that Ida Lupino has had her own musical compositions played by the Los Angeles Symphony.
Or that Eddie Robinson has one of the finest collections of paintings in the country. Eddie, I hear you built a new gallery for your paintings.
Yes, I built a new house for them over the badminton court.
Why over the badminton court?
So my wife couldn't make me exercise.
Well, we've covered the past and the present pretty well. But now about the future, Eddie. What are you having on Lux next Monday night?
Well, for next Monday night, we have one of the great stage and screen successes of our time. Robert Sherwood's thrilling drama, The Petrified Forest, starring Ronald Colman and Susan Hayward. Packed with action and suspense, it's the story of a disillusioned wanderer, a girl he meets in the exciting background of the Arizona desert, and a tight-lipped killer who brings them both together in a strange and moving love.
Congratulations, Eddie. It's a great play. And good night.
Good night.
Good night, and many, many thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Ronald Colman and Susan Hayward in The Petrified Forest. This is Edward G. Robinson saying good night from Hollywood.
Housewives, get those extra red points for your family at the same time that you speed America to victory. Your grocer is ready to give you 2 red ration points with 4 cents for each pound of waste fats that you bring him. Waste fats and greases from your kitchen are desperately needed for our military effort now. Save every drop you can. Only Yesterday was presented through the courtesy of Universal Picture Company, producers of Walter Wanger's Salome, Where She Danced. Edward G. Robinson is currently appearing in the international picture Woman in the Window. Heard in tonight's play were Lois Corbett as Aunt Julia, Tommy Cook as Jimmy, Lorene Tuttle as Blanche, and Charles Seal, Howard McNear, Norman Field, Eddie Marr, Ferdinand Munier, Regina Wallace, Janet Scott, and Fruta Marson. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Petrified Forest, starring Ronald Coleman and Susan Hayward.
Men have just discovered something. For 100,000 years, it was buried in the snow and ice. Now it has found a place to live. Inside. Where no one can see it, or hear it, or feel it.
I know I'm human. Some of you are still human. This thing doesn't want to show itself. It wants to hide inside an imitation. It'll fight if it has to, but it's vulnerable out in the open. If it takes us over, then it has no more enemies. Nobody left to kill it. And then it's won.
You guys gonna listen to Gary? He can beat one of those things!
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's a journey to the end of all the streets in the world. You turn a corner and you're there. You walk more slowly and lean your heart against it like you were in church until it explodes in your face. Then you move swiftly and you're one of the crowd window shopping for kicks and bargains and heartbreak. And you'll find it because it's Broadway, My Beat. The side streets are furious while they funnel off of Broadway. Then they trail down into limbo. Midway between the Fury and Limbo is a gray stone building. That's police headquarters. That's where I was standing, in front of it, watching the patches of night sky bleed into each other. That was my detail. I was waiting for someone.
Hi, Danny.
Oh, Sergeant Ellis. How are things upstate?
Oh, great. You know Officer Quinn, don't you? He drove Tommy and me down.
Sure. How are you, Quinn?
Fine, Lieutenant.
Why don't you pull up in the parking area over there? We'll meet you in the squadron for coffee a little later.
Sure thing.
Well, why don't somebody ask me how I am? I served half my sentence. That makes me a semi-approved citizen, don't it?
You look okay to me, Tommy. Haven't changed since you were 16.
Danny, I've known you a long time. You lie.
Sing Sing doesn't agree with you.
It's Sing Sing. You inhale and exhale. It's the only way you know you're living. So, I make a deal.
What kind of a deal, Tommy?
Oh, no. I'm saving it for the DA. After we talk, the DA and me, I got a feeling the state's going to forget all about my manslaughter rap and let me out of Sing Sing for good.
Uh-huh.
And to you, too. Look, kid, when I finish spilling, Some of the choicest names in the choicest circles are going to be doing things they never thought they could do before. Like getting sentenced, like breaking rocks, like making license plates for automobiles, like making...
Stash it, Tommy. Here, Lieutenant, I'll take off these cuffs between Tommy and me. There you are, Danny. Tommy's your prisoner. Danny, that car.
Tommy, don't be a fool. Come back here. Let's get him, Ellis. Ellis.
Danny.
Ellis. Oh, no.
I just got through parking the car and I heard... What happened?
Quinn, go upstairs and put Tommy Mannon's description on the wire. I want the whole city dragged for him, and I want him found. And I want him brought to me. Do that, Quinn.
Sure, but how about...
How about what?
Sergeant Ellis. He's dead, isn't he, Danny? Dead.
Death and violence are easy commodities in the city. Easy to buy and easy to sell. A decent man named Gordon Ellis got his free for nothing. The sudden mob that gathered around his shrunken body got theirs at bargain prices, too. Headlines on the house. Criminal escapes. Cop murdered. And the sick taste was in my mouth. I just stood while the headquarters boys did what needed to be done. Then I went back to my office and locked the door. And waited until the sickness was gone.
Danny! Danny!
Yeah. What do you want?
Oh, just to talk to you. Can't I talk to you, Danny?
Yeah, come on in, son.
It was messy what happened out there, Danny.
You selling something, Tartaglia?
Don't talk to me that way, Danny. For you, it hurts.
So it hurts when I bleed for you.
Danny, that's not your mouth that says things like that.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Apologies are also not necessary. What happened could have happened to anyone, not just you.
I was clumsy, and a man's life dropped into my hands. Tartaglia, get me the file on Tommy Mannon. Everything. Even the dust it's wrapped in.
Okay, Danny. Okay, in a minute. You know, the way I figure it, this deal that Tommy Mannon wanted to make with the DA, well, maybe it was kosher and maybe it was crummy. Maybe this whole thing...
You're still here, Tartaglia.
Danny, darling, I've brought you your posy. You can't face the world without a posy. Bend down so I can pin it on you.
Janie, how many times I have to tell you it ain't dignified you should sell flowers in police headquarters? And without a license?
You're only a Sergeant Tartaglia. You will address me as Madam. Oh, stop squirming, Danny.
All right, Janie. Tell me, doll, are you still running competition with the post office?
Keep your nose to the smelling of flowers, Danny. It's healthier.
The boys from the Lamb, do they still send messages to their loved ones through old Janie, the subway Lily? Like Tommy Mannon, maybe?
Danny, darling, I'd rather be called Lily than be planted with one. So I'm not saying one way or the other.
Yeah. Pay the lady for the posy, Tartaglia. Outside of headquarters and across the rooftops and down in the roaring avenues, the city had already grown restless for the nighttime. It was a time of big noise and prowling and secret laughter. And somewhere inside of it, and part of it, Tommy Mannon, hoodlum. Tommy Mannon, hoodlum. And I was living this piece of my life just for him. So I was prowling, too. And there was a place to go. A white marble house that overlooked the East River. It was on the other side of a world. A precise pattern of house lights strung like tinsel against the dark. The precise butler who opened the door and tilted his finger at the precise angle toward the waiting room. The decor of opulence that makes its own particular breed. And the precise amount of time that went by before the greeting from mine host.
Danny Clover. How nice. Won't you join us? We're in the library. Danny, this is a surprise and a pleasant one. Oh, you know Mr. Arnold, don't you? James Arnold, the attorney.
Hello, Danny.
What brings you all the way out here, Danny?
I thought you'd be expecting me.
I didn't know you were having company, Faulkner. I'll leave.
Stay a while, Arnold.
Thank you, Danny. I was about to suggest the same thing. Now, why have I the honor?
Had any other visitor lately, like Tommy Mannon?
Why should he come here?
He's a wandering boy. You might be keeping a light in the window for him.
Tommy left my employ when he confessed to manslaughter.
Really, Faulkner, maybe I'd better leave.
You're comfortable, Arnold? The drinks are all right? The hors d'oeuvres?
Fine, but...
Then stay a while. Sit.
Faulkner, when Tommy was brought back to New York, it was because he was going to turn state's evidence against some of the choicest names, he said.
So?
You're a choice name. You and Arnold here, respectively, an untouchable high-class hoodlum, the attorney for an untouchable high-class hoodlum. Real choice names.
Thank the police, Lieutenant Arnold. With choice. He said so. Go ahead, thank him. Not that way, attorney mine. Thank him.
Thanks.
That's better. Go ahead, Danny.
I think your Gunsel shot down a policeman and helped Tommy escape.
But such a tactic would constitute a felony, Danny.
I think that Tommy's being brought to town was a dodge. Tommy had powerful friends on the outside who knew when he would be brought down.
So you suggest we arrange this afternoon's fiasco?
I'm suggesting it.
Oh, throw it away. It ruins a good evening. It lends a bilious overtone to the fine conversation Arnold and I were having. Doesn't it, Arnold?
Yes, it makes conversation bilious.
Exactly. I was explaining to Arnold the 7-move mate that won Konstantinov, the chess championship in 32. Things like that devastate me. Don't they you, Danny?
You leave men like Faulkner and his toady, and you have a feeling you've been playing mumble peg with scalpels. Then you take a long walk into a dismal and frayed edge of the city, and it's a walk back into memory. The street where you were born is the same. The kids' games are the same. The cruel words on their mouths are not changed. The fly-specked electric bulbs that hang in peeling hallways are still there. And the night sounds of a tenement still follow you as you climb the decaying stairs. Then you knock on a door that opens into a room where Tommy Mannon was born.
It's late. What do you want?
Mrs. Mannon?
I might be. You're peddling something, it's late, and you come to the wrong place.
Wait, I just want to talk to you. Don't you remember me, Mrs. Mannon?
I stopped remembering a long time ago.
I'm Danny Clover.
So you are. Face is cleaner than when I saw you last. How old were you, Danny? 10?
It won't take long. Could we step inside?
We can talk here.
Inside would be better, Mrs. Mannon.
All right. Go on in.
Who is it, Mrs. Mannon? Who's your gentleman caller, Mrs. Mannon?
Hello, Mr. Mannon.
Oh, I know you. You're Danny. Danny Culver. You're the cop who let my boy get away. Have a drink, Danny. You've been wonderful to my boy. Come on, Danny, have a drink.
No, don't mind him, Danny. He means no harm. He's a drunken sot, but he don't mean no harm. Go back to your bottle, Mr. Mannon.
I'll do that thing, dearie. I'll just do that.
You want to know if Tommy's been here, don't you?
Has he?
When you were a kid, did you ever hear it said Mrs. Mannon was a liar?
No.
Then you'll believe me when I tell you this. If Tommy so much as put foot in this house, I'd throw him back into the gutter he wallows in.
That's no way to talk about Tommy. Tommy's good. Tommy's smart. Smart. I drink to my boy, Tommy.
Then maybe you'll get a word to your smart boy, Mr. Mannon. Tell him we want him. Tell him we want him bad enough to hurt him. Good night, Mrs. Mannon. I went back to Broadway for only one reason. I was hungry. And eating alone is the loneliest time a man can have. On Broadway, there's always people. You can watch them and make up your own stories. Stories that didn't have murder in it. I dawdled over spud nuts and coffee, made up my stories, then hit the street again. Part of it hit back at me, and it had the smell of lavender and a bit of old Irish lace in it.
Danny Clover.
Why, Janie, have you been following me?
The post office business is blooming, Danny. Here's a posy for you.
You've already pinned one on me today, remember?
Ah, but this is a very special posy. Here, take it.
Thanks, Janie. I've always wanted a cornflower.
I got it from a florist who says he's a dear friend of yours.
Thank him for me.
You think him, Danny. He doesn't live too far from here. You could get a cab. 2620 West 10th Street. First floor back.
Oh? For whom do I ask?
Ask for Tommy. Go quickly, Danny, dear. And ask for Tommy Mannon.
10th Street was a quarter of an hour away, and number 2620 was a hole in a block long of piled red bricks. First floor, walk back, and you know when you've come to the end of the hall when you can't quite walk through the final shadow. Tommy. Tommy Mannon. Open up, Tommy. It's Danny Clover. There was Tommy Mannon, all right. But his status had changed. He wasn't running anymore. He was seated in a wooden chair in front of a wooden table, peeping almost slyly over a bowl of waxed fruit. I walked over to him, put my hand on his shoulder. Yeah, it was Tommy Mannon, all right. And his status had really changed. He wasn't living anymore.
You're listening to Broadway's My Beat, starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
At 9 o'clock in the morning, Broadway is a 5-minute stopover for 1 million people. For these people, it's the 5 minutes that are important. It gives them time to adjust themselves to the world. It's assuring. Translux assures them that there's been a change in the weather. And the headlines assure them that the daily murder has taken place. The tabloids yelled, "Cop killing." There was a piece in the item about me, continued on page 23. On page 23, it said that I was standing right there when Officer Ellis was killed. I didn't know who did it. In my office at headquarters, a police sergeant named Tartaglia had a word for it. Did you mind repeating that, Tartaglia?
Huh?
Never mind. You got the date I asked for?
Oh, sure, Danny.
Okay, brief it to me.
Yeah, Danny, yeah. On June 17, 1944, Tommy Mannon confessed to beating up and killing one John Westfall.
Uh-huh.
This was what is known as the aftermath of a drunken brawl. Mannon was convicted of manslaughter. End of brief. Real brief, huh?
Yeah, it ran about like that. And the other thing, Tartaglia, about the newspapers, you fix that?
Oh, yeah, I fixed it, Danny. Like you said, not a word to the newspapers about finding Tommy Mannon dead or alive. Especially dead.
Okay. The coroner's report?
Yeah, I briefed that, too. Like this. Tommy Mannon was dead on arrival. Not a mark on his body. He wasn't poisoned. No heart failure. Mysterious, huh?
Tartaglia?
Okay. Tommy Mannon was drowned.
Drowned?
So it says on the report. Mannon was, and I quote, forcibly held with his head underwater until he was drowned, and I unquote. Yeah, they figure it was in that fruit bowl on the table. Water was still clean to the wax fruit. Twist, huh?
Yeah, funny killer. You got that list of character witnesses at Mannon's trial?
Yeah. There was one. And the one was one Georgia Webb. Address, the Brighton Hotel for Women.
Brighton Hotel for Women, huh? That's quite a showplace.
Danny...
This one I'll brief for myself. The Brighton Hotel for Women stands at the edge of the park. And from its blood granite threshold, you can watch the old men playing at bowls on the green. Through its plate glass doors, you look in on a pink plush world. A world of plaster cupids and crystal chandeliers with electric candles and mirrors, the reflection of mirrors. The room clerk is a crone in taffeta and tobacco-stained fingers who points you to a satin-tufted elevator. And the 5th floor is a hallway lighted with rails of fluorescent lamps. Some doors stood open. Georgia Webb's was closed.
Come in, whatever you are.
Georgia Webb?
Mm-hmm. Whatever you are, it's nice from here. Today they're good to me.
Who?
God, whispers, whatever it is that brought you to me. Come in, sit down, pour yourself a drink. And maybe you don't drink.
I'm Danny Clover.
You didn't have to tell me that. What's in a name, as they say?
I'm Danny Clover, Broadway Special Detail.
Oh? Off duty?
No, Georgia.
I take it all back. Everything I've said, I take it all back.
I've been catching up on my reading. Only today I read where You were once Tommy Mannon's girl.
Tommy Manning?
Yeah, a punk who ran away. I thought maybe you ran here, so he'd refresh your memory, so you'd remember his name. Tommy Mannon.
If I knew him, it didn't make an impression. You know, there are men like that.
You testified at his trial. You gave your name, your address, and your testimony in a loud, clear voice. Clear enough and loud enough for me to hear 5 years later.
It's true. Your ears are cute.
Maybe you left something out 5 years ago, Georgia. Something you'd like to tell me now.
Bob Manning? Was it Tommy Manning?
Tommy Mannon.
Why didn't you ask him when you find him?
I found him. That's why I'm asking you. Because Tommy was dead.
Oh? How'd he die? Natural causes, or did you shoot him because you're a policeman and you can kill people?
Someone pushed his head in a bowl of water, and Tommy Mannon was drowned. That's how he died.
Oh?
We don't like the way he died, because it could happen to other people. Like you, maybe.
Couldn't it?
So maybe now you'll remember some things that Tommy didn't get to tell us.
Drowned.
There are better ways of dying.
You know, it's convincing how you talk. Tommy was a jerk who made deals. Everything was a deal. Even the manslaughter rap.
Explain it to me.
Tommy didn't kill that man. He was in Baltimore when it happened. But he confessed to it. For $20,000, he confessed to it.
He gave 5 years of his life for $20,000.
Tommy the deal maker. The poor crumb.
Why doesn't somebody answer that phone?
They will.
Let's go over it again, Georgia. You're saying a man was killed, that it was all a frame. Who made the deal with Tommy?
For you, dearie. All right. I'll be a minute, Danny.
Okay.
This is Georgia. Yeah. Wait a... All right. All right, yeah. You can go now, policeman. Your time's up.
What?
Get out. Everything I told you was a lie. All the talk I made, it was no good.
That phone call have anything to do with it?
Yes. You ask me, and I tell you yes.
They told you not to talk anymore. Who told you that?
A man who likes it when people are dead. Now you understand why I've got nothing to say to you. You understand nothing you can do or think of can make me talk to you. Yeah. That's how it is, Danny boy.
And that's how it was. She really meant it. It was noon when I left the Brighton Hotel for women. I told myself I could think better if I walked. When the walk was over, I might as well have taken a cab. Nothing came, no answers to anything, no progress. Except that I was back at headquarters. In the first floor hallway, there's a bulletin board listing sheriff sales, police details, and used radios at a bargain. There was a man looking at it. He saw me and moved his lips over his teeth. This was supposed to mean he was smiling, which was supposed to mean he was glad to see me.
Hello, Lieutenant. Remember me?
James Arnold, isn't it? Faulkner's attorney.
Yes, Faulkner's my client.
You mean you work for him? You're his flunky.
Mr. Clover, I work for many people. My association with Faulkner is neither more nor less intimate than my association with my other clients. Understand, I work
for many people.
You've been wondering what I'm doing at police headquarters?
I'll be frank with you. I haven't given you a thought.
I know. That's how I affect people. Can we talk?
Aren't we?
Of course. I mean in private.
This is private.
Of course.
So talk.
Of course. Good things could happen to you, Lieutenant.
Every night, Mr. Arnold. Every night, I say, let good things happen to me. Now you know a secret.
Fine things, Lieutenant.
Like silks and satins, like me.
People are interested in you and want the best for you.
People want that. What people?
People. Nice people who want to see you get along.
Mind if I interrupt?
Of course, interrupt.
It's about Tommy Mannon, isn't it?
Of course.
Now, go on.
It isn't much. The nice people don't know what happened to Tommy. They don't want to know. They want this case closed as if Tommy were...
Dead?
Dead. They want this case closed. You can arrange it. Then nice things will happen to you.
I'll try, Mr. Arnold. I really will.
Splendid, Lieutenant. The nice people will be happy. You too. Goodbye, Mr. Clover.
Yeah. Tartaglia.
Yeah, Danny?
Send out a pickup for Georgia Webb, Brighton Hotel for Women. Pick her up and bring her down.
Item 2?
Call the press room and give them the whole story on Tommy Mannon. Tell them we found him dead, drowned, everything, the works.
Yeah, Danny.
Tell them this. Tell them we've got a witness who confessed everything. Named Georgia Webb. She talked her head off. Got that?
Yeah.
Then do it.
Okay, Danny. Where are you going?
Home, Tartaglio. Home. I'm going to sleep. When I got home, the landlady had left 2 things for me. A bowl of matzo ball soup and a manila envelope. They both looked inviting, so I tried the envelope first. $5,000. The nice thing that Arnold had promised would happen and became so fast to such a nice round sum. What more could a man want out of life? $5,000 in a dish of matzo balls. I ate the soup, kissed the landlady, put the $5,000 in an envelope addressed to the DA, pulled a chair over to the window and sat there, watching the city burst into fragments of electric flame. I must have sat there a long time, because when I awoke, the night had a new shadow. The shadow of a man named Faulkner.
I brought you the morning paper, Danny. They got your name all over it, splashed in red ink.
Oh, I knew I'd make it someday. Thanks, Faulkner. Here's a nickel for your trouble.
Red ink could be blood in the later editions, Danny.
Oh, rotten place to sleep. In a chair. Like some coffee? You can think better if you have coffee. And light.
They tell me you're a man of virtue, Clover. Gratitude's a virtue. So whoever told me lied.
It hurts you whenever people lie to you?
It hurts me when a man of virtue's ungrateful. You shouldn't have booked Georgia Webb. You shouldn't have made her talk. You shouldn't have taken my $5,000.
I've been naughty, haven't I?
I have one question for you, Detective Mine. One little question.
Your gun gives me 3 chances. I'll guess in 1. You want to know what Georgia told me?
Possibly. Possibly it doesn't matter. But tell me anyway.
You're bluffing, Faulkner. Your act is precious. Is that the word? But you're bluffing. You're scared to death.
So? Tell me why. Explicitly.
Because your life depends on Georgia. Only I've got her tucked away where you can't touch her. Explicit, huh? Put away the artillery, Faulkner. It could be deemed ungracious for guests. Come in.
Hello, Danny. Oh, you already have a visitor.
It's your counselor, Faulkner. Happy day. Come in, Arnold.
But now I don't have to come in. You already know what I came to tell you.
Tell me anyway.
Why, only that Faulkner is your man. The man who killed the policeman. The man who killed Tommy Mannon.
Are you insane, Arnold?
Watch him, Danny. He's dangerous.
Are you double-crossing?
I told you he was dangerous, Danny. He would have killed us both.
Yeah, you shot him good the first time, Arnold. Why did you waste another bullet? Come on, let's take a walk to headquarters.
Is it necessary?
Yeah, it's necessary. I want to straighten out the records.
Please, no joke.
Okay, no jokes. I'll be real sincere. Tommy Mannon took your rap, Arnold. You were the one who committed the manslaughter. Faulkner supplied a pigeon for you. Pigeon, one of his hoodlums, Tommy Mannon.
May I smoke?
Sure. Faulkner had to supply a pigeon because you knew all about Faulkner's operations. He was supposed to pay Tommy $20,000 for taking the rap.
Faulkner's lying on the floor over there. He's dead. You'll need proof of all this.
That's proof enough. You shot Faulkner in cold blood so that he'd never talk. To go on. When Tommy was transferred to New York, Faulkner went gunning for him so Tommy wouldn't talk. Only he missed and shot the wrong man. He killed a cop instead of Tommy.
How does all this theorizing concern me?
When you boys finally caught up to Tommy, you drowned him in a fruit bowl. Let's go, Arnold. I'm going to book you for the murder of Tommy Mannon.
You forgot something, Danny. I've still got my gun.
I hadn't forgotten. It was the chance I took. Arnold had already used 2 shots on Faulkner. I had to get him to throw away the other 4. All the while I'd been talking to him, I'd been edging toward the light switch. Now I flipped it. 1.
I'll kill you, Clover.
I had one advantage. I knew the apartment. Arnold didn't. The blackness, he could only fire at sound. I swept an ashtray off the table. 2. I picked up a book, heaved it at the window. 3. 1 more. I grabbed a chair and threw. 4. Okay, Arnold. Like I said, let's get you booked for murder. Broadway. It stretches out in front of you, livid scars slashed into the night. It's a cruel and fantastic carousel, a palace of fun, a hall of mirrors. You pay your way, and you take your choice. Me, I get in on a pass. I'm the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover and is written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin. The musical score was conducted by Wilbur Hatch, and the program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The cast tonight included Jane Morgan, Peggy Weber, Doris Singleton, Charles Calvert, Joe Kearns, Herb Butterfield, and Sidney Miller.
This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
That thing's alive, sir. I saw it. I shot at it. I hit it. I know it. Nothing happened. It just kept coming at me, making a noise like a cat mewing. Captain, it was awful. If you could have seen those hands and those eyes. Captain, you've got to do something about it. You've got...
Is it human or inhuman? Earthly or unearthly? Baffling questions, astounding questions that not even the world's greatest scientific minds can answer.
Gentlemen, do you realize what we've found? A being from another world, as different from us as one pole from the other. If we can only communicate with it.
See? What happened, Duffy?
In the greenhouse, I was working. I couldn't see.
Yeah.
Then a blast of cold air, and I heard Olson scream.
Come here. Get in the corner. Now hold this in front of you. Stay by the light switch.
1.9. Needles hit the top.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
It's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Here's Meredith Wilson with his chiffon arrangement of If I Loved You. Well, as we join George and Gracie, we find them very much excited over a letter they've just received.
Oh, darling, it's almost unbelievable. $5,000.
Here it is in black and white.
Read the letter again.
Okay, it's from William Walsh, attorney at law.
Uh-huh.
Mr. George Burns, dear sir, under the terms of the will of your late uncle, Marvin W. Burns, you've been left the sum of $5,000. Kindly call at my office for further details.
Oh, dear, sweet, adorable Uncle Marvin.
Uh-huh.
To know him was to love him.
That's right.
My very favorite person among your entire family. Too bad I never met him.
I don't remember him very well myself. Haven't seen him since I was a kid.
Oh, I'm so happy for you, George. Just think, $5,000 for your very own. To spend just as you wish. Now you can buy the things you've done without for so long.
That's right.
A mink coat, a diamond bracelet, gorgeous gown. Oh, you're so lucky, George.
Yes, I'm fortunate. Doesn't look like I'll see much of this money.
Oh, of course you will, dear. We'll split the money. I'll spend half and you spend half.
It's a deal.
I'll buy the coat and you buy the bracelet.
Gracie, it's my $5,000. Any objection if I buy a hat?
Of course not. You can buy 2 or 3 hats.
Well, thanks.
Just don't get anything in red. I look terrible in that color.
This is fine. You buy the whole store out, and I can't even have a new hat.
Well, your turn will come, George. The next uncle is yours.
Let's go over and see the lawyer.
Ah, yes. So you're Mr. Burns, the legatee.
The what?
The legatee. That's the one who gets the money. You see, in law, everyone has a legal status.
Oh. Well, this is my wife, Mr. Walsh.
Yes, the Fendi. How do you do, Mr. Walsh?
I'm glad to know you, Mrs. Burns. Well, shall I read the will?
Oh, yes. My, this is exciting, isn't it? In the movies, when the relatives are gathered around to hear a will read, the lights always go out and somebody gets murdered. Movies are pretty silly, don't you think?
Yes, indeed. Won't you sit down, Mrs. Burns?
No, thanks. I'll stand here where I can watch the light switch. Go right ahead, Mr. Walsh.
You can skip the body of the will, Mr. Walsh. Just read my bequest.
Very well. This will is almost ready to come apart. It was written over 30 years ago. Here we are. To my nephew, little Georgie Burns, I do hereby bequeath the sum of $5,000.
Oh, he must have loved you, George.
Providing the aforesaid sum is used for my nephew's college education.
What?
I feel that this is the only way I can get the little bum out of the pool room and into a hall of learning.
Wait a minute. Does this mean I don't get the money unless I go to college?
It means exactly that. No college, not a cent.
That means I get no money.
Oh, but you can go to college.
Huh?
I'll buy you some dungarees and a sloppy Joe sweater. And tomorrow we'll turn in our car for one with no doors.
Gracie, I'm not going to start the college at my age.
Why not?
How do you think I'll feel associating with kids 18, 19, and 20?
Well, haven't you been happy with me for the last 3 years?
Forget it. I will not go to college. Come along, Gracie. Now, Gracie, I don't want to discuss it any further.
But, darling, I'm only thinking of you, of your success. A man just can't succeed without a college education.
Abraham Lincoln became president of the United States.
All right, but think what he might have been with a college education.
Sure, might have been working for the William Morris Agency.
Yeah. In every walk of life, you'll find the college man most successful. Now, take the world of sports. Name a great football team.
Purdue.
College men, every one of them.
Gracie.
Take the world of business. Name a successful businessman.
Henry Ford.
Did he go to college?
No.
Name another one.
William Knudsen.
Did he go to college?
No.
Name another one.
Henry Kaiser.
Did he go to college?
No.
Take the world of art.
Oh, Father. I'm not going to college.
Oh, George, have you no pride? Let's say you're with a group of intellectuals. One says, I'm Jenkins, USC 27. Another says, I'm Caldwell, UCLA 29. What do you say? I'm Burns, PS4. Well, people would stare at you.
They'd also stare if I said Yale 51.
Hi, Gracie. Hello, George.
Hello, Meredith.
Meredith, are you a college man?
You bet I am, Gracie. 4 years at Iowa State Dental.
Iowa State Dental?
Yeah.
You mean you wanted to be a dentist?
No, I wanted to be a musician, but I went to that school because it was in my hometown. You see, there was a woman there that I was pretty crazy about.
Why, Meredith. What was her name?
Mama.
Oh, your mother. Mm-hmm. And you went to a dental school just to be near her.
Yeah, but I was too tender-hearted to be much of a dentist, I guess. It hurt me every time I pulled a tooth.
You poor boy.
I guess I should have practiced on somebody else.
College really sharpened this kid up.
Yeah. How did you ever find time to study music?
Well, in between filling cavities, I'd practice on my flute. Had to give it up, though.
You did, huh?
Yeah. One day, a fella came in with 2 front teeth missing, and it got me confused. I played Semper Fidelis on his bridge work and filled the holes in my flute.
Well, Meredith, it must take a lot of studying to learn dentistry.
No, pulling teeth isn't so hard. Just takes a quick jerk.
I'll bet you were the quickest one there.
Well, I was pretty fast, all right.
Oh, goodbye, Meredith.
Good night, all.
Good night, all.
Well, there now. You see what college did for Meredith?
And it shouldn't happen to me.
Oh, now, George, don't be stubborn. Go to college. Learn things. Learn to split atoms.
I don't want to split atoms.
That's right. Stay ignorant. Pretty soon we'll be the only family still using the old-fashioned one-piece atom.
Gracie, you're wasting your time.
You don't learn to split atoms. You learn things like chemistry. You can reel off the specific gravity of H2SO4.
I'm in the radio business. Suppose I don't know the specific gravity of H2SO4. Why do I need it? Forget the whole thing. I'm not going to college.
Well, hi, Burns. What's up?
Oh, a little argument, Bill. Gracie thinks the family breadwinner should go to college.
Well, George, I agree. You love it, Gracie.
Not Gracie, me. My uncle left me $5,000, but it has to be used for education.
Yes. Now, I think this is a perfect opportunity for George to pick up his education where he left off.
Well, of course it is, George, and I can recommend a wonderful kindergarten.
A scream a day, this kid. Better than Edwin.
Bill, be serious. This is very important. George thinks he's too old for those college kids, but I say put one of those freshman caps on him and a Sloppy Joe sweater, and he'll look as good as the others.
Well, even better. George will have the only Sloppy Joe sweater that looks like Sloppy Joe is still in it.
Yeah.
Well, I'm only kidding, Gracie. Gosh, college is wonderful. I'm still loyal to my alma mater, Stanford. I love her and wouldn't do anything to hurt her. And to show you how I feel about George, I suggest you send him to Stanford.
Gee, thanks, Bill.
What would he study, Bill?
Well, nothing. They'd study George.
Show this comedian the door, Gracie.
So long, college boy.
Go. Wise guy. Guess he thinks I'm not smart enough to go to college. I ought to show him.
Attaboy, George.
Maybe if I did go, he wouldn't feel so darn superior.
Yeah, now you're talking, George. And remember, it's the only way you can get that $5,000 your uncle left you.
Yeah. By golly, Gracie, I think I'll take a crack.
Oh, I'm so glad, dear. When people used to call you stupid-looking, I'd say it was because you hadn't been to a college. Now when they call you stupid-looking, I won't have to make those excuses. George, I've been checking all the colleges, and I found the perfect one for you.
Swell. What is it? Yale, Harvard, Princeton?
Beverly Hills Tech.
Beverly Hills Tech?
Yeah, you see, most colleges are pretty hard to get into. They have entrance requirements like a high school diploma or a certain IQ rating or scholastic credit.
Well, what are the requirements to get into Beverly Hills Tech?
You have to live in Beverly Hills.
I think I can qualify.
Now, hurry over and enroll.
Oh, gosh, Gracie, I can't walk in there and enroll as a freshman. I'll feel silly.
Well, all right, darling, I'll do it for you.
Would you mind?
Oh, not at all. I know how bashful you are. Why, you were even too bashful to get our marriage license. I had to do that.
Yeah.
And this won't cost me anything. I'll go right over.
Ta-ta.
I'm sorry, Coach. The football team is your problem.
But, Dean, it's the worst team in the history of Beverly Hills Tech. Not one of them kids I got ever seen a football before.
Ever saw a football before, Coach?
If I had one kid on the team that used to play football in high school, I could have did 10 times better.
Could have done 10 times better, Coach.
Now, here's the big game coming up, and look at the outfit I got to throw in there. Why, we ain't got no chance.
Ain't got any chance.
Well, Dean, all I'm saying is 11 fairly healthy girls from Hollywood High could mop the field with us. If I had only one guy with a little experience, just one guy that ever played football before.
Well, I'm afraid I can't help you. However, if you'll wait here in my office while I mark some papers, we'll talk it over when I get back.
I'll be right here, Dean. Good. Some team to go into the big game with. Boy, it's a good thing we're playing Pismo Beach teachers. If I could only get my hands on one guy.
Oh, how do you do? Is this the dean's office?
Yeah, that's right.
Good. I want to enroll my husband, George Burns, in your school.
Can he play football?
Football? Is that important?
Important? If he can't play football, I don't want him here.
Oh, I see. Well, in that case, he happens to be the greatest football player who ever wore a glove.
Wore a glove?
Mm-hmm.
What team did he play for?
What team?
Yeah.
What team? Name a good one.
The Fighting Irish?
That's it.
Well, so your husband played on Notre Dame's team?
No, certainly not. When he went to Notre, he played on the men's team.
What position did he play?
What position did he play?
Yeah.
Oh, all of them. Standing up, sitting down, flat on his...
No. I mean, did he play in the line or was he a back?
Why, he was a back.
A back. That's just what I need. A fellow who can kick. Did he play pool?
Oh, no, he never touches the stuff.
Lady, look, all I'm trying to find out is whether your husband punts.
Whether he what?
Punts.
Well, if he does, I've never caught him at it.
Oh, this is murder. Excuse me a minute, lady. Hey, Steve.
Yeah, Coach?
Did you ever hear of a football player named George Burns?
Burns. Hey, there was a George Burnskowitz, All-American at Notre Dame. Yeah, they called him Rubber Hips.
That's the guy. He shortened his name. Oh, thanks, Steve.
Okay, Coach.
Hey, lady, have your husband here at 2 o'clock this afternoon in his football uniform.
Oh, then you'll let him enroll?
Let him? I gotta have him. Hey, why didn't you tell me your husband was the man with the rubber hips?
Well, gee, I didn't think his girdle was that important.
Meredith Wilson and In the Still of the Night.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail.
Oh, thank you. By the way, Mr. Postman, do you know where I could borrow a football uniform? The college insists on one.
Holy smoke, I knew they were in trouble, but I didn't think USC would ask women to play.
Oh, no, it's not for me. It's for George.
They're in worse trouble than I thought.
All Oh, now, you misunderstand. He's going to Beverly Hills Tech, not USC. And they want him to wear a uniform.
Well, you can borrow mine. I was a big football star in college, you know.
Really?
Oh, yes. I was in every game, every minute. Fighting, tackling, blocking, smashing, running, plunging.
Goodness.
At the end of the season, I was all collegiate, all conference, all American, and all pooped.
You were really a hero.
Oh, yes. I'll never forget the big game. When I left the bench, the crowd roared. I ripped them apart. My pants had caught on the nose.
Well, I hope they're packed. If George is going to wear them, I don't want his first public appearance to be such a public appearance.
Oh, they're as good as new. And my helmet hasn't even been worn. I always played without it.
Oh, weren't you ever kicked in the head?
I must have been. Have you seen my wife? Well, I'll go over to the house and bring you my football uniform. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, it's mine.
That's it, dear. The pants fit you fine. Now put on the jersey.
I still don't understand why I should have to wear a football uniform to school.
Well, I don't know. It's some sort of a requirement. You don't have to play.
But suppose they put me in the game and give me the ball.
Give it back to them. We don't want it.
What Gracie? What's so funny?
Oh, those football pants. All that padding in the front and even more padding in the... Oh, pardon me, that's you.
Not all of it. Hand me the jersey.
Here.
Say, the postman really had wide shoulders.
Yes, and a narrow waist. You better wear it upside down.
It'll be all right when I get these shoulder pads in. See? They go on like this. Then the jersey over them.
Mm-hmm.
There. How do I look?
Why, George is marvelous. Oh, I'll be so proud when I see you at college.
Sure.
I'll say to myself, somewhere inside that uniform is my husband.
I look pretty good, huh?
Oh, perfect. Except for that number on your back.
What's wrong with the number?
Oh, it says 55, and you really look younger.
54.
You know, George, I almost wish you were going to play football. I could sit in the stands and cheer you on with the Beverly Hills Tech alma mater song.
Tech has got an alma mater song?
Oh, it's wonderful. Listen, and I'll sing it to you. There's a Tech in Indiana. There's a Tech in Texas, too. There's a Tech down south in Alabama. There's a Tech up north in Massachusetts. There's a Tech before the Colorado. There's a Tech that comes before the crack. But the Tech that's in the hills of Beverly is the Tech that I'm glad I'm at. There's a Tech in Indiana. There's a
All right, gang, all right. In a few minutes, we'll be going out there to play Pismo Beach teachers.
Here comes a substitution on the field. It's number 55. Now, let's see who it is. Oh, no. This can't be the George Burns I know. He leaves the bench. He trips and falls on his face. Yes, it's the George Burns I know. Anything can happen now. Pismo Beach is kicking off. It's coming right to Burns. He takes it on his 25. He's up to the... No, he's back on the 20. Back to the 15. He tackled on the 10 and thrown back over his own goal line. No, wait. Folks, it was a trick. A hidden ball trick. And Henning is over for the winning touchdown. Tech wins. Burns fooled everybody. He's the hero of the game.
Oh, Burns, that was the greatest hidden ball trick I ever saw. Even I thought you had the ball. Oh, There was nothing, Coach.
Oh, now, George, don't be modest. You were wonderful.
Oh, you're not kidding. How did he fool everybody?
And he had something under his jersey that looked like a football.
Where'd he get it?
From eating too much.
That's all.
Is Mr. Martins engaged on a new book?
Yes. It's a murder story. It's based on fact. It's called The Third Man. Heard of Harry Lime? Best friend I ever had. So you're going to find me the real criminal. Sounds like one of your stories.
You're wrong about Harry. You're wrong about everything.
You never should have gone to the police, you know. Come out, whoever you are.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, The Big Mouthpiece. The Green Hornet strikes again. Fog swirled and eddied over the deserted waterfront, making halos around the dingy lights and shrouding the row of gaunt warehouses. The quiet of the night was broken only by the chunking of waves against the docks, and the distant sounds of foghorns. Then the silence was shattered with a sharp cry.
Come there, you!
He saw you. Let him have it. Joe, that watchman, he got me.
You got him. That makes it even.
Warehouse thieves escaped from the car, leaving one other number to die on the docks. He was identified as Magee Lockhart, paroled convict. John Smith, the watchman, is survived by his wife and 2 daughters.
You hear that? A paroled convict.
A police car raced in pursuit of a new convertible.
Pull up alongside and I'll wave my gun at him. That ought to stop him.
Folks said it is.
Hey, I know that guy. No wonder he's speeding to get away from us. That's Bart Kester. He's out on parole. Pull up or I'll shoot. Look out, he's cutting in there. What's it?
Officers Muldoon and McCarthy are in receiving hospital with broken bones and painful bruises. The driver of the stolen convertible was identified as Bart Kester, recently paroled for good behavior after serving 3 of a 5-year term in the...
Another paroled convict. Parole.
By golly, Reed. You know, I think there's a regular racket in paroling these crooks.
Axford, when I get to the office tomorrow morning, I'm going to do an editorial on parole as it exists in this state.
The following morning, in the office of Britt Reed, publisher of the Daily Sentinel, the young millionaire was serious as he dictated an editorial to his secretary, Lenore Case. This was in contrast to his usual carefree manner, and he didn't even look up when Michael Axford and Ed Lowry, the ace reporter, came into the office.
Parole can be made a valuable tool in returning certain deserving people to the community. But parole must be restricted to those who deserve it.
Hey, Reed.
Quiet, please, Michael.
Parole, as it exists in this state, has become a racket that frees practically any criminal who has the cash to buy his way to freedom. You have that, Miss Case?
Yes, sir.
I want facts. I want facts, figures, and statistics.
Gunnigan said you wanted to see me and Lowry.
I do. Lowry, I thought I told you to hammer Lefty Martin's parole.
But, boss, I gave the facts of my article.
You said he'd been paroled in 1942 for good behavior.
Well, that's the truth.
That's not half the truth. Martin should have been kept in jail for the rest of his life. He was a blackmailer and a murderer as well as a thief, and everyone knew it. Everyone still knows it.
I know.
He got out in 42 and went back within 6 months for robbery armed.
Yeah.
And now he's got paroled again.
Paroles. A word sticks in my teeth.
Golly, Reed, I don't know as I've ever seen you so steamed up.
Now, why shouldn't I be steamed up? Night before last, a watchman was killed by a paroled crook. Last night, 2 fine policemen were injured by a paroled crook in a stolen car. They might have been killed. Today, I hear that Lefty Martin is out on parole.
Hey, Reed, I've got to see you.
Come in, Gunnigan.
Say, look, Reed. Why don't you spend more time in your clubs and things and stop sending must stories to the city desk?
If you're talking about that Gerstmann story, I marked it must, and I meant must.
Well, I checked that story, Mr. Gunnigan. It's true that Gerstmann was disbarred and discredited by the Bar Association.
Sure, that's true, but
Here,
then...
Gunnigan, look at these clippings. Look at the number of crooks that have been granted parole within the past 6 months. And look what they've done with their paroles. The big mouthpiece is behind those paroles.
Now, wait, Chief. Gerstmann can't practice law.
No, but he can do the brain work for men who can. I tell you, Gerstmann is running a parole racket.
Nevertheless, you can't publish the article as you wrote it without having a libel suit.
If Gerstmann wants to start a libel suit, let him start one. Let's bring the dirty wash out for an airing. I'm right in the mood for trouble with Gerstmann, the big mouthpiece, the big crook.
Read all about the parole racket. Yes, sir. Big mouthpiece named in racket charges. Hey, all lady. Read all about it. Set select me.
Can't get away with this. I'll sue the Daily Sentinel. I'll make them retract.
Tell me, Mr. Gershman, does the paper really name you?
Yes, and you too, Martin. You're identified as a hoodlum and a public enemy with no more right to freedom than a germ-laden, disease-bearing rat.
Hey, they can't say those things about me.
It's been said in print. The article is signed by Britt Reed, the publisher. I'll get him for this. I'll get him and the other one that's threatening me.
The other one? I don't get you, Mr. Gershman. What other one?
Oh, didn't I tell you, Martin?
I had a note of warning from the Green Hornet.
The Hornet? Holy smoke.
Sit down, sit down.
But the Green Hornet, what's he mixing in your business for? Where's he concerned? What's he say?
Skip it, Martin, and sit down. Now, listen to me.
Yeah.
The Hornet mentions a few things that surprised me.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm, yeah. They surprised me very much.
Why are you looking at me like that?
He seems to have some inside information about one of the jobs that you did. One of the murders that was never proved.
Oh.
I wonder if someone did too much talking. Perhaps a little bragging.
No, Gersman, don't look at me.
Someone might have sold his knowledge to the Daily Sentinel. I can't believe that Britt Reed would publish what he has unless he had a few aces up his sleeve.
I don't see how he could have, Mr. Gersman.
You could make a lot of trouble for me, Martin, if you decided to turn squealer.
But why'd I do that, Mr. Gersman? Gosh, I wouldn't squeal on you. You've been my friend.
There's no friendship in our relationship, Martin. It's business. Cold business.
Yeah, but even so, I'd still be in jail if it wasn't for
And
you.
you'll be back there. You turn on me. Let me show you something, Martin.
What's that?
I took this from my safe just to show it to you. This paper is a ticket for you, Lefty. A one-way ticket.
Huh?
A one-way ticket to the electric chair for you and a number of your friends.
Now, hold on, Mr. Gersman.
Shut up and listen to me. This gives the full details of a number of things that you've done. Let me see. Here's the Vedder's murder. Still listed by the police as unsolved. Here's something else.
Gersman, you shouldn't keep that stuff.
It's Mr. Gersman to you, Martin.
If papers like that ever get into the cops' hands...
And they certainly will if anything happens to me. So don't get ideas of changing sides or trying to get out of paying me my commissions on your activities.
You needn't worry about me, Mr. Gersman. Honest, you needn't.
All right, then. Just so you know where you stand. You're taking orders from me, see? And I mean orders.
Yeah, sure thing, Mr. Gersman. Anything you say.
All right, then. Now, listen. You call on Britt Reed and give him a warning, see?
Britt Reed, all right. I don't mind Britt Reed. But don't ask me to help you fight anyone like the Green Hornet. What did the Green Hornet tell you, Mr. Gersman?
Among other things, he told me to leave town. As if I would. Britt Reed can't bluff me, and neither can the Green Hornet.
Oh, golly, Casey, what do you think?
Watch the door, Michael.
Good golly, you spoke too late.
Good grief.
Where's Reed? Is he in his office?
Yes, he is.
Axford, I wish you could come in without slamming that door.
Listen, Reed, I've been digging like you said.
Well?
I've been talking to the guys on that list you gave me, and I found one of them who was willing to squeal. But we got to protect him. He told how Gersman works.
Good. Well, what'd you learn?
Before Gersman prepares a parole for those crooks, he gets proof of everything they've ever done.
Well, I should think so. Then what does he do with the proof after he gets it?
He makes them kick back a share of everything they get to him.
Racket's even bigger than I thought. Are you sure of that information, Axford?
Yeah.
Well, where'd you get it?
Oh, no, Reed, don't ask me that. The guy that told me isn't like the others Gersman has got paroles for. He's trying to go straight, and he'd like to get away from Gersman. That's why he talked.
Mr. Reed, your father never used to ask reporters for the source of their information.
Well, all right, Axford. But if you're mistaken...
I'm not. Reed, look what we've got. Suffering snakes. It's Lefty Martin.
What are you doing here, Martin?
I talked to Gunnigan.
I thought I'd better bring him to you, boss.
Me and Mr. Gersman didn't like the things you said about us.
Good.
I'm here to hand you a hunk of paper, Mr. Reed.
It's one of those things, Reed. Just what I told you.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I got a job working for a lawyer.
That wouldn't be Gersman.
No, it wouldn't be Gersman. It's a lawyer that's representing me in Gersman.
Martin's got a job as a process server.
That's it, Reed. And here's your paper. It means you're being sued for libel and for plenty.
Only libel? That's not enough. Martin, if I'm going to pay for the fun of saying what I want to say, I'm going to get my money's worth.
Huh? What do you mean?
Axford, open that door.
For what?
Open it and stand back.
Hey, now, wait, listen to me.
I've often wondered what it'd be like to throw someone out of this office. I'm going to find out.
Let go of me. Let go, do you hear?
Hey! Oh, golly!
Out you go! Go back and tell Gersman to file another suit.
Oh, gosh, Mr. Reed. Oh, no matter what it cost, that was worth watching.
Well, maybe that was fun, boss, but it's going to cost like blazes. Now, look, why don't you take a vacation or something? Things go along swell when you take care of your club obligations and the debutantes. Every so often you get a burst of energy as a newspaper man, and then the Sentinel's in a jam.
What's the matter, Gunnigan? Don't you want our lawyers to make a living? Call Dooley. Tell him to stop in and pick up this paper.
Yes, and while I'm at it, I'll tell him to expect another.
Golly, Reed, maybe we better lay off Gersman for a while.
Lay off nothing. Tell Laurie I want some more articles. The madder Gersman gets, the better I'll like it.
But, Reed, you're playing with fire. Just remember, Gersman's had a lot of tough boys working for him. He may try to get you outside of the courts.
With Axford as a bodyguard, what have I got to worry about?
Oh, golly, what am I in for?
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Now to continue our story. There were voices in the underworld. When the substance of the whispered conversation reached Michael Axford through one of his contacts, the former cop went to police headquarters and talked to his friend Sergeant Burke.
I tell you, Burke, my boss is in danger, and I mean danger.
What with all the stuff he's been publishing about Gersman and his pals? I should think he would be.
I got so worried I phoned Reed's father, who's in the West. He told me to use force if need be to keep Reed out of danger.
You using force on Britt Reed. That's funny, Axford.
Burke, I'm not fooling. I'm going to keep Reed locked in his room at night, and I want you to help me keep an eye on him. I can't stay awake all that time.
Oh, that's easy.
Honest, Burke, I'm worried for the lad. He don't realize how far Gersman will go to throttle him.
Well, yeah. Well, I'll be with you at Reed's apartment this very night.
That night, Britt Reed's Filipino valet Cato, the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet, was in the bedroom with the young publisher.
Confound it, Cato. I didn't figure on Axford getting police around here.
Well, Mr. Britt, what you to do? You make plans to go out tonight as Green Hornet.
That's right, Cato. And those plans still stand.
But how, Mr. Britt?
Yeah, you're not being guarded. You can go out. Tell Axford and Burke you're going to your club.
Association of Valets and Chauffeurs?
Yes, that'll account for you. I'll go through the panel and get the Black Beauty.
Oh, but Mr. Britt, what if Axford look into a bedroom and find you not here?
I'll have to account for that, Cato. Let's see. Look and see if the men who put up the screens left their ladder in the court. If not, get one and put it against this window.
Oh, yes, Mr. Britt. Will do.
Oh, it's you, Cato.
Oh, yes, Mr. Axford. I have a meeting at club.
You go ahead, Cato. Go to your meeting and have fun. But Reed's in for keeps. This is one night the cafes will have to get along without him.
Britt waited but a moment. Then he put on a dark coat and hat and covered his face with the mask of the Green Hornet. He stepped through a panel in the rear of his clothes press. He went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Cato was there to meet him.
What about the ladder, Cato?
It's in place, Mr. Britt.
Good. If Axford does come into my bedroom looking for me, he'll have the surprise of his life when he sees what I left on the windowsill. I'll get into the car.
Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness. It was half an hour later when Axford finished his cigar and looked up at his friend Burke, who sat across the room.
Hey, Burke. He's been awful quiet. Maybe I better look in and see if he's still there.
He couldn't get out, could he?
There's the windows.
2 stories up.
By golly, I wonder if he would sneak out a window. Hey, Burke, I'm having a look.
Maybe the door is locked.
It's not. Burke! Burke, he's not here!
What do you mean he's not here?
Look! This window! There's a ladder against it. Suffering snakes, Burke. He's got out.
Of all lagoons, Axford, we take the cake.
Burke! Burke, he didn't leave of his own accord. He was captured. Look here in the windowsill. Look! Look at that green sticker. It's the seal of the Green Hornet.
Oh, golly. Axford, this is it.
Suffering snakes. The Green Hornet is working for Gersman. Burke, we gotta get the Hornet before he and Gersman kill Britt Reed.
That night, the former attorney, Gerstmann, had several paroled convicts in his home.
I told Martin yesterday what would happen to him if I should be killed. So now, Potter, you and Nolan are equally well informed.
All right, so what, Gersman?
Told you boys I want the lowdown on the Green Hornet.
We've been doing our best these past 2 days.
That's right, Gersman. We talked to everyone we know.
So have I. No one can tell us a thing about the Green Hornet.
I've received another threat from him. He's getting information from somewhere.
About you?
Yes. Made another threat telling me to get out of town.
Look, Mr. Gersman, it won't be our fault if he gets you. There's no reason why you should have those papers that will put us on the spot.
That's the way I feel about it.
Shut up, both of you.
Yeah, but them papers. Put them away, will you? They make me nervous.
Just don't let them make you so nervous that you try to take them away from me, Nolan. Because there are copies of them locked up. I've told you men I want to get the Green Hornet. He's my first concern. I'll get Britt Reed through the courts.
Hey.
What's the matter with you, Nolan?
I thought I heard something. Listen a minute.
It's just your imagination.
Imagination, nothing. I heard a door or a window squeaking.
That's right.
Hey,
Hornet, there he is.
Shut up and sit still. Take it easy, Martin. You needn't worry.
Now, what does he mean by that?
Don't look at me like that, Mr. Gerson. I don't know what he meant.
Isn't anyone going to try to jump me and give me an excuse to shoot?
Just what do you want?
You know what I want, Gersman. I told you to get out of town. You built up a pretty big proposition. It's big enough to interest me. I'm cutting in.
Now, look here, mister. Just tell me one thing. Someone's been squealing. I want to know who it is.
You should know the squealers, Gersman. Almost any rat'll squeal if the trap is tight enough. A couple of your boys have been between 2 fires.
Uh-huh. And I think I know who you mean.
I know the guy that squealed the first time he went to jail.
No, Potter, don't look at me. That was years ago. I didn't squeal with the Green Hornet.
Shut up, Martin. You have nothing to worry about from these mugs. Gersman's at the end of the trail. He's all through, washed up. I told you to get out of town, Gersman.
Well, now, wait a minute. I struck around because I wanted to talk to you. 2 of us could do big things.
This town isn't big enough for both of us.
But I have things all lined up. I'll cut you in, that's it.
You can't afford it.
How do you know what I can afford?
I have an idea how much you've taken in, Gersman. If I considered going in with you, I'd have to have a share of what you've made in the past 6 months.
Well, that's all right. Why not? You and I working together could expand. This isn't the only city in the state.
Yeah, but I have to be sure your men would be loyal to me. And I'd have to have some assurance that you'd pay off. How about those papers you fix? The evidence that keeps your mob loyal.
Gersman,
Shut up. Wonder what these papers are. Oh, 4 of you were looking at them.
Gerstmann, if he gets so
Get back there.
Oh, you don't. You don't get those papers.
We'll see.
Give me them.
Now, that'll hold you.
What'd you do to him? Look. Nolan's passed out.
Does anyone else want to interfere with me? Come on, step up. Oh, you're going to sit tight, huh? Very well. Gerstmann, I wonder how many more documents like these are in your possession.
Well, now, wait. Don't move so fast, Hornet. Put that gun away.
Not a chance. I'll just take these papers with me.
No.
They're worth a lot of money. I think you boys will pay up to get them back. Gerstmann, you'd better raise about $100,000 in cash and get it ready as soon as possible.
What? 100,000?
You heard me. And you can raise it with the help of these crooks. When you have the cash ready, tell Martin.
No, don't say that. So you're in cahoots with the Green Hornet.
It's not true. It's not true. I tell you, I never saw him before. I don't know a thing about him.
Police.
It's the law.
What are they doing here?
Martin, did you tell the police I'd be here?
No. Stop saying things like that. Stop it, will you?
I'll get you, Martin, if it's the last thing I do.
If you don't get him, Gerstmann, someone else will. I can't let the police find me here. I'm going out the way I got in. But you'll hear from me again.
Don't let the cops get them papers.
You can deal with the police, Gerstmann.
Wait, don't leave me
The
here.
police are already in the front door. They'll take care of you.
As Britt Reed ran to the rear of the Gerstmann house, he heard a gun bark twice. He didn't hesitate. He slammed the rear door as he left the building. It was but a short distance down the alley to where he had left the Black Beauty and Cato waiting in the darkness.
The police came while I was there, Cato. You didn't call them, did you?
No, Mr. Britt.
It was certainly unexpected, but it's all right.
You get what you go after?
I got it and left it for the police. I wonder why they went to Gerstmann's
Look,
house.
police at rear door of house.
Cato, that's Axford. And Burke. Here, Cato, take this coat.
Yes.
Axford must have found the seal I left on my windowsill. He must have thought Gerstmann sent the Green Hornet to capture me.
We make escape quick.
Get into that car. Here's the coat, the hat, and the mask. Now take this gun.
Oh, yes, sir.
Give me a dose of gas from that gun, then drive away and leave me here.
Mr. Britt,
Do as I tell you. Axford thinks the Hornet abducted me. That's the only way. Use that gun and get the car out of here. That's an order.
Oh, yes, sir. Here is gas.
Axford, here! Come quick!
It's Reed. Something snake, Bert. Come on. Come on there. He's getting away. Shoot him, you spalpeen. Bring down that Green Hornet.
Reed, oh, golly, lad, what has he done to you?
You guys get back to the car and get after that Hornet. All right, go on, get going. I've got to get to the house and take care of things there. I'll be with you in a minute, Axford.
Take it easy now, Reed. It's me. It's Axford. It's all right.
The Green Hornet. Axford.
Sure, lad. It's me here. Let me help you to your feet.
Where did you come from?
When me and Burke found that seal of the Green Hornet on your windowsill, I knew right away that the Hornet had abducted you. I figured he was working for Gerstmann.
I see.
I got Burke and the rest of the cops, so we busted into Gerstmann's house. And, oh, Reed, wait until you hear.
What?
Just as we went in, Gerstmann let Lefty Martin have a couple of slugs claiming self-defense.
Was Martin killed?
No, the cops got Gerstmann before he could shoot again.
You're wrong about one thing, Axford. Gerstmann didn't send the Green Hornet to get me.
He didn't?
No, you gave me a lot of inside information about Gerstmann. We published some of it.
Yeah, but what's that to do with the Green Hornet?
The Hornet wanted to cut himself in on Gerstmann's parole racket. To do it, he needed the information you'd given me.
So he captured you to get it?
That's the general idea.
Hey, Axford, Mr. Reed. What do you think?
What'd you find, Burke?
Plenty. While the Hornet was making his getaway, he dropped these documents. And, oh, brother.
Now, what are they, Burke?
Evidence against Martin and Potter and Nolan and a lot of others that Gerstmann got out of jail. My boys have collared those that were in the house, and they'll collar a lot more of Gerstmann's pals before morning.
Great going.
They'll all go back to the Huskow, and Gerstmann will go along with them. As an accessory after the fact or something.
Burke, wait until you hear what I got to say about the Green Hornet. He wasn't working for Gerstmann. He was trying to muscle in on Gerstmann's parole racket.
But that racket is smashed complete.
Yeah, but where do you think the Green Hornet got the information he was acting on?
Where?
He got it from me, that's where.
You?
Yeah. He captured Reed, so Reed would tell all he knew about Gerstmann.
And what I knew, Axford, I got from you.
Golly, Reed, when I think of you being captured by the Green Hornet, why, suffering snakes, you were even riding in that car of his.
That's right, Axford.
Tell me, Reed, did he threaten you?
He didn't need to, Axford. I wasn't inclined to argue with him.
That's what extra
These copyrighted dramas originate in Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Don't you ever spend the night at a woman's place?
Come to me.
I always try not to get too attached to a place.
To objects or to people?
Life's so light, like an outline we can't ever fill in or make any better.
I know you see other women, I know it.
Take off your clothes.
I can't bear this lightness, this freedom. I'm not strong enough. I'm weak. I'm going back to the country of the weak.
Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. Stage holdups were frequent in the early days of the western United States. Every coach carried an armed guard, but one man was helpless against the outlaw bands, and it was not until the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for law and order that travel on the frontier trails became safe. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading for the Endicott Ranch. Tell those waiting on the trail ahead. Hi-yo, Silver! Away! 3 men sat at a dusty table in a tumble-down shack. Gunny sacks were hung over the windows, and a lamp turned low cast a narrow circle of light. The 3 men stared at one another until finally the eldest spoke, and...
Well, we gotta decide. Which one of us is going?
Well, no, I don't know, Dutch.
You, Jess?
Well, I'd go, Dutch, only I was seen. They know me, and there's lawmen scattered around the whole district. I wouldn't have a chance in 10.
Rhett?
With the bad leg I got, what's the matter with you?
Well, I wasn't seen, but I'm wanted for other things. They'd nab me just as soon as they'd nab Jess.
Well, bless us, this ain't getting us no place. One of us has got to go.
If there was only someone the law couldn't connect up with us if we could stand.
Yeah, but there ain't, so why talk about it?
Well?
What do you mean?
We'll draw for it.
Huh?
Hand me that pack of cards.
There you are. Now what?
I'll deal a poker hand around. The low hand goes. No use arguing. There ain't no other way.
Dick. Hey, Dick, come here.
Huh? You see something move?
Ain't that a light? See that second window, ain't it?
Just a speck.
It shows there's somebody there, don't it?
Yeah.
Are you scared?
It's kind of lonesome.
Oh, that's nothing but a coyote howling.
Maybe we better go on to the next place, huh?
Oh, what's the matter with you? Come on.
Golly,
Well, shucks, I'm going even if you ain't. So doggone hungry I can feel my stomach rubbing my backbone. And you're hungry, too. You just said you was.
I'm awful hungry,
well,
but...
then come on. You think they're going to bite you?
It's just that it looks like such a funny kind of place.
You are too scared.
I ain't either.
You are.
All right, I'll show you. I'll ask if you'll ask.
Then come on. We'll knock at the back door.
I might have known I'd be the one to get stuck.
Better get started. No use waiting. I'll go out to the bar and help you sail off. Red can stay.
Who's that?
Shut up, blast you.
You think it might be the sheriff?
Whoever it is, they seem to know we're in here. If it's the law, this is the showdown. Get ready to blast your way out.
Yeah. You gonna open up?
Just keep the door covered. Reach! What places?
It's a pair of kids.
Get them inside and close the door.
Get in here, you.
We never meant no harm.
We just...
Stand over there.
But we...
Go like you're told.
Yes, sir.
Now then. Who sent you kids here?
Nobody, mister. Nobody, honest.
You sure?
We were just hungry, and we seen the light here. We thought maybe you'd give us something to eat.
What do you think?
It sounded to me like they're scared to be lying. Where you young'uns live?
No place.
Now, tell the truth. Gotta live somewheres. Who are your folks?
We ain't got none.
Ruth's pa and mine both was killed in the war. We ain't got no other folks at all.
Yeah? Well, you still ain't told us where you live. Around here someplace?
We come from down Illinois way.
From Kincaid.
Don't sound straight to me. If that's where you're from, how'd you get away out here? Somebody bring you? You got cash?
Nobody brung us, mister, and we ain't got no cash neither.
We hiked it.
The whole way?
Yes, sir.
How'd you eat?
Old folks give us victuals. Most times we worked for him.
We'd be mighty glad to chop some wood or do something for you folks if it happened you had some victuals to spare.
Well, I'll be a slick-eared maverick. You ever hear the beat?
Yeah, believe him, Dutch?
Sure. Why not? You ever see such a mangy-looking pair before? If they ever had any kind of folks at all, they'd never get to looking like that.
I don't know.
What do I do with them?
We didn't mean to bother you none. We'll be on our way. We don't want to...
Shucks, what's your hurry? If you're hungry, hang around. Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What's your handle?
My name's Roof. Roof Plunkett.
Yeah?
He's Dick Sloan.
Roof and Dick, eh? Well, Roof, I reckon we can scrape up something for you and your pard to chaw on. Yes, take a look
Dutch,
at...
you loco.
I know what I'm doing.
But you can't
They
keep...
said they was willing to work for their grub, didn't they? Ain't that right?
Oh, sure, mister.
We'd be real glad to.
Even to go run an errand?
We wouldn't mind.
Then maybe you can. Yeah. Just forget about saddling up. I reckon we found a better way.
The Endicott Ranch was only a few miles from the shack. The bunkhouse was dark and deserted, but the main house was ablaze with light. 2 horsemen rode toward it across the open prairie. That's the place, Tonto. We won't have to watch out for the crew. They joined the sheriff in combing the countryside for those fellows who held up the stage this afternoon. Ma Endicott and her daughter are the only ones there.
Why them acts so strange?
I don't know. That's why I asked you to return with me. When I stopped there to buy supplies, Ma Endicott saw my mask and thought me one of the road agents.
Oh.
She was frightened, but not because she thought me an outlaw.
Me not savvy.
More, she and her daughter acted as though they'd expected me.
That heap strange.
I may be wrong. They wouldn't talk after they'd learned I was really there only for supplies. They'd said enough beforehand to indicate something belonging to them had been with the stage loot. They said enough to indicate it might have been a letter. A letter they didn't want to fall into the wrong hands.
Oh.
I think they were ready to pay for its return. Believe me, one of the stage robbers come to make them pay.
Why them do that?
Your guess would be as good as mine, Tonto. Certainly both Mrs. Endicott and her daughter are law-abiding. They've made a success of the ranch. They're respected by everyone. There is one possibility.
What's that?
Something that just occurred to me. Something I've just remembered about them. The more I think of it, the more I believe it's a thing they fear.
What you...
I'll explain later. I'd want to make certain before I spoke of it. There's a fence ahead, Kemosabe. This way. Come on, boy.
Get him up, fella.
We'd better not take the horses too close to the house, Tonto. We'd better stop over...
Look.
What?
They're horsemen.
Oh, Sir.
Oh, Scout. Oh.
Not one man, Tonto. 2 men. No, 2 boys riding double.
That right?
They're heading for the Endicott place.
Hmm.
Pull over behind the corrals, Tonto. We'll stay out of sight. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Inside the ranch house, Mrs. Endicott and her daughter Betsy had been talking with Sheriff Quinn and his deputy, Sim Slade. The lawman was preparing to leave, and...
Well, we was just inquiring, ma'am. Them stage robbers must be somewhere in the neighborhood. They ain't had time to get far away yet. And when we heard there'd been a masked fella seen leaving here...
He weren't one of them, Sheriff, I'm sure.
Seems funny he'd pay for the grub you gave him if he was. Just the same, I'd kind of like to put some questions to that hombre. We'll keep an eye out for him.
Weren't you going to ask these folks something else, Sheriff?
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Something else?
Oh, nothing particular, Miss Betsy. But them fellas you sent to join the posse, they was saying some things.
What things?
They seemed to have the notion that when you heard about the stage being robbed, you acted like maybe something of yours was stole at the same time. You wasn't expecting anything but stage, was you?
Oh, nonsense. Oh, no, nothing.
I thought it was foolish. You'd have reported it if there'd been anything. Well, good evening to you. Come along, Sim. We still got work to do.
Yeah.
And, ma'am, don't you fret too much about things.
What do you mean, Sheriff?
Nothing. We looked for that masked feller's trail, and
Who could that be?
I'll get it, Ma. Oh, come in.
Is this the Endicott place, ma'am?
Sure it is. What you boys want?
Well, we was told to give you this here note, ma'am.
Oh. What is it, Ma? Ma, what is it?
Who gave you boys this? Quick, who gave it to you?
Why,
Oh, we don't rightly know them, ma'am.
It was just some fellas that live in that place about 3 miles east of here.
What's that?
You kids mean the old place just south of the trail?
Uh-huh.
There ain't nothing wrong, is there, mister?
Sheriff, ain't nobody lived in that place for the past 2 years.
How many fellows was there? What'd they look like?
Oh, we ain't done nothing we shouldn't. Honest, we...
Blast it, quit sniveling and answer up.
There was 3 of them.
3?
Ma'am, what's that there note say?
That's my business.
I'm sorry, I'll have to ask you to show it to me.
If there was 3 of them and they was on the old Megan place, then it looks doggone suspicious.
Now let me see that paper.
This note was addressed to my mother, and you haven't any right to read it without her permission.
You got anything to hide?
Don't act so foolish. It ain't nothing. You're just making a mountain out of a molehill. And if you aim to go after them robbers, you better be going.
Ma'am, I ain't leaving till I see what's writ there. If you ain't got nothing to hide, you'll hand it over peaceable. If you have got something to hide, then it's my bounden duty to find out what.
You can't.
Now be still, Betsy. Sheriff, I'm standing on my rights. This note is mine. You don't get it.
Hand it over.
I said
I said hand it over. Sim, get the horses ready.
Hey, what the...
Who fired that shot?
The lamp. The lamp's busted.
Get another lamp. Where's another lamp?
I'll find one.
Hurry up.
Come along, Betsy.
Just a minute, it's dark in here. Here's a lamp.
I got a match here. Now then, what happened here anyhow? What?
The note. Somebody took that note.
No.
It was in my pocket. I put it there and it's gone.
Well, I'll be...
Who took it? Did you take it, Sheriff? One of you must have. There wasn't nobody else in here.
It wasn't me.
No, me either, ma'am.
It has to be one of you.
I thought I heard the door close, ma'am.
You did?
Listen.
Silver. That's what that masked fella called his horse. Then it was him. He shot out the lamp. He come in here when it was dark. He's got that note.
If he has, then he's the varmint we gotta catch. Come on, Sim, after him.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The sheriff joined his posse, but no trace of the masked man was found. In the meantime, Mrs. Endicott and their daughter prepared a hearty meal for young Ruth Plunkett and Dick Sloan.
Poor young'uns. Eat hearty now. There's enough and to spare.
Here, Dick. Have some more potatoes.
Gee, thanks, but honest, I'm so full I can't hardly eat another bite.
Me neither.
Betsy, you go fix up the spare room. They can sleep in there for the night.
All right, Ma.
You mean we can stay here tonight?
Of course you can. Longer if you want to. There's enough work to be done around the place that you boys can help at. Be a home for you.
Oh, golly.
That'd be fine, ma'am.
I don't know how we can thank you, ma'am.
Sure, forget it. Don't want no thanks. Who's that horse belong to you rode up here?
Oh, them fellers give it to us to ride.
Well, we can put the cayuse in the corral. Sheriff will decide what to do with it. Now, if you... Drat it. The sheriff again, I'll be bound. You boys stay right there in the kitchen. If he's here to pester you tonight, I'll send him on his way.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm coming. Now, Sheriff, if you... The masked man.
Step out here and close the door.
You almost had me thinking you weren't one of them stage robbers.
I'm not.
Then why'd you take that note? Why'd you shoot out the light?
If I hadn't, the sheriff would have seen what was written there. Would you have wanted that?
Huh?
He knew there was something wrong, and he meant to find out what. Mrs. Endicott, what if he'd learned the letter addressed to you that was stolen from the stage was from your husband?
Oh.
Written from a penitentiary in the East. Although your husband is supposed to be dead.
Oh, please, not so loud.
There's no one to hear us.
How do you know all this if you weren't one of them that robbed the stage?
You forget that information was in the note the stage robber sent you.
Why'd you come back here? You want money to keep still? You want
I don't want money. I want to help you.
But you took
The men who hold that letter want money from you. The note they sent for those boys demanded $2,000.
I'll pay it. I can't have folks know.
What if you do pay?
They promised to give back the letter from Josh.
They know its contents. Even if they returned the letter, they could tell what they had read there. It'd be easy for anyone interested to check and learn the truth.
Oh.
The note you received told how much cash those fellows wanted and contained instructions how to deliver that cash after you'd drawn it from the bank.
Yes, but...
Do as the note told you. Get the money. See that it's in small bills as they asked. Leave the cash at the place they specified.
It said to leave it right again the bottom of Red Rock.
Do that. You have my word your money will not only be returned, but no one will learn your secret who doesn't know it already.
Why should I do like you tell me to?
Not as I tell you. As the men have told you in that note. You seem to have little choice.
But the cash, if it's took from them, they'll talk anyhow. Even if they ain't got the letter no more, they can always tell what was in it.
Your daughter's coming.
But
There's no time to talk now. Remember, you have no choice.
Wait.
Come on, Silver. Come on, old fellow.
Ma, you out here? Who was that? I thought I heard someone say Silver.
Never mind, Betsy. Maybe we're going to have help. But it don't make no difference. Tomorrow we go to the bank.
Leaving the ranch house, the masked man rejoined Tonto. Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh.
What'd her say?
I didn't attempt to convince her I was on her side, Tonto. It wasn't necessary. I simply wanted to make certain she carried out the instructions she received.
Oh.
And I believe she'll get the cash and leave it at Red Rock as she was instructed.
And what do?
The money will be bait for our trap. It means the capture of those stage robbers.
But how keep 'em from talk?
They can talk, Tonto. They can tell everything that letter contained. But it'll do them no good. For a reason they don't know. Back to camp, Tonto.
Get 'em up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Dutch and his two companions had slipped through the lines of the posse under cover of the night and were hidden in the wild country near Red Rock, a well-known landmark of the district. They had made a cold camp, and there they remained for the rest of the night and the whole of the following day. Finally, just at dusk...
Yes.
Yeah?
You saddle the horses.
Right.
Going after that cash.
You figure it'll be there by now, Dutch?
If it ain't, it won't never be. She knows what we told her. She's had time aplenty to get the cash out of the bank and put it where we said.
You don't sound like you're worrying much about us walking into a trap.
The law searched out that district. It won't be around unless it has reason.
Yeah, that's just what I mean.
Eh?
Unless it has reason. What's to stop Ma Endicott from telling the law she put the cash at Red Rock? Then what's to stop the law from laying for us there and nabbing us when we get it?
She ain't no fool.
Now, what do you mean?
She knows we read that letter from Josh, don't she? Otherwise, how'd we know he wrote it from the pen? Well, say we took the cash. She got the letter, then the law stepped in to jail us.
That's what I was thinking of.
Wait till I finish. All right. We can still tell what was in the letter, can't we? Maybe we wouldn't have proof, but it wouldn't take folks around here long to check on it. And her secret would be out just the same.
In other words, she's got to see that we get safe away in order to be safe herself, huh?
Just so.
I never thought of it that way before.
Well, that's the way it is. That's why I say I ain't a scared of no trap. It'll be just as bad for her as for us.
Color settled.
Good. Let's hit leather. 30 minutes to Red Rock, fellas, and 2,000 richer when we get there. Get up, Ed.
Get up. Get up.
Mrs. Endicott and her daughter, having left the cash at the base of Red Rock, according to their instructions, were returning to their home and...
We'll go back tomorrow, Ma?
Uh-huh.
And what if they just took the cash but didn't leave a letter? What do we do then?
No use thinking of that, child. Anyhow, they wouldn't have anything to gain by it. If they tricked us this time, they'd know doggone well we wouldn't trust them another time. Wouldn't do no good for them to ask for another payment.
We just can't let folks know about Pa.
Hope for the best. That's all we can do.
I suppose. Ma.
Huh?
You see him? Horses.
Great day.
What'll we do? What'll we say if
Now, don't get excited, child. I reckon we got as good a right as anybody to be out riding. We don't have to tell nothing. If it's the sheriff, just keep your mouth tight closed and say nothing.
Come on, Silver!
Ma, it ain't the sheriff. It's the masked man.
Thunderation.
Hold on there!
Whoa, boy. Whoa. There's a redskin with him.
Hold, Silver! Come on!
What do you want?
We're heading for Red Rock.
What?
The posse's on our trail. We've left a trail easy to follow.
No, you can't have the Red Rock. That letter...
Tonto and I are going to get those crooks and hold them until the posse arrives.
You spoil everything. They'll talk, Wade.
Come on, Silver.
Get 'em up, Scout.
Come back. You just spoil things. Please, Wade.
We can't let him do it, Betsy. We can't.
What do we do, Ma?
Follow after. Back, boy. Back.
Get up, boy. Get up.
When they arrived at Red Rock, Dutch, Jess, and Rhett dismounted quickly and started looking for the packet of money. The sun had disappeared behind the horizon and was rapidly growing dark.
Find it yet?
Nothing on this side.
Look good. It's got to be here someplace. I know doggone well they wouldn't have...
I got it. Take a look here. If this ain't it, I'll eat my shaft.
Open it up.
You found the cash?
Yeah, we think so. We'll soon... Greenbacks. It's it.
Should I count it?
If they left the cash, they left all of it. Let's get out of here. Throw that cash in your saddlebag and we'll divvy up later.
Yeah, but the letter.
Oh, yeah. Here, Rhett. Take it and leave it where you found the cash.
I'll do that.
Who's that?
Someone coming.
A masked man in a redskin.
Come on, boy. Come on. Grab your guns. Let them have it. Let brother. We'll blast those guns right out of your hands. You can go to blazes. Oh, my hand.
All right, get him.
Oh,
All right, get away. Get back. Oh, you hit me.
You're not hurt. You there. Drop that gun or take it.
There's my gun. I'm finished. I ain't shooting.
Whoa. Masked man, let him go. The posse's right behind us.
They'll talk. They'll tell everything they know.
You have nothing to fear. That's what you say. You think we ain't going to tell everything, you're loco. How will you like it, ma'am? How will you like the folks around here knowing your husband's in jail?
Oh, please.
Well, that's just what's going to happen unless you talk these fellas into letting us go. And pronto.
All right, the posse was right behind you. There's no time to waste.
Please let him go, please. You don't understand what this means to us.
I'm sorry, but you'll have to leave this in my hands.
But you
Besides,
can't...
even if I wish to release them, it's too late. There's the posse. We've been seen.
Oh, there, Ma. I suppose it had to come out sometime anyhow. We'll just try to make the best of it.
What's that fella, Tonto? I think he's getting ready to make a break for us.
You.
Stand still.
Stand where you are, all of you. You're covered. Put down your guns.
They've already done that.
Who are you, mister?
Never mind who I am. These are the men you want, the stage robbers.
These fellas?
Right. You want evidence? They still have a letter in their possession they stole from the stage. Find their hideout or go through their saddlebags and you'll find more.
The three of you were under arrest.
Yeah? And the letter the masked man told you about is from Josh Endicott. Josh Endicott, who was supposed to have died.
Oh, no, please.
I said I'd talk and I will. Died, eh? Well, for your information, right now he's sitting in the pen. And he's there for life.
You told.
What else you expect?
We give you fair warning.
It's your fault, masked man. You wouldn't let him go. You held him here for the posse.
I believe the sheriff has something to say. You'd better listen to him before you blame me.
Ma'am? We didn't want it known, Sheriff. Now everybody...
Ma'am, I kind of hate to say this, but the whole county's knowed the truth for quite a spell.
Oh, that ain't so.
Yes, it is. We've known it almost from the first.
But you couldn't
Mrs.
have...
Endicott, these people are your good friends. You'd stop to think, you'd have realized a secret like yours couldn't be kept for long. It was your pride that made you wish it a secret. Your friends, realizing that, never permitted you to learn they were acquainted with the facts.
Ma, How can we face folks?
Betsy, you too, ma'am. There ain't a one of us thinks the worst of you for it. The masked man's got it right. We are your friends, and nothing Josh ever done can change it.
I could have told you this, Mrs. Endicott, but it wasn't my place. Moreover, I couldn't be sure that if you were told, you'd leave the money here. The necessity would have been gone, and Dutch, Jess, and Rhett might never have been captured.
So that's the part you played in this, stranger. It's you we got to thank for capturing these hombres.
You can thank their ignorance. They hadn't been strangers to this part of the country. They'd have realized that letter was of no value.
This is your fault, Dutch. You was the one that thought it was such a smart idea.
Wait a
Jailed,
minute.
because you didn't have sense enough to check on what you was doing.
Quiet, you fellas. Sim, put the cuffs on them. Where's the masked fella and the engine? I want to...
Get him up, Stowe!
Hey, they cleared out. But I want to thank them for what they've done.
And Sheriff, they never even waited for me to thank them, neither.
You, Ma? For what?
Betsy, for showing us we got friends to be proud of.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
I could marry that handsome, winsome Charlie, or that baby Jude. I could even marry you.
What's your language, girl?
Well, why not? We're not cousins. We're not even relatives.
We're not even friends.
Ben, if you met me in Wichita, and never saw me before, would you take after me? Hat in hand, mouth open, drunk or sober?
You've got a bird in your pretty hair, ma'am.
You're dark. Darker than most. That could be the sun. We're going to have to look at your body.
You little leak.
Let the women take her in the house and undress her. Anyone touches her,
I'll put a bullet through your God-fearing gut.
You show us. Woman, we want see.
You see no woman in my house.
How much woman worth?
There are not enough horses to pay for her. Not all you can own, or all you can steal.
Adonde!
They're coming.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of the Star Times. I should like very much to see you and offer a proposition which could be of mutual profit to us. Of course, there is some danger involved. But then, your advertisement asks for adventure. So if you are interested, perhaps we could have lunch tomorrow afternoon. Say at 1 o'clock.
Perhaps we could have lunch tomorrow afternoon, say at 1 o'clock, at the Golden Arrow. Ask for Mr. Waring's table. There's some danger involved, he said. Yes, that's what the man said. And, brother, that's exactly what he meant. And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Daytime Nightmare.
Well, at least this letter invites you to lunch, Mr. Holliday.
Uh-huh. Lunch, and then what?
Danger, it says. That sounds exciting.
It always does. You know, Susie, someday I'm going to walk into one of these things and not walk out.
Then follow up one of these other letters. There's one that asks for a babysitter. The woman says her children are an adventure.
Oh, no, thanks. I'll take Mr. Waring's letter and his proposition.
Then you'd better hurry. It's almost 12:30 now.
Oh, don't push, Susie. Don't push.
What time will you be back?
Probably this evening. But don't wait for me. Just lock up the office and take off. So long, Susie. The Golden Arrow is one of those ultra dining and luncheon spots where you can get a swell dollar lunch for $5. I asked for Mr. Waring's table, and the waiter showed me to a nice secluded corner. A small orchestra was playing. A couple were dancing. And Mr. Waring was just sitting there. I took a good look at him before I sat down. He was big and handsome, maybe about 50. And the diamond he flashed on the little finger of his right hand was spelled with 1,500 capital dollars. He looked up, saw me standing there.
How do you do?
You're Box 13?
Yes, that's right. You're Mr. Waring.
And you're right. Please, sit down. I've ordered lunch. I hope you approve.
Oh, thanks. I'm sure I will.
You're younger than I expected.
Oh, disappointed?
No, please. Tell me, is Box 13 the way you make your living?
Well, not quite.
Yeah, I read your advertisement several times. Adventure wanted, go any place, do anything, write Box 13.
Is that said with disapproval?
No, not at all, Mr.
Dan Holliday.
Oh, no, not disapproval, Dan, just regret. Regret that I hadn't the nerve to do such a thing when I was your age.
Well, sometimes the regrets are mine.
Huh? Oh, I see. You mean once in a while you get something that's hard to handle?
That's it.
But you've always come out on top.
Well, I've had a lot of luck.
Is there any of it left?
Do I need some?
If you do what I ask, you will.
All right. What's on your mind, Mr. Waring?
First, we'll have lunch. Then we'll talk. Will that be all right with you?
If you say so, yes.
Good. Charles, you may bring our lunch now. Now, let's enjoy ourselves. There's lots of time to get serious after lunch.
Well, Waring was a very good conversationalist. I learned he was an attorney for one of the biggest estates in the country. He kept leading the conversation around to that every time we got on something else. Then, when lunch was over...
Enjoy it, Dan?
Very much.
Cigar?
Oh, no, thank you.
Now, if you'll come with me.
Come with you? But I thought we were going to talk.
No, I'd rather have more privacy. You'll understand why when I tell you what I have in mind.
Oh, it's that important, huh?
Would you say $10 million was important?
It commands attention, yes.
Then please come with me.
We left the Golden Arrow. The doorman saluted Waring and signaled a big limousine that sneaked up along the curb and purred to a stop.
Please, get in, Dan.
Pardon me. Where are we going?
Oh, for a ride through the park.
Wait a minute. I want to know what this is all about before I go in place.
You're not very trusting, are you, Dan?
Yeah, it's not that.
Something wrong, Dan?
Yeah.
Get in the car, Dan. Little air will make you feel better.
But
Go on, get in. All right, Bert. You know where to go.
I'd been drugged before, so I knew what it felt like. It felt exactly like this. I came crawling out of the long, dark tunnel with a buzzing in my ears, my mouth dry as cotton. I was lying down, and I reached out my arms. I was on a cot. A nice white cot in a nice white room. I sat on the edge of the bed, looked around. There was a window, but there were bars over it. I went to the door. Hey, open up. Open this door. Open this door, somebody. Come on, open the door.
Get away from the door. Get away from it.
Open it up, whoever you are.
Move back away from it, and I will. Go on.
I moved back and away. There was a pause, and then...
Well, Mr. Stokes, you've awakened at last.
Stokes? What are you talking about? Come on, get me out of this gag, or I'll break my way out.
Samuel, Hugo. Now, Mr. Stokes, you don't want Samuel and Hugo to take care of you, do you?
What is this?
Sit down, Mr. Stokes. Please. Sit down.
I won't sit down. Where's Waring?
He'll be here in a moment. If you want to see Mr. Waring, I'm sure that can be arranged.
Well, that's better. And call off those mastiffs in white coats.
Wait outside, Samuel, Hugo, and close the door. Go ahead. I'll be all right. Stay where you are, Mr. Stokes.
Look, if this is a gag, let's run it off the boards and put a tag to it.
Gag? Why, Mr. Stokes, you sound almost rational.
Rational? What are you talking about?
Just that. I've no doubt that in a year, perhaps a little more, we can discharge you.
You mean this is no gag?
No, it's not a gag. You're Edward Stokes. Remember that. You're Edward Stokes.
Where's Waring?
He'll be here to see you with your wife.
My wife?
Of course. I wonder if you remember her.
I don't know what you're trying to get away with, but if I have to play rough, I can play it.
Samuel! Hugo! I think Mr. Stokes needs to be quieted. Take care of it, Samuel.
Get them away from me.
When you've decided to be more calm, Mr. Stokes, we can have a talk in my office. Until then, I shall take precautions against your homicidal tendencies.
Well, it was no gag. Samuel and Hugo were too big for games, and they played rough. Samuel left, and Hugo sat beside the bed to watch me. I knew now where I was. In a sanitarium. But why? Now, why was I called Edward Stokes? I had to find out, so I turned to Hugo.
What?
Oh, Hugo, these straps are hurting me.
No thanks, Mr. Stokes. I can't loosen them for you.
Look, get my clothes, take out my wallet, take the money that's in it, and just let me get to a telephone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Stokes. You know that's against the rules.
Who was the man who spoke to me before?
That's Mr. Cordell.
Mister? Not a doctor?
Well, yes and no. This here's a kind of a rest home.
Does everyone get as much rest as I do?
Hey, you're all right, Mr. Stokes. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm dying. Where are my clothes?
No. We'll get them for you later.
Look, I'm not Edward Stokes. I'm Dan Holliday, get it? My name's Dan Holliday. I'm a writer.
Well, that's swell. I'll bring you a pencil and paper later.
Hugo, go to a phone. Call the number I'll give you and ask for Susie.
Has she got a sister for me?
Now, listen, you big lummox. This is a frame-up. I'm not Edward Stokes. I don't know who he is. I never even heard of him. I'm Dan Holliday, a writer.
Yeah, okay. I believe you. Once I took care of a man who was Shakespeare. I believed him. I also took care of Michelangelo, Dante, Spinoza. Why,
Look, I want to see Cordell.
What for?
I want to talk to him.
What about?
Does that make any difference?
Yeah, because if it's not important, he'll get mad at me.
All right. Tell him I remember now that I'm Edward Stokes. It all comes back to me. Now, will you go to him?
Yeah, okay, but please, Mr. Stokes, don't try what you did before. I hate to get rough.
All right, I promise.
It's a good boy. And keep on being a good boy, and you'll be allowed visitors this afternoon.
I'll be very happy to see them. Very happy.
All right, Mr. Stokes. I brought you to see Mr. Cordell like you asked. Now, promise you'll take it easy?
Oh, sure. Thanks, Hugo.
It's nothing. Here he is, Mr. Cordell.
Good. Close the door and wait outside, Hugo.
You sure you'll be all right, Mr. Cordell?
I think Mr. Stokes has learned his lesson.
Sure. Please be a good boy now.
Yeah, I will, Hugo.
So, you've become reconciled, Mr. Stokes.
I know I can talk myself blue in the face to Hugo or anyone else around here and not get anywhere. But I want you to tell me what this is all about.
I'll be glad to. You're Edward Stokes. You're here for a rest. You were formerly at the Millhaven Sanitarium, but your wife thought this would be a better place. Don't you remember?
Remember? Oh, of course I do. You've made it all so clear.
Good. Oh, by the way, you're looking so much better than when I saw you last, Mr. Stokes. Would you like to see how much better?
What do you mean?
There's a mirror on the door of that closet to your right. Open it and see how you've improved.
I looked in the mirror. I didn't see Dan Holliday. I saw a stranger. Cordell's voice came to me from 1,000,000 miles away.
There's some gray in your hair, of course, but that's to be expected. As a whole, it's still a nice, deep, rich black.
My hair's been dyed.
Has it? I'll bet you think it was once blonde. I imagine you think your name was once Dan Holliday. Take a good look at yourself, Mr. Stokes. Get acquainted with your new personality. You'll be with it for quite a while.
Cordell smiled at me. Then I knew for certain this was no joke. I was Edward Stokes. My hair dyed, clever touches of makeup here and there. Even Susie wouldn't have known me.
Do you know why you've become Edward Stokes?
Why, Mr. Cordell?
Because Mr. Edward Stokes is dead.
And now back to Daytime Nightmare, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, there was a twist. I was a dead man, yet I was alive and being kept alive. But for what? Later in my room, I thought of making a break for it. But there was always Samuel and Hugo. Then later, I was taken again to Cordell's office. This time, Hugo went in with me. Cordell wasn't alone. With him were Waring and a woman. The woman looked at me as I entered.
Edward, darling.
Would you mind just calling me Dan?
Please, Edward. You remember me?
Of course you remember your wife, don't you, Edward?
Oh, hello, Waring. I must buy you lunch sometime.
Lunch? Oh, of course, of course.
I told your wife and Mr. Waring that you were so much better, Mr. Stokes. But now you've disappointed me.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Cordell.
Hugo, please wait outside. I'll call you if I need you.
Sure, Mr. Cordell.
He does look like Edward.
Must you say it so loud, Philip?
Oh, sorry.
How long does this go on?
Not much longer. Of course, it all depends on you.
Yes, how?
We'll leave that until later. Clarice.
What?
You've got to sign those transfer papers.
They're all right?
Of course. Oh, Edward, it might be interesting for you to watch yourself being committed.
I'm warning all of you. I'm going to get out of here. And when I do,
And when you do, what?
Where's the real Edward Stokes?
How does he know about Edward?
Cordell, did you open your mouth?
What's the difference? He can babble his head off and no one will pay any attention.
Suppose something goes wrong.
How can it? It's all too perfect.
Of course it is. Sign the papers, Clarice. Get it over with. Good. Now let's go.
Nothing can go wrong.
Not unless you double-cross me.
You've got your money, and you're in as deeply as anyone. You better see that everything goes all right.
It will.
Fine. Now, goodbye, Edward, and good luck. Come along.
Well, Mr. Stokes, you're now officially in my care.
That should make everything just ducky.
Oh, it will.
If it's not asking too much, what happens now?
My dear Mr. Stokes, if you knew, you wouldn't like it.
What's to prevent me from reaching across this desk and knocking your head off, just for the fun of it?
This gun will prevent it.
You wouldn't dare use it.
No, not directly. But suppose you did try something. Suppose we struggled and the gun went off accidentally.
Suppose it did?
And killed you. Who would be your witness? Not you. You'd be dead. Not Hugo, because he saw you attack me this morning.
Cordell leaned back in his chair and grinned. Then he laid the gun on the desk. It was so close to me. So close. He knew what I was thinking because his grin widened. But I had to take the chance. I jumped. Stay right there, Cordell.
All right. Now that you've got the gun, what will you do?
Hand me that phone.
Certainly. Here you are.
Keep your hands on top of the desk.
With pleasure. Whom are you going to call?
The police.
All right. Go ahead. Hugo! Hugo! What's the matter? Mr. Stokes. Be careful, Hugo. He's raving.
Hugo, you've got to believe me. I'm not Edward Stokes. I'm Dan Holliday. Give me 2 minutes to put through a phone call.
No, Mr. Stokes. You don't want to do anything with that gun. Better give it to me like a good boy.
Hugo, please. Please stay back.
Careful, Hugo. He may shoot.
Stay back, Mr. Cordell. I can handle him.
Hugo, listen to me. Listen to me. Give me 2 minutes on that phone. Just 1 minute.
Mr. Stokes, give me that gun. Come on, give it to me.
Wait, Hugo. Wait, I don't want to shoot. But I'll have to do it if you come any closer.
Better not.
Hugo, I'm in a spot. The real Edward Stokes is dead, Hugo. He's been killed by his wife and his attorney. Listen to me. Stand still and listen to me.
Easy. Easy, Mr. Stokes, easy.
The real Stokes has been killed. He was taken from the first sanitarium and killed. I was brought here, Hugo. Brought here to impersonate Stokes. Cordell wants me to shoot you, Hugo, so I can be killed legally.
Sure,
Stokes.
Sure.
Hugo!
I know all that, Mr. Stokes, but if you'll just...
Hugo.
I'm afraid you killed him, Stokes.
Cordell, you shot the poor devil.
Of course I did, Mr. Stokes.
You shot him with another gun you just took out of that drawer.
That's perfectly true, Mr. Stokes.
Ballistics can prove which gun killed Hugo.
That's true, too, Mr. Stokes. But who would think of ballistics in connection with a maniac?
Cordell stood there, a smoking gun in his hand. Oh, it was a beautiful frame. In a second, the rest of the people in the place would crowd into that office. What chance would I have? None. I talked myself into a lather. Cordell put the gun back onto his desk.
Well, Mr. Stokes, what now?
I can prove I didn't shoot this gun.
Think you'll get the chance?
I'll be back. Get out of the way.
Be careful, all of you. Don't chase after him. He's got a gun. He killed Hugo. Stay back. Let him go. Send out a general alarm.
I ran out into the night, out into the rest of my nightmare. I cleared the grounds of the rest home and took to the woods. There was only one thing in my favor, the darkness. I stayed in the woods, but I had to get to a phone. I don't know how long I walked. Maybe an hour, maybe 2. Then I saw a house. There were lights in it. I hesitated, but I had to get to that phone.
That you, Wally?
Yeah, it's me.
Just a minute.
Don't scream, please. Get back.
Please don't.
Look, I'm not going to hurt you. I want to get to a phone. Have you got one?
No, there's no phone here.
Where's the nearest one?
The filling station down the road.
Have you got any men's clothes here?
In the closet.
Would you mind getting them out?
Go away, please. I won't tell anybody you've been here, but don't hurt me, please.
You know who I am?
The radio, they said.
How long ago?
Oh, half an hour, maybe.
Get those clothes for me, please. Get them.
All right. They won't fit you. They're too small.
I don't care about that. Throw them on the table there. Just trousers and coat.
All right.
I pulled the trousers and coat on over the pajamas I was wearing. The woman watched me, and she watched the door. She was expecting someone. Wally, probably her husband. Then...
Please go now.
How far is that filling station?
Oh, about 2 miles.
There's no phone closer than that?
No.
All right, you stay in here. You're not going to get hurt. Just stay in here until you're sure I'm far enough away. You get that?
Yes, I won't move.
Good. I'll return the clothes later. She screamed. I could hear her screams fading into the night as I ran. I had 2 miles to go, 2 miles through the brush and woods. I couldn't risk getting to the road. Then I heard something. I ran until my legs were torn by the brush. I ran until my breath choked in my throat. Then I saw the station, but I couldn't get to it. I crept closer and lay down in a mud-filled ditch. I knew then what a fox must feel like with the hounds tearing at his heels. I listened. I heard Cordell's voice.
To begin with, he's dark-haired, wearing pajamas. But he may have picked up some clothes somewhere.
I haven't seen anybody.
Better be careful of him, Clay. He's got a gun. Already killed a man back at the home. Don't take no chances. Shoot to kill.
I will, Sheriff. Thanks for warning me.
Okay, Clay. Oh, got a gun?
Sure, always keep one in the station.
Good. Keep your radio turned on, too. We're running bulletins on the air. That way you can tell if he's headed this way.
Sure. See you later, Sheriff.
Remember, he's dangerous.
A homicidal maniac. Take no chances.
Okay, Mr. Cordell, thanks. So long.
So long, Clay.
I watched the attendant Clayt go back into the filling station. I watched him take a gun from a drawer and shove it into his pocket. I crept across the road. My stomach hurt from pressing it close against the concrete. Clayt came out of the station, looked up and down the road. Then he turned off the lights and locked the door. Don't take another step. Don't look around. Don't reach for that gun in your pocket.
What are you going to do?
Nothing. You won't get hurt. I want to use the phone in the station.
It's out of order.
You're lying.
I'm not lying. Why don't you try it?
Where are the keys to the door?
In my pocket.
Keep your hands out of that pocket.
You want the keys, don't you?
Keep your back turned. I know that gun is in your coat pocket. The keys there, too?
No, in my trousers.
Reach in. Get them out. But be careful. Now, unlock the station door and go in ahead of me. Never mind the lights.
Look, why don't you give me your gun? You haven't got a chance, fella. The roads are crawling with prowl cars. They were here just a minute ago.
Yes, I know what I saw them. Now reach in that coat pocket. Back to me. Reach in and take out that gun. All right. Hold it by 2 fingers and drop it on the floor. Go on. Oh, stand over there while I use the phone.
It's out of order, I told you.
Stay where you are. Hello? Hello?
I told you.
Where's another phone?
The nearest one's about 5 miles down the road.
You're lying.
Like I was about this phone? Look, please, why don't you give up? Give me that gun, we'll go into town. Please. They'll shoot you down on sight if you leave here alone.
I've got to take that chance.
No, you don't. I want to give you a break, fella. I want to give you a break because...
Because?
Once I saw a dog shot. A dog they all said was mad. It wasn't mad. All it wanted was water. But they shot it without giving it a chance. Please, give me your gun.
Look, if I tell you a story, you won't believe it. I know you won't.
Maybe I will. Go ahead.
I'm not Edward Stokes. I'm not the man they're hunting for. He's dead. Killed by his wife and his attorney.
What?
I think because they want his estate. If I'm killed as Stokes, they'll identify me as him.
Please, give me the gun.
You don't believe me, do you?
I believe only that if you leave here and get out on that road, you'll be shot down. You're hurt.
Never mind. Get me to a phone.
I can't.
All right, here. Take the gun. Take it.
What's the way, fella?
Now you've got the gun. I want you to do one thing. Get me to a phone. Let me call the police. Let me identify myself, will you?
Come on. I've got a car.
Clayton got me to a phone. I called Lieutenant Kling and told him the story. And less than an hour later, the sheriff, his men, Clayton and I walked into Cordell's office.
Ah, you've got him. Good work, Sheriff.
Yeah, we got him.
I'm surprised you took him alive.
Yeah, so are we. Mind stepping over here a minute, Mr. Cordell?
What for?
Get over.
What is this?
You'll find the gun that killed Hugo in that drawer, Sheriff.
What? What? This man's mad, Sheriff.
I heard different from the city.
Look out.
Hey, take it easy, Cordell.
Get that gun, Sheriff. That's the gun that killed Hugo, not the one I gave Clayt. You were right, Mr. Cordell. No one would have thought of ballistics to see which gun had killed Hugo. Now I think I need a bath and a nice long rest.
Stokes were arrested on suspicion of murder. Police are searching for the body of Edward Stokes. Gee, Mr. Holliday.
Well, it wasn't nice, Susie. But let's forget it.
Sure, I know what you mean. Oh, say, I have to remind you.
Huh? Of what?
You've got a luncheon appointment today at...
Luncheon? Oh, no, Susie.
Next week, same time, through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with this week's original story by Russell Hughes. Original music is composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. Part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker, and production is supervised by Vern Karstensen. Box 13 is a Mayfair production from Hollywood. Watch for Alan Ladd in his latest Paramount picture.
I grew up in a tough neighborhood. Sometimes a reputation follows you.
Robert De Niro is Al Capone.
There is violence in Chicago, of course, but not by me and not by anybody I employ, and I'll tell you why, because it's not good business.
Kevin Costner is Elliot Ness.
I have sworn to put this man away with any and all legal means at my disposal, and I will do so.
Sean Connery is Jimmy Malone.
You want to get Capone? Here's how you get him. He pulls a knife, you pull a gun. He sends one of yours to the hospital, you send one of his to the morgue. That's the Chicago way. You just joined the Treasury Department, son. Everybody knows where the booze is. The problem isn't finding it.
Let's do some good!
The problem is who wants to cross the pond.
Somebody messes with me, I'm gonna mess with him.
You carry a badge?
Yes.
Carry a gun.
Get your hands in the air! You're all under arrest.
You fellas are untouchable. Is that the thing? No one can get to you? Hey, everybody can be gotten to.
All right, then. Drive him to the station. Anything happens, you shoot first. You understand me?
Well, I'll tell you one more thing. You got an all-out prize fight, you wait till the fight's over, one guy's left standing, and that's how you know who won.
Just tell me, are you being careful?
Careful as mice.
I want to hurt the man Malone. I want to start taking the battle to him. I want to hurt Capone.
This man can finger Al Capone. This man can put Capone behind bars.
Well, what's the matter? Can't you talk with a gun in your mouth?
You're not to approve of your methods. Yeah? Well, you're not from Chicago.
I want you to find this Nancy boy, Elliot Ness. I want him dead. I want his family dead.
Paramount Pictures presents a Brian De Palma film.
I have forsworn myself. I have broken every law I swore to defend. I have become what I beheld, and I am content that I have done right.
You got nothing. Nothing. And if you were a man, you would have done it now.
Never stop fighting till the fight is done.
The Untouchables. Thank you.